いしょ。コメントがわかんねえわ、これ。コメント、しウィット。入ってね。忙しいな、これ。よいしょ。よいしょ。もう近づけるか。ししええ。 最悪。パス良すぎだろ。無駄。あ、お、すげえ、なにこれ。ナイス。持つ。うわっ。胸。体勢やばすぎるよね。サンキュー。ナイス。なんか悪いぞ。2点がいるけど。何せかわかんないけど、辛口やってんだろうな。やべ、パスかこれ。ナイス。お前かナイス。どういうこといや、やばい。あ、なんだ。おう。ナイス。Thank you。8点がいるけど相手もやべえな。やばいやばい。ヘブ。お前か。おつ、疲れてきた。あ、弱っ。ナイス。ミスるあいつ。いやー、下手。あリッチ。俺に難しかった。痛い手だ。ナイス。でかすぎそれ。そこスルスル思わなかったわ。なんだ。行ってくれ。ラス2キルしかねえわ俺。ナイス。あ、これ無理だ。あ、そうか。ナイス。大丈夫それ。あ、しょうがない。どまい。女。何つってかわかんねえな、外人ども。よいしょ。 嘘もらい、いたいた。ミスった。ハイブス俺のナイス。やばいやばい、バリバリナイス。 X のパスはうまいわ。バンプしたの今のどこで。よし、オッケー。いやーミスった。ナイス。ごめん雑は。もし止めろ。危ねえ。ナイスカバー強い。あ、無理だな。強っ。ナイス。ごめん俺変な飛び方してるわ。助かったそれは。熱い。俺のすげえあっちダム。疲れてきた。誰か一緒にやろうぜ。誰か一緒にやらんかい。見とる人いたら。いいよ。はい、やせい。だる。ねえ。マスクしながらだから。結構来るね、やっぱ。いや、有酸素いいね。What the fuck moment。大丈夫か俺。いや下手。ごめん。完璧だね今の。神バンプ出たよこれ。攻めろ。サンキュー。やりスミスだ。ダブルでミス。ダブルミス。言われっち。やれむずいって。ダンクペイトゥーウィン。わおこれすごいね。てか一緒にカジュアルやんね。ちょっと寂しいわ。ふっえぐくねこれ。はいナイス。サンキュー。おっこれは食べれんだろう。ファッキュー。嬉しい。僕のベアブースト。大丈夫それ君たち。なんかしろよ。ナイス。だ。あべ。ちょっと。ナイス。大江戸らかれる。いやむずい。ワリチワリチ。なんか待ってるしあいつ。 お、強っ。足が止まってる。やば。っと。いいパスだよこれ。弱いわ。はい。俺ピックス見てたわ今。やばい。ピックスやってる俺。それ飛んでるし、おった？危ねえ。いや、バンプできねえ。くそ。なんか抜けてるし。ちょっと蹴っとくよ。無理、まだない。こんにちは。なんか来てる。もう、足がしいんだから。俺か邪魔。いや、強い。いや、いいパスなってんこれ。えぐいって。やっぱ、えぐいって。むずいって。くそ。ナイス。やべ。疲れてる。ナイス。できねえ。ナイス、強い。どういうこと？危ねえ。どういうこと？こいつ何してんの？ナイス。ピンショット。惜しい。ナイス。えぐい子だい。さすがに誰も反応できないか。いや、強いな。やった。サンキュー。なんか落ちたわ。はい、どうなってた。ナイスゲーム。おお、ワオ。あっつい。目に汗が入りまくってるわ。マスク取るかこれ。暑すぎるわ。 What the fuck? 始まった。なんだ、大丈夫か、大丈夫か、何言ってんだ。なんだ、大丈夫かお前ら。え、もし強っ、3番目はうう私だし、よっ止めた。なんでこいつ、なんでだるすぎ、それは。もしあれ難しい。これせ強っ。誰もぶつけない。微妙だ。狙ったんだけど。チャンス？これ枠に入れるやつ。そっち？もしナイス、強っ。弱い、パンプして攻めて。強っ。あいつどこいんだ、やばすぎだろ。もう一回それ、さすがにもし強っね。飛ばせ、なんとかしろ。行きづれー。いやー、6つ。サンキュー。さすがにおっとっと、はい、蹴って。ブスないか。うわー、ナイスナイス。どういうことよし。入れて。ナイスー、危ねえ。怖いわ。マジやばい。さすがに抜けない。いや、こっち無理だ。きつい。ナイス、強っ。 微妙すぎるわ、俺は。悔しい。ブラザーナチュラ。ブローハイ。誰も来ねえんだ、今日。誰か一緒にやろうぜ、ロケットリーグよ。始まるまで。あっち。
マーセル、スペクさん、ウワット、イス、です。
ウィス。ウィウィウィウィウィウィ。What is this? Cycling and Rocket League. You know? Physical training now. You know? Okay? Understand? Let's go testing. うわ、待って、あそこ無理。いわいわ。うわー、そこか。悪い悪い悪い。入るわ、俺。なんとかしろ、お前ら。
マーセル、スペクさん、サイ、アガイン。
もう、イングリッシュ OK? Thank you. Say again. OK. Physical training now. OK? Nice. I can speak English, but a few. Very, very a little. What the fuck?
マーセル、スペクさん、よう、スック。
あ、バンプできない。
クマさん、こんばんは。
うい
家にバイクあるのいいですね。
めっちゃいいっしょ。もう一回され。惜しい。いける？俺？ナイスです。いやー、むずい。バリバリ。微妙だな。死ねボケ、クソ。おお、いいバンプ。これ難しいわ。いや、無理だな。すごい集中力できない。謎外人。
マーセル、スペクさん、カント、エベン、でも。
やばいやばいやばい。オッケーオッケー。キャント。イーブンでも。ほうほうほうほう。バンプすんだってこと？おー、ちょっと待って。ソリー。やばいやばいやばい。バリッチバリッチ。バリ。ソリー。マイバット。ユーバット。トゥーバット。ユアバット。オーマイゴット。さすがにwhat the fuck。 はい。
マーセル、スペクさん、あれ、よう、ゴルド。
やばいやばい。ああいうゴールド。ねえ、チャンピオン2、チャンピオン3。ソリー。いやI mean、チャンピオン3。チャンピオン3。What 2 What 3 What
クマ
not。
さん、舐められてるのくさ。
これは舐められるだろう。ひどいもん今。バンプしようじゃ。What the fuck。ナイス。
回せる、スペクさん、
ナイス。
ははははははは、ノー、ワイ。
No way! Sorry. I don't know, no way. I know few words in English. What the fuck? I know.
クマさん、わらわら。
I know only words. What the fuck?
回せる、スペクさん、カッピエド、アス、フック。回せる、スペクさん、ヨー、あれ、トウ、バット、フォア、ジャムプ。
もうなんつってかわかんねえよ。どうすんの？ You are too bad for jump. ああ、オッケーオッケーオッケー。頑張れ。なんでゆっくり。ああ、オッケーオッケー。チャンピオンっていう言葉分かってくれたのね。何やってんの？頑張れ。よし。何してんの？チャンス？さすがに？
クマさん、キャリばっかされやがってこのチャンプ隊のカスメ、だそうです。
What the fuck? What the fuck? I know only words. What the fuck? やべ、足が止まってるわ。よいしょ。頑張れ。しれぼけ。よし。やばい。You are too buff for jump. Your rank? Your rank? Teach me. 悲しいこと言う人もいるもんだ。I'm sad. So sad. あ、これ僕ね。レフト。What the fuck? なんとかして。される？足が止まってる。
マーセル、スペクさん、イム、ディアモンド、1。
ダイヤモンドマンオッケー。いやー、ナイスゲーム。よし。ダイヤモンドマンに俺めっちゃおられてんの？悔しい。いない。やば、最悪。
クマさん、メトウ。
悪い。痛い。それおかしいって。足が止まってる。What the fuck クソ。大丈夫？やばかもこれ。いいバンプじゃないか。
マーセル、スペクさん、デス、ウェイ、イス、トラッシュ。
トラッシュ？ I'm ト
マ
ラッシュ？
ーセル、スペクさん、マイベ、オレ、レギオン、スックス。
やべえ、なんて全然わかんねえ。I'm トラッシュ？I'm sad. I'm not flash. いや、むずいこれは。ぶつかりたくない。頑張って。足が止まってる。よこ。痛い。
クマさん、暴言祭りですね。
邪魔。あ、終わった。終わってない。暴言言ってんのこれ。うまいスワンプ。
マーセル、スペクさん、ウワット、イス、要は、コントリー。
なんつってんのちょっと、クマさん。What is your country? ジャパン。日本、ジャパン。あ、べべ。RIP は104。your country? Where are you from?
マーセル、スペクさん、ジャパン。
Yes, yes, yes. 日本、ジャパン。RIP は104。惜しい。やばいやばい。やべよ。殺せね。足が止まってる。ストップ What the fuck? やっぱ Where are you from? Play with me? Play with me? Nice game. Good game, GZ. Join us. ペッペッペッチャンピオン2ソーリー。You can speak Japanese? You must not think bad word in internet. You know? I know? You know? Understand? Pardon? Oh my god. なんて言ってっか分かってんのかな。 Play with me? You want to play me? なんて言ってんだ。確かにめっちゃ下手だけど、クマさんちょっと訳してよ。俺有酸素運動してるから雑になるんだって。ちょっと言い訳させて。分かった？分かってないか？それとも NG ワードでも言ってんのか？いや疲れてきた。What the fuck? オッケーオッケー。テレレンテレレンテレレンテンテレレレレンティンテキテキテキテキテキテキティンテキテキテキテキテキテキテキテキテキ。ヒートシーカーでも違う。ヒートシーカーリコット。これどういうモード？つまらなそう。次ラストぐらいだな。マスクしてると。日本、ジャパン。レペゼイマーフル DT ギャング。RIP は104。ファダサイク機。G パブルス。
グスタボ、グエデスさん、こんばんは。
What's up? よよ。こんばんは、What's up? グスタボ、グエです。なんて読むのそれ。日本人？もう分かんなくなっちゃったよ。さっきなんかクソ外人にあられてた。マーシャシーピック見てる？ You see?
クマさん、ヘ、イス、トライニング、ノー、ソ、ヘ、
What the fuck?
フライ、ウェブ。
いや問題ない。Yes, yes, yes. I'm flying down. So, because I can't play, will play. ちょっと待って。ストップ。プリーズストップ。帰ってこい。やばいやばい。なんとかして。勝て。
グスタボ、グエデスさん、日本語をいっぱい喋る外国人です。
ああ、よかったよかった。それっていいんだよ。What the fuck。なんとかしよう。なんとかできる？無理か。さすがに無理？いる？いない。いる？いない。やばいやばい。これリスキリズ。危ねえ。今スクイシーセーブできた人びっくりなんだけど、俺の中でめっちゃいい。めっちゃよくない？スクイシー。
クマさん、暴言2機消えましたね。
消えちゃった？ファック。ファック。I'm fuck. Hey, bump, please. Bump, please. Let's go, Justin. This is Rocket League. Let's go, Justin. よしよし。いや、こっから追い込んでいくよ。What the fuck? 危ねえ。入れろ、ボケ。ナイス？いやー、これ飛び捨てある？怖い。チャンスだこれ。なんとしろ、ボケ。俺バンプしてるから。何も起こってねえわ。いやー、これ微妙。いやー、どういうこと？なんとしろ、お前ら。君いける？エコワンバランス。ナイス。ミット。What the fuck? グッドパス。いく。リアライズ。前で待ってほしいんだよな、こういう時な。そういう時はやめないとね。さすがに。チャンス。いやー、下手。いやー、雑。それよくこげね。オーマイガー。あら無理だって。悪い C からだよな。これラストにするかね。いや、これいいわ。有酸素プラスロケットリーグ。ジャンボ What the fuck。 死ねボケ。よし。なにそういう感じ？俺が死ねボケとか言ったから。これ終わった。やばい足が止まってしまうのはたまに。ナイスバック。やばい、お互いイライラしてる。チャンスって。いやー、それパス出すね。さすがに飛ばしたことが大事。バンドはイージー。チャンスされ。よっしゃー。グッパー。いや、ナイス。でってって
クマさん、風呂行ってきます。
オーケー。俺もこれ終わったら一旦シャワー浴びるわ。チンチン移すかもしんねえ。俺のチンチン見せやす。来い。What the fuck。 やば。お前らチームだろ。どういうこと？ナイスバンプ。俺バンプちょっとダブルバンプ。くー 守るじゃねえよ。守るよ、おめえが。何やってんだよ。あのバンプに意味があったかもしれない。オルピックスリスペクト。リスペクトオルピックス。やべえだ俺。なんだしろお前ら。ああ無理だわ。何やってんだ。頑張れ。触れ。うまっ。ナイス。どういうこと。ねえ、ファーストタッチいってよ、頼むよ。もう、どういうこと。わからない。頼むぜ。ナイス。なんかしてる。わかんないわかんない。届けんわ。変なヒップしちゃった。それ強えわ。ナイスゲー。よし。というわけで、あと4分ぐらい始まるじゃん。よし。いや、めっちゃ汗かいた。これいいね。すっごいプレイがやばいことなんだけど。こういう時もある。隠しておこうって。よし。よしよしよし。よいしょ。というわけで、よいしょ。よし。あいしょよしよしよし。あいしょよしよし。あいしょよしよし。あいしょよしよし。
グスタボ、グエデスさん、大会出るんですか？
大会出ませんよ。あれ、鬼のミラーを配信するだけ。さすがにね、出ません。出れません。怒られたらやめるわ。さすがにね。画面キャプチャーとかあった。で、画面キャプチャー。これか。よっ。怒られたらやめます。その前ちょっと、爆速でシャワー行ってきます。一緒に見ようね。っていう話。RLCS。一緒に、見ようぜと。あれ見ようぜ。びっくりマーク。あららら。固まった。あと2分。爆速でシャワー浴びてくるわ。 ただいま。いや、ギリギリ間に合った。その前に、これを切る。よし。よいしょー。はいしゃしゃしゃしゃー。
Hello and welcome, friends from around the world, to the RLCS APAC. That's right, we're not saying north or south because we're smashing the two regions.
日本語じゃないのこれ。
Because there is only one spot left for the majors, and today we find out who's taking it.
It's a moment in history. I mean, this is where it truly sinks in for the guys. I remember this for OC. I remember it for Sam. That one
日本語配信あんじゃん。
one
待って待って。
double elimination to get you all the way.
日本語配信あったわ。日本語がいい俺。
It's terrifying. It's the final time for APAC regions here. One of the teams are going to make it. The other three
ど
are
うすれば見れるこれ。
gone, and they'd have to live with having to stay in their regions. One team today gets to go to the major.
Let's start talking about those teams then. Let's bring up the bracket and
続きをね、みんなで見ていこうじゃありませんかというところで、先にちょっとね皆さんにお伝えしたいんですが、これ僕とウェブさんというかこの配信のオペレーションに関しては僕が喋りながらやってるんで、
はい、
声の大きさとか、あとたまに何か、
ね、画
面の切り忘れとかもしかしたらあるかもしれないんですけど。
こっちの方がいいね。
Verdi being the favourites is a kind of
日本語じゃねえ方が。
interesting thing developing. We mentioned the Azure being that big underdog, that big dark horse, but Ganders have came through, and after their last regional performance yesterday, are now looking like a team that
Verdi
should be scared of, because they're a team that almost took Verdi down.
Last part as well has just been the fact that Pulse Clan has come out very surprising. They are a strong team, but more importantly, I think they've come under the radar because they don't have Realize, the most famous APAC player, on their roster. So everybody's been looking in one direction, and these guys coming out from the other.
And then, of course, Azure on the opposite end, probably the wildcards. Not a lot of weight, I'd say, from the pressure of eyes in the audience out there looking at this team, because it's all about Pulse Clan, Tokyo Verdi, like I said. Ganders making a name for themselves. So Azure could just fly under the radar and who knows, be unexpected, not get the respect from someone like Tokyo Verdi, who we teams yesterday, going to 2 Game 7s and a Game 6 on top. So who knows how they're fitting this weekend, but let's see what order we will be looking at these matches, because we've got 6 phenomenal games today. But those two up the top, which order are we seeing them in? It's going to be Pulse Clan versus Ganders, straight out the gates, followed by Tokyo Verdi and Azure Esports. Lads, Ganders here, I think are probably going to be riding a pretty big high after yesterday, aren't they?
They went really, really close with Tokyo Verdi, but so did Nimpt. I think this is also a sign that Verdi can bleed, and when you see this format and it's best of 5s all throughout, upsets are going to be twice as likely.
Yeah, and I mentioned it as well with that performance yesterday from Verdi. You could maybe look at it at first glance and think, oh, Verdi were just playing badly, it wasn't the best from Verdi. But in the interviews, if I'm recalling correctly, and what we were told by translation, it was Tenhau who was saying that Verdi think they played the best Rocket League they played in the RLCS.
He
and
did.
Even still, Game 7s. Like,
he was also giving huge credit to Ganders and Nimpt and
みんな見てるか
that entire region, and that's
応援するぞ東京ベルディをガンダーズも
APAC
まずは東京ベルディ
We've been looking for huge improvements over the regions, and I didn't think APAC North had much improvement from event 1 to event 2. That's where we saw it last night at the final hour. They finally come through.
And that's sort of to be expected, where over in APAC North with these Japanese squads, they did have many more tournaments, just their regions. They knew each other a little bit better, and it was just more the competitive sense of Rocket League, which they had to learn. Whereas when we look at APAC South, it was near enough entirely fresh to everyone outside of the very top of the roster. Hence, like, why we had that new team, We Win All. We won all, sorry, coming on through in Regional 3 out of nowhere and doing damage. Whereas APAC North, this was a little bit more expectant. I think teams like Ganders, it was just the nerves out the gates getting to them.
Yeah.
For the longest time, during scrims, they're always seen as the second best team, weren't they?
It is weird for Ganders, and it's a weird tale for them because every single Swiss stage, 3-0, didn't lose a single game, didn't lose a lost game, didn't lose a single series. Then they would go to the playoffs, they would win in top 8. And then they would just lose in top 4, crumble under the pressure, and they would never once make the final, even being claimed as the second best team. And I've got to agree, if you've got Popo on your team, you're probably going to be the second best. He's insane. And then finally they make the finals, and they really stick it to Verdi, not only them, but Nimt as well, as we mentioned. APAC North. But we mentioned as well before in APAC South that it's those kind of more 5th through 8th, 3rd and 4th teams that are starting to improve and push up. And we're not seeing it yet at the second level. I think it's going to be very close in the next split, or who gets second, who gets first. I think Azure kind of falling more down towards the other teams. And things are getting more competitive in APAC South and APAC North. It's been what we predicted at the start of the whole season, and it's becoming true. That's part of the problem, though, of APAC South, is that the top aren't getting as pushed as hard as they are in APAC North, where we've got 5 really quality teams. That's my worry. However, we can counter that. APAC South have looked so much more confident, so much less nervous. The APAC North teams are the most likely to crumble under the pressure, and they are the favorites going in.
So with that said, let's start talking about this next match up on screen. Team Ganders going up against Pulse Clan. Guys, this is an interesting one for me because both these two teams, I've heard rumors that there might be transfers coming in. We don't know for sure who's just yet, but it's these two teams knowing that they want to go to the next level and they want to keep on pushing. They've got the passion and the drive to be the best in APAC. Could they pull it off today?
We've seen that every single roster, pretty much APAC North and South, is going to make a roster change, and that's purely to consolidate power. They finally realize how strong they need to be. Every single team gotta have a reason to make a change. However, we come in here, Pulse Clan are the dominant team. They only lost one series throughout their season, but they are afraid of Popo.
Yeah, we were talking to Maxu yesterday, and we were having the chat, having a bit of fun. Maxu in particular was really praying that Ganders would not make it to the major qualifier.
And he just did.
Just because of Popo alone. Because of Popo alone, he was terrified.
They scraped in. It was 3 teams tied on second place. They had to make it to that grand final, and they did it in a game 7.
And Popo's a relatively young player for the region, isn't he? It's Namoto Putti, which I'd look to have the experience, played since, off the top of my head, 2017, 2016 perhaps even, and just brings that veterancy to the role to keep the team afloat. But Popo, like you said, is that true star player, and it's the one that everyone's going to be looking on this pitch right now to go up against LCT and Maxu and get those freestyle goals, like those off the ceiling incredible shots.
Well, Popo has been around for a while, but he was known as Poop-san for a long time. A valuable change to his name. However, it's only been the last couple of months that he came out and has come on top, and he's been the name that everybody from both regions have been talking about.
He's been the name of the block, and not to ignore his teammates, of course, and Namoto and Retro have both done an incredible job working with him, and I think it's hard. I think a lot of eyes will be put on you in a team like that who's performing so well with such high expectations, and mistakes will be called out a lot more, but as a whole, Namoto and Retro are allowing Popo to make these opportunities, and I think there's a lot to be said with those 3 players as individuals in this set. I think a lot of them are going to be making it very far in the future.
Namoto is the highest goal scorer across both regions.
Yeah.
You got to talk about him as well.
And, well, we've been looking at Ganders quite a lot because this is the new exciting region for us English-speaking commentators, because, of course, there's been Coke and the lads, the Japanese commentators over for North. So let's, maybe we've got some new fans that haven't looked into South just yet. Bulleries, LCT, and Maxu. For me, the lad on this roster that has really been the starstruck going above and beyond has to be Maxu. Do you agree there, Yummy?
He's the best player, but he hasn't been performing the best. We know what he can pull out. He's got some epic goals. He's got some freestyle goals as well. He's on a freestyling team. But it's been LCT for me, playing super aggressive, scoring incredible amounts of goals. In the last grand final was averaging over 2 goals per game. And he's, for the most part, been the one securing the wins for the team.
I would say LCT's looked the best, but I will also give a lot of credit to Reese. He's the only player on that team with a brain. He's the only one who actually, you know, he's the only reason they have a thinking unit. Otherwise, it would be an absolute mess. So, gotta give him a lot of credit for actually making them survive in a game of Rocket League.
It sounds harsh, but it's so true. I mean, LCT and Max U, you gotta get them on the ground at some point. They're pre-jumping everything at times, and Bowleries will just sit back and watch for a while until he has to, you know, put a band-aid on their boobies and fix up the play.
So, that said, let's have a little look at the predictions, guys. And more importantly than our predictions, let's have a look at Twitch chat's predictions. What are you guys at home thinking? Exclamation mark PULS for Pulse or exclamation mark GDS for Ganders. All in capitals. Just type on into chat and we'll see the percentages afterwards. For us, though, when we're looking at this one, I'm sort of looking to North APAC. Ganders last night, or yesterday afternoon for us over in the UK, really impressed me. I think they've got the drive, they've been building, nerves are out of the way now, and they could surprise us all. So I think they might just drop Pulse into that lower bracket.
Yeah, you asked me a couple of weeks ago, and I'm 100% on Pulse. You know, they were so much stronger, but Ganders looked really nervous. Now, I'm a lot more weak in that position. I think it's a lot more 50-50, and I'm actually really excited, but I still have to stick with the South APAC.
I think I couldn't have said it any better than Yummy. Beforehand, it is 100% Pulse for me, but now, after Ganders' kind of recent rise, and I guess their lack of worry now kind of, they don't have anything to worry about. They know what their future holds for them, they're going to move on. They are planning to move on to a different team and try out new things. They're just here for fun now. They're just here to do as best as they can and really enjoy themselves at the last hurrah. I do think Pulse will take it, but I do think they're going to be incredibly tested by Ganders.
So we're probably all thinking we'll see that game 5 here in this first match, but let's also see what Twitch chat at home thinks. Is the Divi up 68% in favor, now 67 to Pulse? I think that's respectful considering you have got the team that near enough went undefeated in APAC South, only dropping one series in a Swiss stage, right, boy?
Yeah, we've got to remember with Pulse as well that they almost went undefeated throughout in series, but in regional number 1 they dropped 1 game in total, so they almost had the most undefeated possible run. No one else has matched anywhere close to that ever, so it is very fair to vote for them. I do think as well that the Pulse fan base will be a lot bigger, but I think it's a very respectable vote here. But Ganders, I think the Japanese fans are going to have to come out in roaring support.
It's going to be all about game 1 as well. I mean, Pulse have come out weak in the past, early on in especially the quarterfinals. If they do that today...
what the fuck, sorry.
They won't. So with that said, let's just pop into this match. Let's get in there. It's going to be myself and Yummy bringing you this one. Pulse versus Ganders.
Not again, not like last time.
LCT and Bowleries going up against Retro, Namoto and Popo. Yummy, this for me is like we're all kicking off on the highlight feature match of the day, and who knows, we might get to see it even a second time later on down the line.
This is the true test of who is the best region, APAC South or APAC North. Kind of, this is their head-to-head, because Tokyo Verdy have kind of always been in a field of their own as the best team in the region and not necessarily representative of all Japanese teams. But these guys, the second best versus the best of APAC South, this is going to determine who gets into that upper bracket final 2 and one step closer to Sweden.
As we head on to Manfield, it's nice nighttime, it's raining, it's a little bit gloomy, but the action on the pitch is beautiful. Good block out by LCT. We're expecting Pulse to put on a lot of pressure here, aren't we, Yummy?
We're hoping that they get the aerial dominance. That is where they're the best. In fact, Max and LCT, the two players with the least time spent on the ground. Let's go, what was that? I mean, we knew Maxu was scared of Popo, but this is just unprecedented
throwing it into the back of the net, an own goal. Those nerves coming out strong for Pulse Clan, perhaps.
You could hear the bones rattling. That is not the best shot from Popo. That's not the pop-off that we expect from him. It's just a shot towards the net, but
E50
you have to worry about APEX South. I know Pulse Clan, this means so much to them to try and get to that major. Team Ganders, we've talked about it, they're kind of looking to split up. They're having their last hurrah, and as a roster in the next split, potentially. But I have to think, if they're able to take down Pulse Clan, if they're getting as good results, maybe that's off the cards. Maybe they do stick together.
LCT on the ball. That's a nice little setup for him. Actually throwing it up the ball. Wanted to get the drop down. Popo does block him on out. Another block out. That ball's going to be loose towards the center. Retro looking now to put it off to the side, but Moto couldn't get back in time with Popo. Holding down the ball. Baller, he's didn't have confidence there. Thrown towards middle. No one to jump on that quick enough.
Ice in the veins, but Moto too. He went for the dribble across the net and he faked out. Right in front of his own net. Pulse Clan afraid to go for the ball so close to their opponents. Half afraid of overcommitting. And that's just so opposite to what we normally see from the most confident team in the region.
Yeah, Pulse Clan almost like the bullies over aren't they? Just looking bigger, braver, taller than everyone else. Whereas here going up against Ganders, they have to start slowly liking the idea of these passes.
Nice 50.
It's a funny bit of space there, but again, none of that confidence that we've seen in the past.
LCT will be the player I'm looking to be confident to. He admitted in event number 2 where he finally got tested by 1 and they finally took him to a game 7. That's where he got nervous. And I think LCT is going to be the one to bring out the most nerves and get better as the series goes on. If he can hold out on those nerves in this game 1, I think Pulse Clan will be okay.
Oh, finally, Baller, the man with the brain, going to be able to figure a way on out to get to net. Realistically, though, it was the Irishman of Maxu to deal the blow.
Brains, mechanics. Combine them, Maxu off the roof, getting a great recovery out there, and Baller has so much trust in his teammate. That's what creates that goal. Has been so successful. Demoto caught out, and this is over. This is a problem, and Pulse Clan get the second goal.
The double demo onto Moto is so harsh, but it just works. Popo can't recover from that. Easy open net. LCT going to send it. Pulse Clan going from teeth chattering, looking scared, almost spooked, to suddenly finding life.
We talked so much about Popo and Demoto and how they were so crucial for Team Ganders. They were the ones who made those mistakes. That's what we are going to see a little bit more from the South region. Any new region, very good on the offense, but have some defensive mistakes that can open themselves up. Whoever can close that down early on today may be able to make a long run, but for now, Pulse Clan in a very commanding position. Maybe even able to get a goal. No, it's the other way. Namoto finds top corner.
Good pinpoint position right here.
なんだこの3人
3 points plus the
これはわからんわ
little bit awkward for Ganders, but that awkwardness made it hard to predict for Pulse Clan, didn't it, Yummy?
I love the change up of pace where Ganders go for that bump, they slow it down. That's the sign that they are no longer nervous. And that's expected after a few minutes of the game. It only really takes a minute or two to settle those nerves, to get in the flow of things and start feeling out the teams. So minute 30 left on the clock in a tied game. As we said, this is so important, especially for Pulse Clan.
It's thrown out wide. A little bit of a whiff from Maxu. Wants to jump on this. Was able to get second touches. That's put out. Still pressure being applied by Pulse Clan here. Retro does find a way past Balleries. Maxu in the back line, so he's going to buy a lot of time. The demo. And LCT should be okay here.
You were calling Pulse Clan through the lower bracket, but I don't know about this. It's a strong attack in the backboard. has been a weakness for the APAC North teams. That's where we see Pulse Clan going for the attack in this play.
Yeah,
even get another one here as LCT gets blocked out by Nomodo. But this is really starting to grind near the wall. Both teams not really looking to make a mistake. Just trying to get the 50s, and it's Retra, a double 50 and the follow-up to get it to the other end.
It's got to be said, Ganders offering helping hands all around. The rotations are good. The shot there blocked out by Valorant. He is standing so strong in defense, and Retra can't find a way to a teammate.
North as well, not a hugely demoing region. It's Retra though from Team Ganders that's most likely to bring them out. We've seen him go for a couple of them. Ganders on the attack once again here as Retra has 10 seconds to score. He's got Popo. Popo found the double. No, just misreading. Team Ganders could have got one.
Let's see. He actually throws into corner. That's going to be an awkward waterfall down, and it does find one of the Ganders onto the floor as well. OT to start the day off, Yummy. I mean, what else did we expect?
You had to consider all of these teams very, very close, but especially between Pulse Clan and Ganders. It's been a little bit shaky, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here in the final half. But overtime's going to be where it truly tests. That's where, once again, the shakiness starts, when somebody gets afraid to go for that challenge. And Popo is the player that you're looking for some space. Maybe at the other end, you're looking at Max Yu, able to use that space if it is given.
Good idea. Back towards LCT. Keeps it on the wall. He's still got a little bit of boosting time, but he needs a player to lay it off to. And Popo's able to dislodge it. Bullari's good pressure. Maxu is there. The shot. It's saved by Popo once again.
What the save?
Bullari's maybe playing that too smart. He backed off so far. Bullari sometimes has to get too defensive with his teammate pushing forward. And LCT pushed very forward on that one. Many couldn't get around it, but Pulse Clan still have the chances. LCT was looking for the pass. Bullari's all the way back, and that's a problem. That's actually created a free clear out from Ganders, and even an opportunity as it's just touched aside by Pulse.
Somehow keep control of things. Do have a little bit of boost in the tank as well to work with, and they just keep applying the pressure. That's the question. LCT above net, not found properly by Maxu, puts it wide.
No backboard defense, and Pulse Clan trying to take advantage of the players sitting on the ground for Team Ganders. This time Retra gets up early to ensure it doesn't touch their backboard in the first place. A little bit of an evolution here. Again, see Pulse Clan move far back. Out of the attack, Valorant. He's going to sneak it in and take game one for Pulse Clan.
Probably the most understated player on this Pulse Clan roster, but he steps up big here in game one to get that final touch, get the first game. Yummy, it's a best of 5 here. We're so used to these final days being best of 7, so it being shorter means you need to get those games quicker than ever before, because you've got to try and put yourselves ahead. You've got to give yourselves that advantage, don't you?
Yeah, you don't get many opportunities in a best of 5 to make mistakes, to lose a game that you really shouldn't have. And I don't think Ganders are going to be happy with how that game ended. In that the defense just a little bit caught off guard, moving too far forward, too aggressive. And another mistake here in that second goal. That really cost them too. And that's the problem. You can't be making mistakes here in a game where you're very, very nervous, when both teams are going to be playing a little bit sloppy. It more likely comes down to mistakes rather than the big goals.
And those nerves, I'm going to say, are expected. They're warranted, aren't they? Because this is the first time APAC gets the chance to go to a major. The first LAN in 2 years. And both these two teams have got a right to be there. They've just got to work at it today. There was no money on the line today, but the spot towards the major is even sweeter. We head on to Forbidden Temple 4, game number 2. Ganders looking to charge back.
We'll see again if Popo can fill that role he was doing yesterday. He was incredible. He was by far the MVP of yesterday's tournament. He hasn't seen that same spark once again, flying past the ball, not getting the contact that he needs to be able to get those double touches, to be able to get the flip resets that he's become known for.
ナイスバンプしろ殺せ殺せ
The corner.
リアライズ
LCT, safe as houses, right
Yeah, you
there.
do it.
Ganders just don't seem to be able to
Chance
build
da.
up some
Yeah,
effective
you-
pressure.
But
Whenever they
chance.
throw the ball down,
Yeah,
Matchew's
Zangoku.
there. A little bit high awkward.
かぶってる
Double commit coming on out. Finally,
Ah.
Ganders might have opportunities, but Matchew
早
just
いな
solidifies things.
Yeah,
on the
you're right.
back lines.
ナイス
Matthew as well holding the
Ah, so
back
tu bada
row
baka.
position, something that we've so
Oh,
rarely
ne.
seen for the APAC North teams. Maybe the advantage here for the Pulse Clan against
そのボール
A Ganders who are good
あ
at
ー微妙
those
じゃない
backboard plays. We see them
絶対
looking
50 取
for
れ
it
ナイス
even now
もう
as
一回いけもう一回いけもう一回取れ
Retro
もう一回取
is
れ
challenging and looking to get the 50 up over the
絶対50取られ
defenders.
るな
Hasn't really led to
いい
too much
グースのパ
against
ス
this
よく
Pulse
反応し
Clan.
た
They might have to
どう
change
した
it up.
絶対50取
Ganders
れ
looking
あー
good in the
まあまあまあ
boost department as well right now. Could
Shiro.
really stump what Pulse Clan are all about because they like to
Double
play
it.
with
Oh,
pace,
shit.
getting into the air. The layoff here. Popo looking for Retro, but Retro
Yo.
didn't have the confidence
Yeah.
to step back there. They lost control and Maxu on an
待たれてるよ
instant charge.
On the other
Must
hand,
be good.
Pulse
Good,危ない
Clan maybe how to find the
Oh,
goal.
man.
No, Bollaries goes flying past.
いやナイス
I'm
50
enjoying
いい入り
seeing
方
him push up a lot more, not too afraid to attack anymore.
LCT's got no options in
Yeah.
front. He's just running.
Yeah.
Gets a great little
Yeah.
block afterwards. It's got to be said, but this is where Pulse Clan's
全然
going
ボール
wrong.
がつかない
They're just
あ
looking to get the
ー
ball
かぶってるよ
downfield. They're not looking to each other.
難しい
They
よそれ
need to
うま
pass
いよ
out
う
defense
わ
right now.
それ見てるんだねちゃんと
Pass over to Max.
あそのタッチ好き
Does get intercepted
絶対
by
フィードれ
Namoto, and we've seen him so consistent across the
あこれ
season.
絶対弱いぞ
A veteran player, and he's played
絶対
just like it
いい
here
ことが
for
起きる
Ganders. That one's
バッ
almost
ク
on
だよ
target
それ
too,
は
but it goes the other way. A counter-attack now
バック
for
だよ
Pulse
それ
Clan. And even though they had an opportunity, it does settle down. And
50負けるぞそれ
Popo is going to
やばい
slow
ぞ
it up.
大丈夫大丈夫お前の方がいい
Needs
よ
to
しナイ
get
ス
this touch too as Max Yu comes in.
Yo,
Bollaries
nice,
hits
nice.
it high up
Nice.
into Pulse Clan's
Nice.
home in the air as Pulse LCT continues the attack. A good set of pressure coming out from
Yeah,
Pulse
50
Clan.
got-
Again
Hey,
going for
nice.
that backboard. Hits it again. Bollaries
Hold on.
around the corner
仕事量
now.
が
How long do you
う
get
わ
this?
ーうわ
Oh, it really suits him.
ーおっぶ
That
せ
was a goal and Bollaries messed it up.
And
飛んでたよ
LCT
今
with the back pass there was
そんな
really
ことあ
quite
る
sketchy on top. I've got to say, I mean, we've seen Pulse
いた
Clan
ね
in the
ディフ
past
ェン
be
ダー
happy
が
with one goal games, but right now I think they're sweating.
I don't know how you feel. They worked so hard for that goal. It was
いやー危ない
40
ミスミス
seconds of pressure. They hit the backboard so
パルス
well.
クランっ
And
てことはこ
it
れ
was
全員リアライ
Bollaries
ズってこと
going
しかいて
across the net to try and
だい
open
ぶ
it
やば
up,
くない
seemingly getting frustrated with not being able to finish and get the goal.
いやいいクリア
In the end, he didn't need.
こういう感じ
Pulse Clan could- They're gonna find
このボール
a team Ganders reinvigorated
Hey, come
after
back.
getting an extra
負ける
life.
なナイス
馬さん、根本さんだ。
Loose ball. 1
根本
minute
さんで
15
ガンダーズよ
left to go.
我らが
Back in the midfield.
我らがガンダー
LCT
ズいやー怪しい
to lunge.
ナイスナイス
Fake almost
冷静
as
に
well
冷静にポップアッ
alongside Baller
時間時間
Reset,
時間
but nothing
ナイスナイ
coming
ス
off of it.
まあ一人で全部やれ
Ganders, Popo in
いやい
particular,
やー微妙
wants to set this
このボール
up, but just cannot
絶対
competently
取れな
get an
あっぶね
effective ball around to
Yes.
set the shot
これ
block
こ
by
れこれ
Motopati, but it's wide.
あーそのボール
Chasing those demos again, and we're
何
starting
の
to
ため
see
の
the
プレッシャー
roles
だったんだ
from Team Ganders
Chance,
take
eh?
shape,
Mid to
and that's
chance.
open
Mid to
Namoto. He did have to beat the player. He had an open net, but in the end it was
いいよ
more
この
important
じゃ
to
ボール
get
チャン
the
スよ
win
この
to
ボー
the
ルチャン
ball.
ス
Though
あー
Retro
怪し
looking
い
for a
怪しい
pass
怪
down
しい
Namoto
ナイスナイスナイ
again.
ス
The top goal scorer for both
怪しい怪
regions
しい怪しい怪しい
is
怪しい
Namoto
あー
Putty,
すごい
but
チャンス
now Retro looking to get a goal on his own. Team Ganders can't break through this defense.
いいよ
They have got another opportunity in the boost. Still well in favor for Pulse Clan. They're holding on nicely here.
Yeah, yeah,
But they
50.
will find themselves a
Yeah,
little out of
誰かいけ
position.
今のボール
Ballaries, though, will just
これ
stay
怪しい
settled,
すごく怪しい
get it out.
Nice pop by LCT.
あーこれは
Baller
それにやべえ
Reset.
な
A little bit too high for LCT to get onto, so Maxu probably now looking to just send this
Ah,
into OT. One final charge coming on out
Asuna.
from Ganders. But out
Asuna.
wide, Retro.
焦るな落とせ
Going to be a little bit
Nice, nice,
awkward,
nice,
and
nice.
Popo rightfully so into the ground. OT once again. That's 2 in a row. Don't see
Smart
those
to
too
move
often.
that back, though, on the 0-second mark. Whether it was intentional or not, it still ended up being the best play because they weren't really going to score a goal
You.
there. But Pulse Clan had
あまずいよ
plenty of
このボール入れてくるよバルスクラン
We head into overtime again, 2 in a row, and it might have been settled early. It just ricochets off the post.
違う違う違うゆっくりゆっくり
Does.
ゆっくり
Popo with a follow-up. Too simple a shot, but it does pressure Maxu
Too
into
simple
committing
shot.
onto it. Retro He's fine for now, but he is way too pushed up.
Nowhere
near the ball, and 30 seconds already gone by. We have seen a couple of attacks come out of Ganders.
頑張るよ。
Watching out in a good position to follow up, looking to get the pop, but Matthew straight onto him. Those instant challenges are so strong.
まだいるぞ。絶対50取れ。ナイスナイス。
Plan looking to get this second game and put themselves onto match point. Commanders Canary afford that, so they will be going down the other end, but they're just trying to get the clear at the moment.
絶対50
See
取れ。
the
ナイス。
effect that Pulse Clan are able to have
絶対
on
50
some
取れこれ。
teams. There is boost here
飛ん
on
でない
Popo, but
さすがにいいスピード
saved out by Bullaries.
絶対
Popo
先あれ。
again going high. Namoto has the follow-up here. He gets the right touch off the roof. Again, no follow-up as Team Canders
これ
to
チャンス
play
す
it
ごい
safe, play for
すご
that
く怪しい
pressure play. It's not really
すごく怪しい
breaking this Pulse Clan defense
絶
as
対
they
50取れん
break
のそれ
out.
All in his own
Nice.
has set that up, and too late for the party. The party poppers were ready to be pulled. Explosions going off, but no, not right now. Minute 30 into OT. Pulse Clan with better chances, I'd say here, Yummy, but still nothing to show for it.
LCT is really slowed down his ball, and he's found so many plays across the net. Bullaries once again getting a bit afraid. 2 minutes of overtime where start shaking once again.
日本
Seeing a
日
lot
本
of
対
midfield play here,
どっ
just
かの
trying to
アジアのどっ
outpace,
かの国
get control of the ball,
パルスクラ
clear
ムって言って
straight up the field, no longer looking for those slow
もう一
plays.
個のリーグで
We've
1
seen
位だ
from
ったチー
Popo
ム
all the time,
アジアでリーグ
just trying to fight for every meal of possession as a miss comes out. Fortunately, Max U and LCT
ガンダーズは
combining
全
it
員
to
日本人
keep them
あ
out
こ
of
れ怪しい
danger. This might
終わ
be
った
it. LCT
おっきいね
finds the
弱い
angle,
シュー
but
トでよか
not
っ
the
た
power.
It was a great shot, but Namoto Purty calculated the areas of the
あ
net
チャン
where
ス
it would be
めっ
put.
ちゃチャンス
That
あーその50
great calculation indeed.
雑じゃない
A star in maths, Namoto Purty
Hey,
wanted
chill out
to
there.
put pressure on,
Popo
does
san.
find Popo off the back of it, but LCT is
Ah,
so quick to react
絶対このボー
to
ル
everything on this
絶
pitch.
対負けるな
Unlike
絶対
LCT,
50負ける
he's
な
been playing much more
Ay, 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 ay,
steadfast
ay,
than
ay,
I
ay.
would normally expect him to play. Maybe not his
32まで
favorite
はいろいろでき
position.
な
He likes to be
いや
that
読まれて
goal
るよ
scorer,
いやいいよ
but he's been solid in the
絶対負
defense.
けるなこのボール
Trying to set up a lot of these
大丈夫
goals, and as you can see right here, getting that ball in front
いいバンプ
of
受け
that Team Gander's net over and over again.
We've seen Bullery step up into attack a lot more as well. So
Chance.
that's an interesting adjustment.
安すぎる
Normally,
よ
Bullery's is that one
Ah!
stepping back. Good demo coming out there. This has bought them so much time to just readjust. Pick up the boost,
気をつけて
both Bullery's
Nice,
and
nice,
Matthew
nice, nice.
picking up 100s.
あーいない
They
あ
should
これ見せ
just
てる見せてる相手
re-cement themselves in the mid.
いいよ壁ダブル
3 minutes into
えぐすぎ
overtime.
お
Not
前
looking too close to
お
anyone
前
getting that
やばい
goal
パ
to
ルスクラ
take
の
them in, and that would be the first
いやこれ
goal
リセット入ってる
of this game. But Max U, he's done something special there. Couldn't quite get the height on the ball, but Team Canders were sweating and still are. Had to use a lot of boost, but Namoto's going to secure 100 for himself and actually secures a chance on attack for Ganders as the save comes out. You can see how sweaty everyone's getting now.
ナイスバンプ
They're starting to ramp it up. Get, I wouldn't say desperate for these goals, but more wanting
反応が
of
早い
them, trying
やっぱ
to
リアライズがいるよ
overextend
相手には
themselves maybe a little bit, but create those opportunities nonetheless. As
いいクリア
Namoto, but he throws it deep down, not able to get the follow-up.
いや
but he was
あの
close.
They're keeping it
Losers
simple
bracket
in
とかで
defense, but I like that they're ramping it up in the midfield in their attacking
多分
half.
確かある
Looking
と思
for angles off the roof, looking for less safe
う多分
plays.
ダブルエリミネーション方式を取ってると思うよ
You will see one team
あれ見る限り
just pop off, get
多分ね
that one play. They'll open up the net, and you're looking again at Popo to be able to do that, though.
何の
Retro
と
looking for a pass. It was a dangerous
ごめん
one. A clear down.
ごめんごめん
Popo
ごめん
has to get back. Ballaries went for the pass, and that was nicely intercepted by Retro.
Yeah, he saw Machu pushing up on the mid. It was an easy prediction to make. Oh, LCT nearly gets into that one. Namoto could get a massive run right now. The shot towards net and Bullery
Yeah,
to
put
get
it-
away. Namoto
Ah!
had it with the pop for Popo, but Popo a little bit overextended, couldn't get onto that. Retro finds, staying back, keeps it safe because we nearly close in to an extra freebie game. These guys heard that it was best of five.
お前ならい
Now
け
we
る
like
あ
the
いし
seven.
あいし5分って
They've gone all the way in this one. 0-0.
Oh my
No
Jesus.
goals. Very, very surprising for any new region to come in and be able to hold on at a 0-all scoreline for so long. Oh, LCT is always inches away. That time inches away from the bump that would have secured it. Maybe inches away from going to game 3. LCT, he's having a monster performance, but can't break this defense.
And Maxi pushing out wide to side, good follow up by LCT, but he can't get the hit on the ball. Maxi to cover for him. The Moto putting it down to ground. Retro beats and Popo launching it down.
ネボさん
This requires the Moto once again to
タッ
chase
チが弱い
on. And
相
they
手も弱い
lose control.
ナイス
Ganders cannot keep the ball for more than 15, 20 seconds at a time.
They're attempting to get a
BO
pass across.
BO4
but then
か
it just ends up being with a touch away
BO
straight after.
ない
It's not securing a back pass, it's not
BO7
securing
じゃ
an
ない
extra time on the ball. It's been Popo the only one looking to
あ
really keep
あ
possession for
危ない
long periods of time as that, as you said,
何本選手
almost
3本選手なの
finding a little bit of a gap.
BO5 じゃ
We've seen it from Pulse Clan
わかんない
before. Like I said, in APEX
BO7
South.
か5
They've got
なんかでも上の
nerves still,
これ見る
literal
限り
ice in their
5か
veins to be able to hold off in
多分
situations
BO5
like
3
this.
本
So
選手だよ
with the opportunities
わ
we've
からん
seen so far, you would favor them, but Ganders, it just
勝った
takes
方が
one
いいんだよ
opportunity.
長えって
This is Sweden on the line. It doesn't matter if you're post and you've won every single event.
これ怪しくない
This is the one you have to
うまい
win. You have to go all the way.
飛びそうなくない どう考えて
They're
も
looking to make
間に合わないの分かった
history
し今
as that
俺
first
でも分かった
APEC team, but Anders looks so
う
strong.
ーわ嫌なと
Been
こ
around
飛
for
ん
a
だ
long
がナ
time
イス
now
こ
as a
こ
team too, and they will not go
Popo-sanの
down
仕事量よ
easily. Midfield, that's where it's going to be won, and it was almost won there by Pulse.
Actually, but LCT to receive is going to go get game 2 for Pulse Clan. 6 minutes 56 into
いや完全
OT.
集中力
They
でしたね
had
こ
to
れ
grind this one out.
Fitting as well that it was LCT. It just seemed like a matter of time that he would get that shot opportunity, that he would be right in front of that net, and he beautifully cut right in front of the defenders, gave them no time at all to get in position.
So now, the only option left for this series in particular for Team Ganders is the reverse sweep. We've run a double elim bracket here, so you know that could take a little bit of the pressure off, but Ganders have been so close. What's the real difference maker, Yummy, here?
I think it's been LCT. I mean, we're looking at Ganders, we're thinking of Popo, and he's usually just so effective with every single touch, with every single play. He's going for those dribble plays, but none of them really catching Pulse off guard. And some of that is because Pulse are very good at defending slow plays, at defending dribble plays. But I also just think it's Popo not quite getting up to that standard we normally expect.
And I see that from, like you said, with LCT, just closing him down continuously, throwing a man at the players so that he doesn't have that time to build up that dribble play. And they're giving Ganders full respect by doing that. They're not wanting to fall back all the time for boost, even though whenever they're in attack, they're suffocating Ganders. Look at this right now on the replay. Ganders had pretty much nothing. Retro and the Moto at the same time had to go get boost, whilst Pulse Clan, seeing that, sent all 3 players in to near enough swarm.
Ah, BO5 だ BO5 3本
Feels
選
like
手だ
the most serious gameplay I've ever seen
厳しいな
from Pulse Clan. They are representing a great org for this team because of how
いやこれ
often they go for
危ねえ
the
ナイス
crazy plays in their region. But so much respect has to go out
負けんな
to
絶対
Ganders from them to be taking it this seriously, to be swinging
Ah!
out a 0-0 6-minute overtime. And now they have put themselves in 1 game away from that upper bracket final.
Again, Pulse Clan's first competitive Rocket League team. We've known them for so many years as freestylers, and then they sort of got a 2-for-1 deal with this team in APEX South. But
落ち着け
going to
ガン
land,
ダーズ落ち着け
that would be the icing on the cake.
根本さん落ち着けお前がブレインだろこのチ
It's
ームの
everybody's dream come
圧倒
true.
的な
It might come true here for Pulse. Maxier gets the first goal after 11 minutes in the last game to score the first. It took less than 1 in this.
Is nuts. How do Ganders respond to this? The pressure is truly on now. Gotta get running. Maxu not allowing any time. Getting demos as well. Trying to just go for net. Sneak it into the back right corner. LCT keeping the pressure. With that said, seems to have settled down a little bit. Good little ball pass there.
Gotta be a point of pride as well. It's not just APAC North versus APAC South.
いやよく見てる
To these two regions.
よく見てる
But it's also a point of
伸び
pride
る
for Pulse
いやよく止める。
talking such a big
すごいチャン
game,
スになってる。
especially
いや
from
クリアが
Max
いい。
U.
レトロ
Really
さん
expecting to take
やばい
a
ぞそれは。
loss to anybody other than Verdi, and it doesn't look like that's possible at the moment as LCT just finds another one to get on the board.
Scary Pulse Clan have turned up today. They got their game face on. They're looking serious. 2-0 up. A third. They probably feel a bit safe. We know that they can play that defensive game, don't we? We know they can just hold in the midfield. They don't need to keep pushing that envelope.
They're usually pretty good at holding on to their leads, but
いやせめ
they
て
don't normally
ちょっとあと
have to
30秒以内
worry
に1点
about
取
it.
れ。
So we'll see if they have a good passage of play here, or if they just
思い
keep
出す
going
昨日
on
の
the attack.
東京ブレディ
We'll
戦を。
say that Pulse Clan, they actually scrimmed
レトロさん
Renegades
お前
in the
腰が
lead
引
up
け
to
てない
this.
かナイ
They're
ス。
taking it seriously, but
こういう
Retro's
こ
still
と。
gonna
いや全然ある
find
全然ある全然ある。
angles towards the net and keep it a close game.
珍しい。
Ganders, that little gap
Easy
opened
though.
up at the perfect time. And Retra, man, I was going to say, probably needs to step up. He's been a bit absent in defense. He's been holding down the fort in defense. But you can't have sort of one-sided play in Rocket League anymore. You've got
あやばいやばいやばい。
everywhere on pitch.
なんかやってるなんかやってるなんかやってる。
Musketeers in attack and defense. Still well open for Ganders right
ワンブン
now.
は
Just
ワンブンは
pick up the speed a little bit.
You guys at home are starting to
チャンス。
get a true taste of what we've seen all season.
Good ball.
You just had a pre-jump
Yo,
off the
thunder.
roof from Max U. I think they're really
Yeah,
comfortable
sorry,
now
sorry.
with not just a
Yeah,
two-game
right,
lead,
right,
but
right.
also the goal
崩さない
lead.
ぞナイス。
I worry though because they have in the past
いい
taken
バ
it a
ン
little
プ。
too
これチャンスやこれすごく。
relaxed and let themselves get bitten in the
うますぎ。
end.
ああいいバンプ。
See if that does continue. It looks like they're starting to settle
これ
in
は
as
いい
they
バンプ
have
だ
to
けど。
play defense for a
残
while
酷。
here, Pulse.
絶対
Team
50。
Ganders
ナイス。
have had a solid set of rotations, and as Max U misses, it may even
Fucking-
create the
ah,
opportunity
todo
right
no
in front of
sette.
net. Paul Rees saves the day.
手が出る。
And to find Machu off the back of it means they can charge deep down with that
う
orange.
ますぎ。あやばいやばい止まった。
Beautifully
バカバカ。
taken. Retro thrown it deep. That's an
いやー
awkward
その飛びは
bounce. And Balleries
微妙なんじゃない
handles it
の。
well.
ナイス。
You can see how quickly control of this game changes. And so
いやいない。
that's the more
いない。
important
レトロさん。
part. Don't get me wrong, we've seen Pulse Clan try and focus on that boost to create that suffocating effect. But Ganders now
いやこれ
just into that.
チャンス。
You're not
すご
focusing
く
the
チャンス。
small pads.
すごくチャンスこれ。
And then looking for
う
the
わ
slow
ー
build
浮か
up.
せち
They're
ゃっ
not throwing the
う
ball
ま
deep
すぎ
downfield
る。
anymore.
あ
Popo looked for a couple of passes, and Team Ganders not positioning for it, just playing a two defensive position with two people back, kind of looking to secure their boost more than worrying about providing support for their teammates in the
あ。う
attacking half.
ん。
And as we hit that 1 minute mark,
いやーその
that
50よ。
aggressive attitude is going to be so much more
その
important
取り方は
here for Ganders. And they've done well to keep forward
Yeah!
pressure, but they don't have much boost to really back it up.
Yeah,
They're going to have to take advantage of the fact that Pulse Clan also low, but you saw right there, all of Pulse Clan
Nice cover.
able to pick up 100. So this
まだ
has to
2人
be
で。
it here for Popo in this attack.
あ
He
かぶって
does
る
get the right touch.
すごく危ないけど
Double commit,
ナイス
good, and Retro finds
入ればいい
another.
んです。
It's more than good. It is a beautiful right now for Ganders. The
どういうこと
start of the needed reverse
入れ
sweep
ばいいん
to
です。
tie it up. They will now believe in themselves that they can do it after dropping those first two goals.
Yeah,
They're
but I don't-
pouring their way back into this series.
That's a 75-25 if I've ever seen it. Two players up to 50 out. Max
うわい
U.
いクリア。
And we may just find
Retroさんが
3
きつね、やばそう。
overtimes in a row,
す
but
ごくやばそう。
LCT, the man who's been scoring and setting up the opportunities,
すごく苦しい。
wants to get one on the board, saved out by Namoto.
もう。
Big, big
あ
save there.
こ
He
れや
has
ばい
to
終わっ
react.
た
Two players in net
絶対負け
to
んな
stop all of these
絶対負け
attacks.
んな
The 50-50 nearly doing the job. Knocked
絶
up
対
into
止め
the
ろ
air. Balleries with the shot.
Nice.
The bump as well comes through, but Retra saves the
も
day.
う
LCT
Whoa.
looking so dangerous at the moment as well. He's
Dangerous.
been star player on this pitch. He will continue on the defensive side as well. Popo doesn't have a follow-up touch, but Namoto gets the 50. Popo off the corner. Retra's backing off.
レトロさん
He doesn't want to risk the
絶
counter
対
attack. He
や
doesn't
ば
want to
い
risk
これす
losing
ごく
the
やばいんじゃない
series.
あこれすごくやばいん
One
じゃない
play, but it might be a loss anyway. And it's around. So close for Pulse Clan.
相手パルスクランだぞそうい
I
うボール
can't
を
believe it.
Hey,
We're sort of
oh,
getting
what the-
OTs like London buses at the moment here, Yummy. 3 in a row. After a period where we haven't seen that many. especially in the grand finals of APEX South. Well, we got a couple.
Goes to show just how close APEX South and North region could be, and why is this such an awesome tournament? Why it's so awesome that Psyonix have come down to a region that have been fighting for it for 5 years, and 5 years leads to LCT getting that final goal, and he's secured the bracket.
I forget. I put Ganders
いや今のは
as my prediction, but I
ないわ
forget.
50が
Pulse Clan, when it matters
はいやまだね
when it's time to get serious, they step up.
いやリアライズなら終わってリアライズで終わ
Yes,
って
all
る
in OTs. It's close. Ganders can go into that low bracket holding their heads high. But Pulse Clan,
い
yummy.
や
They are
Yeah, GG.
scary today.
まだあるから
LCT, this has
まだ
been
あり
a
ます
landmark performance for him.
What the fuck
Consistent effort from him, and I know everybody is talking about Max Yu coming into the season and his
いやよくやったよ
but mechanics aren't necessarily everything.
もうちょっとでき
LCTs
たと思う
have
け
been
ど
so
ね
dangerous in that attacking half, so confident, and he's really done it today for Pulse Clan.
I mean, Bullery's stepping up as well. I think this is Pulse Clan just getting to their final form. This is glimmers of what we've seen all season long. But for now, let's head on over to a break, guys.
いやルーザーズブラケットがまだあるはずでしょ多分あると思うんだよね
Grab drink, stay
さすが
hydrated.
に
After that, we'll be back with another game, and of course, we'll be breaking it all down with Boyo. See you on the opposite side.
BO5 いっぱいじゃ終わんないべさすがに次東京ヴェルディ対アズールとかいう謎のチーム東京ヴェルディにはリアライズがいるからななんとかしてくれると思う彼ならリアライズ1分かみんなちょっと休憩だ
クマさん、リアライズさんってプルセの人じゃなかったんですね。
パルスも入ってんじゃないわかん俺もなんかそんな気がするんだけどもうパルスは入ってないの多分入ってんじゃないクラン自体はどっちも入ってんじゃないのブルームのジョイコカみたいな感じでしょそんな気がしてんだけど
クマさん、なるほど。
多分ねもうその辺はねよく知らないパルスクランの存在がこれすげえフリースタイルをやるクランだとは知ってるけど
もべちゃん、3件。
おもべちゃん。一緒にリアライ2を応援しようぜ。著作権ガン無視。鬼のミラー放送。
もべちゃん、3、後でやりませんか？
いいよ。見ないのこれを。せっかくお前出るのに
終わったら。この先ナグとかリグに足すとかと当たることってあるんですか？
いや当たるんだ当たるんだ当たるんだ当たるんだ当たるんだよ。今これトーナメントになってて、トーナメントになってて4チーム出てんだよね。4チームで優勝したチームがそのなんか世界大会みたいに行くわけよ。1チームだけね。で逆に言うとアメリカとかヨーロッパは5チームぐらい出てくる、上位のね。アジアは1枠しかないからこんな今気合い入れてんだ。だからこれに勝った優勝したチームが NRG やら BDS やらディビニタスやらの。
僕入って一緒に見ません？
いいよ。
クマさん、なるほど。
Retro as well at the other end,
So.
a player that we've kind of been critical of in Gander. I thought he had a great series. He was the one scoring the most goals, getting into good positions, following up on his teammates over and over again.
で、じゃあ多分リアライズのチームを日本人が出てほしいじゃない？ガンダーズかリアライズが出てほしいわけよ。東京ベルディをリアライズっていうね。もみちゃんもうちのサーバーいる？I would argue set up Popo a little bit more. They weren't putting too many team passing plays on, like you said. いなくなっちゃったか。いないのか。いなかったっけ？
There wasn't anything really there to make them head and shoulders above LCT, Ballaries, and Max.
いないのか。
Was so solid. Even in defense, we saw a couple of double commits.
友達の友達。
When that double commit started showing us elbow players up in the air, one of them would just instantly fall out.
Discord サーバー。
To go back to your question from 30 seconds ago, I'd have to say that we need to see a little bit more from Retro and Namoto in terms of their positioning off Popo's players, because he's threatening with the dribbles, he's playing a lot of dribbles and looking for those solo plays.
3、もべちゃん2925。
So easy for a team like Pulse to just shut that off.
Nice.
If they're in a spot where they're also threatening from a pass play, then all of a sudden Pulse have to worry about the options.
That's where we see Pulse have a lot of the advantage as a team. They are a more cohesive unit. They've played together for so long, and with the coach OSM coming in, I think that's a big thing that he has helped with is communication and just playing well as a team and allowing everyone to get involved the way they want to and really should do. So it's a thing that I'm hoping to see develop for I think APAC region as a whole, but as you mentioned specifically Ganders, with whoever the team falls with next, wherever the wind may take them, I do hope to see a bit more of a allowance for the players to be able to make the plays that they are capable of making.
We didn't see much from Popo. Namoto didn't get his chances, but that's usually based off Popo's performance as well. So I think we can expect a lot from them still from the lower bracket.
これ入れるこれで。
もべちゃん3、2920でした。
これが我らのディスコードサーバー。
スラン3、URL 省略。
2900なんだ。
クマさん、自分もディスコイですか？
全然いいよ。
Do we think they are top APAC as a whole?
入ってこいこの中。これ入れるみんな。
Considered and probably are the best team across both regions. Very hard to actually argue that. However, as we've talked about nerves, maybe a bit of experience coming through, and you know, Tenho has had a bit of a rough day yesterday, in my opinion. Didn't quite play his best.
Yo, what's
so
up?
There are some openings.
It's a weird one, this matchup, because Tokyo Verde are interaction, at least the
ベルディに勝ってもらわないといけない。
Everyone knows who realizes that is a player which is he is the APAC player, full stop. Everyone knows Verde, everyone knows how good they are. Azure came in as the unknown. Even for APAC South, they weren't expected to be top 2. We expected 1 in E. We expected 1 in E to be top 2, not Azure. But they came through, they proved their worth here, and now they've got one of the hardest tasks ahead of them, beating a team who are yet to lose a single series in Tokyo Verde.
That's the advantage as well that we have kind of in the matchup, is that we've got this team who's been able to play very consistently in Azure Esports. That's how they've made it to that second place, by always doing well in the Swiss and always avoiding Pulse as many times as they possibly can. And they are a team that demo and challenge. Both going to be huge advantages against Verdi.
Yeah, try and break down those connections, but let's also break down our predictions. Twitch chat will throw to you guys first of all. What are you thinking? Who do you think is going to come out on top? Exclamation mark VE for Tokyo Verde, exclamation mark AZR for Azure, all in caps.
このアズールっていうの強いの?
I think for us on the desk, well, I don't think I've already seen our predictions. We put them on into Discord. But it should be a pretty simple, straightforward one here. Tokyo Verde topping APAC North and coming into this season were the favorites. They're starting to get caught up in APAC North, but we just saw Pulse be so strong against Ganders. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another affair with Tokyo Verde taking this one.
My biggest critique for many teams trying to take on the top teams in both regions is just that they haven't gone for those challenges. Azure are a team that will challenge. They bump more than anybody else across both regions. They're number 2 and number 3 in terms of Squiggly and Bunny Dummy in terms of the demos. However, it's still not going to be enough. Tokyo Verde should take this cleanly.
おいいね。
Now, I agree that of every other person in existence, that Realize is probably the best player in APAC North. But I'm convinced that the APAC North players think he's some kind of like god or something, because they never challenge him. I don't think Realize has ever been worried about losing possession of a ball in his life, because he doesn't get challenged. And I think, as you mentioned, that's Azure's best bet. But I do think Tokyo Verde will take it. Mario and Tenhau, I didn't even mention them there, are also excellent players, as well as Realize. There's a reason that Realize picked them to join his team. You've got to only expect Verde to win this.
Mario especially, if you guys don't know, the APAC North guys, the Japanese guys, they're all old men. They're hundreds of years old in the Rocket League scene. They're like in their 20s, and they all have full-time jobs. And Maru himself, he's busier than everyone, a little less motivated because of all the work he has to do, get home at 9 p.m. after a 14-hour workday, and then get on that grind. And yet he's been performing just behind Realize throughout this entire split.
It's insane. It's so weird. It's insane. Everything about North. They're all so old. They're all just so good, and like it's like every region has the young prodigies coming in. As soon as the young players get into APAC North, I don't know what's going to happen then.
I was going to say, Tenhau for me as well, the one that we sort of excluded, is the glue that holds the team together. So it's just the perfect trio at the moment at the start of the season. Over on the opposite end, Clausey, we didn't bring him up because I think he needs to step up. We haven't seen him really propel himself to the capabilities that he's got. I think right now, if he's going to step up, this is the best performance to do it. And like you said, going up against a team like Tokyo Verde, where they will just be able to run into them and challenge them a lot more, that should give Azure some power, shouldn't it, boy?
I'm going to take over.
Isn't it yummy?
I really liked Azure and how they don't have that one standout star. They've played very much as a team of demoers. I mean, you can look here, Squiggly with 1.5, Clausey 1.5, and Bunny Dummy with 1.2 in terms of their demos. That's as many as most other teams are getting at the top. So they're just so frustrating to play.
It's a weird team to put in, as you mentioned, incredibly frustrating, because there isn't a best player. You have Clausey, who's always in your face. You have Squiggly, who's always in your face, and you have Bunny Dummy, who's always in your face. You don't have any space against Azure, and you've got to try and outplay them to have any chance at beating them, because they won't give you free chances to net a lot of the time. That's what's so difficult.
Let's stop being so in your face about these teams, and let's bring it back to Twitch chat. Let's see what they're thinking. 85% to Tokyo Verde, 15 to Azure. I'd be lying if I said I was
points
surprised at
4300.
this. Verdi coming out on top, winning all
I'm
3
surprised.
regionals. Of course they're going to get the favorable vote. Perhaps not 85% though, right? I mean,
I was expecting more. How could you not expect that? What?
Yeah.
Realize, okay,
Oh my
you
God.
go on Reddit, you go on Twitter, you go anywhere, and it's
I'm with you.
Realize and no one else exists in the region. I'm very, very surprised right now that people are voting for Azure over Realize.
The Azure Massive has came in strong to get 16%.
Yeah.
That's an because everyone else just knows Realize. You've got NAU players or fans, they only know Realize. You've got OCE fans, they might know like another 2 Japanese players because they played them in ranked before, but they only know the Japanese players anyway, most likely, or maybe a few APEX South just because of ranked. But even then, it's just Realize he's better than everyone else. That's the general consensus.
I think it's fair though. I think 80% roughly win rate for Verdi is fair. I'm just usually expecting, you know, the favoritism to come out.
it's true. But there's no favoritism from us though. These are 2 fantastic squads.
Verdi, so maybe
Yeah,
a
we
little
did.
bit.
All have favoritism.
All right, to heck with it. There is favoritism. Yummy, I don't like you. Me and Boy are
なんつってか
casting
わかんねえよ
this
こいつ
week.
ら
Go get gone. Go get
早
breakfast.
く
lunch.
始めろ
It's late in the evening for you, isn't it? Whatever. Go hang out. We're
Dinner.
done with you. Boyo, realize so heckin' excited to cast over this guy again. We didn't get any chance to cast over APAC North, so now that we're getting to the major playoffs, like this is like Christmas comes
本当だ。
early for us, isn't it?
スクイグリーがいる
It is because I'm jealous of Kokken and the rest of the Japanese casters. Sorry, man, mind just slipped there, waving the rest. It's because they get realised they get cast over APAC North all the time. I love the APAC South guys, but I miss casting over the APAC North guys, the Japanese players. I've missed them. So here we are, finally
リアライズ
getting our first time.
Nice, Realize.
realising. Well, what a start it was! It's already realised.
早い
He heard us talking it up, Maru, Tenhao, Bunny W Squiggly and Clausy as well, but he's like, no. The spotlight should be on me. 4 seconds, and already a goal.
That's a way to start things off. Azure already letting one slip on by, and he won no start for Tokyo Verde, of course, just like the last series. It will be a best of 5. Every game counting that little bit more as opposed to those best of 7s you'll see in the top 8. But Azure coming through. They are the second best team in APAC South. They're trying to fight to get an upset win over Tokyo Verde. They are the top of APAC North. It is a battle for the major, but also a battle of North versus South. Will it be a dead even time throughout until the final match, or will we see maybe an upset along the way? Well, coming through, it's been a pretty win to start off for Pulse. Maybe Azure can try and keep things going in favour of APAC South, but Verdi start tries to say otherwise.
上田さん
Maru,
レアリセハマジで異次元
nice and
リアライ
slow.
ズいやね結局リアライズのいる
Now
チームが
pick
勝つん
it
だって
up, looking to drop it,
日
but
本は
gets booted. Taking it Verdi, if they can just keep pressure up on their opponent's half, that should be golden for them. Just wait for that opportunity.
結局
But here,
どうあがいて
good
もリアラ
stuff
イ
from
ズ
Azure to break on out.
ガンダーズにリアライズいたらどうせガンダーズ
Maru
勝
can
ってた
he
よ
make it in time? He'll
Really?
try and get the pass through to centre. But no one there to receive the pass. 90 seconds approaching, and it is all Verdi on the attack. Azure had that slight moment of a breakout. They're really shut back down with no follow-up on the ball. Once again, just taking their time as Verdi. They are a team who are very good at controlling the ball. Realise, of course, a freestyle on themselves, part of Pulse Clan actually, or at least used to be. So, that's going to be a fun matchup if we do get that one later on. But either way,
もみちゃんすごい
they're a
音
team who
が
are
悪いよ
calculated in their plays and very,
Oh.
very skillful
Mate.
with car
Oh, nice.
control.
Nice.
Realise in particular are finding
安
number
心
2
感あ
of the
ります
game.
ね
安
Two
心感し
Tokyo
かない
Verde.
これは負けないな
Absolutely outstanding this one. Maru might have thought that was a
That's it.
pass up to him, but realized today
結局リアライズ
wants this so much. He wants to go to land. He wants to be in Sweden. And Azure is just the first hurdle in his path.
The first hurdle is slowly getting jumped over. Round the corner will go. The first chance starts to develop for Azure, but can he find the passes? No, Realise it will deny. Tenhao back up the other end. The ball will drop on through, saved by Squiggly. Tenhao, the cat sending it high. A clear back up the other end, met by Maru. Off at the back. All teams here today are going to be incredibly nervous. This whole tournament here.
何やってんの
This final four teams are so important. It's a big mistake from 10
ああ、
now.
入っちゃった。
And you let one slip by for Azure, and that should not have been a goal, but it will be.
Big clearance making its way downfield, squiggling the
珍
sheet
し
up,
い。
and as you said,
リアル
10
で
how
恥か
low
かすな
his eye off the ball for a slight second perhaps, couldn't get to it. And Azure give themselves a little bit of breathing room, a chance to get back into this as we close into that halfway mark. Nice pressure being put on there by Squiggly. Follow up from Corsi.
難しくないそれ
Pinch off of that. Mario keeps so calm here though, boy. Just unaffected.
リアルだリアルブース残ってる
Did a great job of taking control. Loses it off of that missed touch there and cannot find the path through. It's a big opening for Verdi and it should be a goal. Azure got desperate trying to find an equaliser and they have to pay the price with another goal slipping by off of a huge overcommit.
いやいいパスだな
Two different stories
触ん
here.
なくていい
Azure
じゃんこ
looking
れ
for an equaliser, realized looking for a hat trick and he's gone and found it, the devil.
エグすぎ
3-1 in favor of Tokyo Verdi. Still 2 minutes on the clock. Azure right now, boy,
ああはい
ネフライトです。
おファッ
ナフ
タファック
ブラスターエリートを提供してもらいました。こちら、うわーたくさん提
20秒があるよ
供していただきました。いきます。
広告入っちゃった
全社早いできたいと思います。いきます。いいねいいねこれ
Verdi and yes, it was 10 who said it.
戻ったよおーい
They are already in their mind decided they're making a major. They are so certain that they're going to make it. They're going to Stockholm. They're already celebrating at this stage. And with a shot like that now resulting in another goal, they were on a good track to do so.
I love the timing of these goals.
Yeah, nice one.
Every time we talk about Tokyo Verdi, goal comes in just the real-ish point there, boy. Yes, how we are the land. Oh, where is your response right now? We need to see another goal from them. Just bring back that momentum in their favor. Give us a bit. Not nice, but quickly. Wide. Still handsome.
Hansen, this is
あこれ
when that
うまいよこれ
Verdi, unfortunately,
うますぎ
Azure do have 10 how the most handsome rocket player and another one to score a goal. A minute on the clock and 5 just leaping away for Azure. And it's not looking good here. I think there's one game 2 to start.
直んないですか
It's like 19, such a close series, that first one between Pulse and Ganders. Azure just did not hit the
Oh.
ground. And then
もうやりたい放題じゃん
so it hits the ground, keeps the ball on the and runs it to net.
No, Azure, please don't get
Ah.
Brazil. Oh, this is a really
Ah.
good shot. He just slows it down, taps it to the bottom corner. There's a minute left, Bacon. The Brazil is very much possible here. 57 seconds to be more exact. 6-1 the scoreline. Azure, I think that I'm just hoping to not get another goal scored on me. Or I could have to quickly own goal to get not ending the Brazil at least.
You can't be scared of that though.
Oh,
boy. You just
dude.
push in, try and find ways. I've seen it from Azure as well, where they can either be slow starters or they have one game during the series where it's like, oh, this isn't uncommon for them in this sense where they might just not be prepared for this one. Let it run away, let Tokyo Verdi get a bit overconfident
まあまあ
and
こ
then
の
they
一戦は
strike
ね
and
相手も
lose
硬かったってことで
Well, this is their throwaway game. They better hope the bin men have come because this one stinks. It's a bad. The series to clear away will be quite the real attempt to try and make the Brazil happen. Mario to the bottom corner. It'll be slipped through. It will not be a goal for Verdi. And how disappointing for him. In for 7 after scoring 6 goals. Oh, what a shame. They will be taking game 1 of the series. Going 1-0 up to start things off.
強すぎ
Tokyo Verdi, after that last series, have just made a very big statement here. 6-1. Realize getting 4 of those goals. Believe it, 4 shot. That oil is impressive.
4ショット4点
That was insane. nothing. They did not have a single chance. 11 shots to 1. It was 6 goals. It was the absolute Verdi show. Real is getting 4 goals as mentioned. That was incredible by Verdi.
This is such a sweet highlight reel. Like the replays we get good. Like simply just clip this moment, put it on Reddit, instant free karma. To show the world Tokyo Verdi just this good. But sure, we've seen spectacular stuff from them in APAC South on to the finals numerous times now. This wasn't what we were expecting. We got the demo opening portions for it, but after that they just stopped demoing. They sort of got a little bit, dare I say, sleepy, just held back, not wanting anymore.
As we head over for game 2, there's a lot of work to be done for. After that loss, I would think even more than disappointing to see for. They're going to have to do a tremendous bounce back here, not only to try and, if possibly, beat Verdi in the season, that's even a possibility, but going next series in the lower bracket, they still have to face Ganders, a team who went to triple OT against Pulse, who were incredibly close. Now, they've just got to try and bounce back and find any bit of momentum that they can, because game number 2 is not going to get any easier. In comes Maru right away, it might already be a goal, but saved by Bunny Dummy dropping down off the bar. It will still remain 0-0, but just for the time being.
Over from Squiggly, put out wide as well as a nice sequence. Tokyo Verdi had it closed off. The exit paths. Barriers in the way. Z looking to get enough turn onto that one. Slowing it down. He's got Mario hunting onto him. Bunny Dummy is looking to buy time. Sure, they need to the ball a little bit longer. Keep it close to the chest. You can see Tokyo Verdi able to easily pick this up.
8 minutes just about gone by. That one falls off to the side. There's a weird mess there from Squiggly. Bunny Dummy tries to fight it through, but Realize takes control. Off it to the back wall to no avail. Minute counting on by. Clausy looks for the bump. Will take 10 how off of it. For a moment, it's all Verdi on attack.
Oh!
More.
No.
You might be saying no, but I don't think Tokyo Verdi at all. They'll take that. It's after so much great pressure. Clausy caught off net. I mean, what else do you do there? You jump up, trying to come much as possible. Squiggly just straight down with him. It's unpleasant, but they keep going on. Don't let that bob. They have to weather this storm.
That is a bad goal. You can see that it comes out to center. So then we try to go. Unable to beat around the approach. It will roll on around the side wall. Maru will stop the pass one. Not for that pass in center. And again, it's only a 1 goal lead for Verdi at the moment. But then comes Realize trying to get another shot towards net. It will be in front of net. Anything there to follow. In comes 10 now. But Clausy will have to save it once again. We'll try to send it out into mid. But Realize quick into action. Decides against it once again. And Verdi back left control. He's going to try and find number 2. But Tajur doing a great job at shutting that down and keeping their pressure alive.
Wide. Closing down by Bunny Dummy, but Mars slows it down. Control 50-50 is good there from Square. How can recover this situation? The shot towards net.
Realize no?
Away, Realize fucking claws enough to block.
Jikyo の電波が悪すぎんだって。あ、なんかやってる、なんかやってる。あ、なんかやってる、なんかやってる。
Down and off to the side. Squiggly will try to push it through. Maru to find the save.
Oh, yes, nice.
The Clausy save again. Squiggly off the corner cannot find it. It was a good chance there for sure with the passing plays, but denied well. And now sent back to their half. They're going to make sure they're on fighting out. It's Bunny down to Clausy. Another chance off the back, but saved again by Realize. Still not finding its way.
あー、微妙。微妙。これ怪しい。
So close. In front of the net, Squiggly puts it high, cannot drop it below the bar. Bunny Dummy just scrambling by in time.
Yeah, Realizeのブーストがない。
They're right there, right on the mark. They're not getting a tick.
絶対50それ、そのボール絶対50それ。ナイス。
So close.
絶対50取られるな。
Penalty for Azure. 90 seconds now approaching.
絶対50取れ。先され。
Azure.
絶対50取れ。ナイ
The
ス。
chance at this game has been a lot better, but it's still not been enough to find even a goal this time against Verdi. That should be goal number 2 for Realize. It will be goal number 2. And a minute 23 on the clock, 1, 2, 3. And it's looking like game number 2 will be going Verdi's way and heading in for game 3. It could be one more for Azure to try and find a life left.
Go back in game 1, where you can find here they just got to want it now. Throw everything, kitchen sink included at it. Perhaps that could threaten Tokyo Verdi enough because what's the end? They did see those demos. They haven't seen them really. Very close on the mark in the post, just knocking it to the mid.
Can Azure stop with these like own goals or almost own goals? That's a good shot, but not enough. Again, just of time. The Verdi defense is there to ruin the fun. The Azure Esports facing a 2-goal deficit with 50 seconds on the clock. I don't see them taking this game number 2. They're just hoping to find another goal now to make it a little bit closer. Attempt to clear, denied once again as Maru is ready for that ball. Oh, the opening. It's a big pinch cross to the backboard, but 10 out of the clear. Good pass. No, still nothing for Azure.
This way coming across the whip. Idea. I'm going to put like quite simply big demo from Realize. But they want down the man, waiting underneath it. Tokyo Verdi possibly not giving full respect as they're quite happy to keep this nice and slow. They've done the damage 2-0, don't need any more, keep it nice and safe. Realistically, is he safe? The throwaway from Tenhao. Good rule 1, but job's done.
Nice game.
Job is done indeed to the series and right now for Realize the main goal scorer once again. This time, not 4 goals, but only 2 goals and 2 shots. Incredible stat line once again.
Still 100%, that's crazy.
Yeah, and over on the side of Azure, it's
熊さん、チームとしても個人でも赤と比べるとあんまりって感じがしますね。
いやね、いや、こんなこと言って、怒られそうだけど。なんか、でもそれでもさ、向こうのリーグで2位だったわけですよ。もしかして日本でレベル高い説ある
2-0 in game 2, so Tokyo Verdi have -2 goals in the next one, Azure with -1.
パルスクラはめっちゃうまかったよ。
Where's your win on that with minus goals?
I don't think minus goals would, you know, sure.
Unless it goes to the opposite way.
The own goal was, I'm just hoping for game number 3 we don't get initial, like, first own goal or an initial second goal for Verdi. Because it wasn't the best of starts.
This is like an awkward wait for the next game to begin because I do believe Azure can take it. They've got it in them, but they just need to get that console there in the final, building up big demo. You can see it's starting to form for Azure, but they've got to execute upon it.
Game number 3, we had a helicopter waiting away. It'll be a Frio sweep once again for our second series of the day. Tokyo Verdi.
チャンスよこれ。
Head on.
このボール絶対負けんな。絶対入れろ。絶対入れろ。
Maru can't get a ball on a boost, but then come to realize once again they go for Verdi. And the prize is 1-0.
Realize Mr. himself always stepping up. Don't get me wrong. The Quiet team requires the entire trio, but he is a literal star. Like I said already, 100% goal conversion. It's ludicrous what he can do.
We talked about this player in APEC North.
Careful there,
That is a good play from Azure. Push them to take them to top.
Squishy みたいな人。
It's a great passing play.
大丈夫
I'm gonna slip that
RLCS
more of that.
でも俺らじゃないよこれ
Wake up, just hustling us
こんな
to pull something like
サー
that
バーもラグくない
out
と大丈
against Tokyo, but it is outstanding. Took them 35 seconds here in game number 3.
夫ラグとか言って
They've
ない
only scored 1 goal throughout the entire series already, so doubling down, it was beautiful.
Double the goal count. But can they double it for this individual game as it falls off to the back? It's a big miss in defense. Luckily, Quasi is ready
chance.
to make the save.
うますぎ
No one's there to defend it. And they want to Tokyo Verde.
そこフリップしないんだ
Azure trying to play with a little bit more space.
ジャンプす
It's
る
one all times, and here they were so confident they were getting away. A easy path on in from
負けることはな
Maru.
そうだ
And sure, your goal earlier was spectacular, but it's back to square
何
one.
本選手なんですかこれ。
3本選手だね
Back
BO5 と
square
か
one. Azure, they found a great passing play. They found the equalising goal, but just moments later, they lose that tied game.
あそれやしない
But getting a visit.
あ
They've got to do
終わった
more again. It had
終わった
bounded off the post. It should just slow roll on through. It'll be to get credited for it, but a final touch. The game is tied again, but it was the prettiest of ones.
But it will do not question the goals, boy, right now. You just ask more. Again, on average, a goal every 20 seconds. And I like goals and explosions, so I'm not going to turn my nose up at it.
Well, the ball lingers in front of the Verde net once again. It will not result in a good to clear away up the other end of attack, but Verde could disaster on the Azure half. It'll be cleared away, but realize back into control.
絶対負けんなこれ
He looks at that pass into the centre. Maru not close
おっとっとっとっと
to pass. It'll
チ
be
ャンスやこれ
a loss of possession. Maru with the drop down, slipping to the crossbar, not going to be
そう
saved.
相手もリアライズ
Bump on the defender, Bunny Dummy looks for the clear.
Realize it.
Sends up high, Quasi back up the other
Realize
end, rushing long.
おっとっと
An attempted challenge to no avail, squiggly off the corner. 3 minutes on the clock. The game remains tight. It is the closest game yet.
やめろお前ら落ち着けいやリアライズこれもしイライラしてるんじゃないかこれ
Opportunities showing themselves. They can feel it. Ramping it up. Nice little boost still there from Squiggly. It's 10 how low. That 50-50 so killer. Pushed it all the way into the Azure half.
リアライズやべえリアライズが
With an advantage.
イライラしてる
Diving through is Bunny Dummy. And when the ball past Maru, Squiggly off the corner, 50-50. Realize will win and dribble that ball
ど
back
う
up
いう
the other
どういう
end.
飛ばし方
Going to send it off to the back wall. Not going to be a successful attempt just yet. But in comes 10 out of tight angle shot off the post. It will not be touched out. It's still dangerous for Azure. And Verde sending every man to this ball. Trying to find number 3. Tenhau cannot find it just yet. But up comes Realize, looking for his second of the game.
あららららら
From the back with the pass.
あ何これ何これまた
ナーフフリップショットフリップ32バレルを回転させてバトルに挑めトリガーをコントロールしてダーツを1本か2本同時発射32本のバレルが素早く回転ナーフフリップ32を今すぐ体感せよやっぱナーフでしょ
Going for the pinch, Squiggly, and Maru just slowly take it downfield. Tokyo Verde are good on this slow progression, aren't they?
They're very good at taking their time, taking control, and pummeling shots to net. Fortunately for Azure, they're able to sustain their defense well enough to keep those shots out, get a few chances of their own. Looking for number 3 right now as it bounces off the ceiling and centre. No one there to follow us up just yet. If we realise to dribble it long, he's got the boost to try and send it all by himself. He's seen Maru in centre, he gets the flip reset, but he cannot get it past the defender. Off the bat where it will go. Bunny Dummy, clear up along. Maru misses, but he knows Realize is there to bail him out. It left that ball for him. Sent long once again. The defender pushed it up far. It'll bounce off the crossbar. It will be a goal, and that might just be the winner for Verde.
That it might be once again a beautiful play by Realize. Always going the extra mile to propel his team forward. They've got to hold off for 34 seconds though. Azure are coming. It's the running of the balls right now as Azure will throw everything at it to get the equalizer. They have no other opportunity.
Realize. No
other opportunity. Getting stuck in their own half means that the hope of an opportunity has been pretty much taken away. Bunny Dummy with one last ditch effort, easily saved by Realize, but the pass out is quickly going to be found. One last try, Causey in centre, it will roll past net, but to no avail. The clock ticks on down, approaching 0. And the ball touches the ground, there will be a Frio sweep. And there it is, Tokyo Verde. They take the Azure 3-0 and move on to the upper finals. Meanwhile, Azure heading on to that lower bracket. They've got one last light.
Azure started to come into their own in that game 3, bringing it very close to Tokyo Verde. But Tokyo Verde straight out the gates were ready for it. That 6-1
今ベルディがやってたところとガンダースがやるんですか。
2-0 of course in game 2. Here in game 3, Azure, I think they should be warmed up as we'll be seeing them go up against Ganders later. But they cannot have a null and void game 1 once again. They have to be ready. They can't be half asleep still.
Yeah, that Ganders Azure matchup is going to be very, very interesting, but also the match that we were all expecting will also be coming up soon. It's Tokyo Verde versus Pulse. We've got Ganders versus Azure. It's APAC 1 versus APAC North 1 versus APAC South 1, and APAC North 2 versus APAC South 2. These are the real matches we were waiting for, and they'll both be coming up later on, so we'll be heading to a quick break, and we will be going over this match one more time, and we will be getting ready for our next exciting matchup. We'll see you then.
そうだね。やっぱガンダースだ次。
さすがに勝てる。
さすがに勝てるっしょ。
かぶってるとことかめっちゃ多かった気がする。
ね、なんかあんま深くなかった
なんかボールのコントロールも一個一個なんか雑っていうか。
そうですね。なんか大したことなかったかな。勝てるっしょ、さすがに。レトラさんが調子を取り戻してくれれば。ロケットリーグやりたくなってきたな。
やっちゃう？
さすがに？でもまだ8分も長えな。
8分。見てるとやりたくなってやったら何もできずに
絶望すんだよ。
頭の中ではできてるつもりなんですけど、
頭の中ではね、こいつらよりうまいなって思ってるからね
できるやろこんなダブルだっていう一回もできたことない
下手くそとか言いながら俺でもできるわと思うんだけど。 ってみると難しいんだよなこのゲーム。なんでか知らないけど。おしっこ。さっぱりした筋トレしてるからか絶対筋トレしてるでしょ。
筋トレしてる人みたいな
誰だ。
まあ、ポイントなんぼですか？左下の。あ、広告入った。
左下のポイント？
スイッチの。
ポイントなんかあんの？
いますよ。
どこで見れんの？
左下にコメント欄の。
あ、これか。2530って書いてあるよ。高いといいことあんのこれ。
いや、特にないです。長く見てるって。
あ、なるほど。
4300です。
やばっ。めっちゃ見とるやん。
あれ流し。
リージョナル1と2俺ほとんど見てないからな。まあちょっと休憩だ。 なんでこれいちいち切れるんだよ。よしよしよし。
ネフライトです。
またネフライトができた。
を提供してもらいました。こちら。うわ
ネフライト。
これちゃんとご飯食ってんのかな、ネフライト。
あー、
できたと。
ゲームウィズの人ですか。
そうゲームばっかしてないで。筋トレしろ。
いいねこれ。
ナーフウルトラセレクト電動ブラスター。ダーツをセレクトして発射せよ。飛距離を求めるなら最長飛距離
休憩中だから
36メートルのウルトラダーツ。精度
俺も
を求めるなら
休憩しよう。
ウルトラアキストライクダーツ。飛距離か精度の究極の選択。選べるのはどちらか一つ。
えぐい名前の人から紹介したんだけど。
ウルトラセレクト。やっぱナーフでしょ。
パックパックペガって人から。
So much smarter than us, and we shouldn't even be talking about the game.
Well, we did all say Verde. I feel like we've done the same with Twitch chat. Yeah. I'm standing my
Yeah,
ground.
but we were talking so much about the other
I've
players.
not been wrong yet. Yeah, fair. Good point.
So for that, let's start talking about the next match. We've got so many today, so let's just keep cracking on. We're going to be Azure once again, this time up against Ganders, and this is going to be a fun one. Azure starting to wake up, like we said. They should be carrying a bit of momentum now because they're not going to go cold like Ganders have had to wait out for 45 minutes. You know, just sitting watching that one. I think Ganders will probably be filled with a lot of confidence after that last match, though.
Retro did tweet out as well that he was having a couple of technical issues, so that time might have even helped him fix that. And we're expecting a lot from Ganders still. And I think, well, based on that last series, I think we're going to see a lot more space from Ganders, which is a surprise to me. I expected Azure to be shutting down a little bit more.
I was a series from Azure which wasn't the best from them, and the series from Ganders, as though they didn't win a game, even the triple OT, that was still a good performance by them at the end of the day, and it's one that they should be proud of and gives a lot of promise going through the rest of the bracket if they make the lower finals. Azure, on the other hand, just didn't show that promise yet, and it was a destruction by Verde, to put it lightly.
Well, Squiggly was still averaging his, well, he got 2.3 demos per game, and he was going off, but it wasn't doing anything. They were just going for demos for the sake of demos. It wasn't timing. It felt a little bit off. And then, finally in that game 3, they did have that passing play. That's what we normally expect from Azure, and we only saw it once.
And is it just nerves on this one? Because Tokyo Verde, whilst playing at times with a lot of speed, they're actually quite slow, and it was more instant little bursts rather than constant hounding of the ball.
Surely not. Like, surely you're not nervous if you're Azure, right? Like, you're getting in as just by of this entire event. That's usually such an advantageous position when you're coming to nerves. You have no expectations on yourself, so you can just play your best.
I think Azure are maybe not expected to lose, but I think everyone knows, and Azure knew themselves, that it wasn't in their favour. They were not the favourites coming into this for good reason. It's just because of how good Verde are. And now coming in against the second seed from APAC North, that is where they are supposed to be shining. This is where it's the battle of who's a better region, APAC North or APAC South. This is where the pressure actually does come onto them, and maybe it will actually allow them to perform a bit better.
Well, they're fighting for the love of the people at home right now, because we have Twitch chat predictions once again. Are we going to see Azure turn up again? Let's find out. !AZR for Azure, !GDS for Ganders. I think Ganders are probably going to get the favourite side of this, but A lot of APAC South fans. For us, though, I'm definitely favoring Ganders. After that performance against Pulse earlier, they have won me over through and through. Heck, I even voted for Ganders earlier, and I still will keep backing them because I love what these lads are doing out on the pitch.
That's right. He doesn't love Popo from his huge performance yesterday. It's all about his match against Pulse. We've been watching them, Boyo and I, all season long. Ganders, we've been talking about Popo all season long. And we didn't see it earlier, so I'm hoping that we finally see it in this match and they take the win.
APEC South, I'm sorry. I'm having to go against you. I'm enjoying my time casting APEC South for the first 3 regionals here, but I don't think you're going to want me back, because I'm obviously going for Ganders here, sorry.
Is that a prediction that APEC North is better than APEC South, Boyo?
We've not got to the finals yet.
Yeah, let's cover it now. Pulse come out on top. Pulse come out on top. That's it. We're going 1 and 4. Like we're covering both bases. Yeah.
Sandwich them in.
I know you did call the Pulse lower bracket run, so we'll see if that comes. You know, Pulse could also make it straight through on the upper bracket as an expected result coming out. In terms of 72% chance for Ganders, at least closer in the predictions than the last one.
I actually thought we'd see Azure a little bit higher, guys, just because of that. You know, they've got a good fan base behind them. The APAC South guys coming on through, like I said earlier, Yummy, that favoritism vote. And we are seeing Azure pip up a little bit, but realistically, those with their thinking hats on, not vote with their hearts, but with their brains, are probably going with Ganders on this one.
Yeah, I think Twitch chat are thinking well here, and vote for Ganders. It's a good one. Azure has got a lot to prove in this series, and a lot of pressure is put on their shoulders here. One of these teams will be eliminated and has no major chance after this series. The other will have that lower bracket run potential, and we'll have to, of course, face either Pulse or Verdi later on. So, it's scary.
I don't want to be in the winner's position, funnily enough. But we did see earlier on that Ganders was shut down a lot by Pulse. They weren't given a lot of room. I think Azure could be going along that same side. We might be seeing that APAC South are a more challenge-heavy region.
Why don't we actually see it? You know what? I'm going to go, you know, behind my green screen here, go chill out, get a drink, another coffee and all that. You two have the pleasure of casting this one.
Let's go. Let's get into it. Azure and Ganders. Boyo, we've only actually cast once before. How has this happened?
I know I think we've casted more just by talking about the APAC North matches in the viewing part is just combining all those words together than we have actually casting APAC South matches. And once again, we're back talking about Ganders. What's new? Either way, they're against Azure, and it's an exciting match to come up because it's second versus second in the terms of the points. Well, Ganders cement APAC North as the better region.
We've become huge fans of the players in these regions. Popo, of course, is a player we've kept talking about, but all of Azure Esports, great personalities. Squiggly as well has given some of the best interviews of the season. He's a real lad. It'd be interesting to see if they're able to pick it up. It would be disappointing to see Azure go out 0-6. We're going to be having to cheer them on. They can take down the might of the second team in APAC North.
Yeah, I do really hope they take a game in comes to the Moto, but unable to connect to that one. It's a hard ask for Azure here. Of course, the Ganders did also get swept, but they came off of such closer losses that they will still have that confidence in themselves, especially. Whereas Azure may have had a losing in such dominant fashion to Verdi. It will come in centre, and it might be the first goal, but an easy hit to be found by the Moto. No power on it whatsoever. A clear back up the other end, and it's retro off the ceiling to pass it down to Popo.
What the?
The last man back at Popo, and that's a weird mistake to make. It's 1-0 for Azure.
That's so strange for it to be as open as it was. Squiggly was meant to be demoed out of the pitch, but was able to jump over the top of the defense. And the first goal going to Azure. What a surprise.
Well, 1-0, a minute in, Azure starts off incredibly well. Will they be able to find a little bit more? In comes Claude. Vindible by Retro, and Bunny Dummy going to get demoed, taken out. Off the backboard, a follow-up not found. Clear back up the other end. A good start for Azure, but it is only a 1-goal lead. But big mistake from Gander, something that they will be trying their absolute hardest to avoid in the future of this series, and looking for a go back now is Pobo sending the ball upfield, a flip pass one, a tap not past another, because he dives on through with the save, and Retro in the midfield cannot take control, it's back up the other end for Azure. They're playing a great start to this game.
I'm so surprised the Moto didn't push forward for that goal, a bit of hesitancy, and that's cost Team Ganders their first one. We'll still get another opportunity here as Ganders on the march. Maybe even find crossing over Bunny Dummy as the boost level still going in Azure's favor. They get the clear. It's going to be fine now for Azure. Ganders earlier, they were able to get that pressure play going up against Pulse. And Azure Esports have been much better at dealing with it.
Easily make it back in time, takes his time, and he brings that ball around the backside. If it falls on back, he'll be another attempt by Ganders, but with some simple misses denying their opportunities. They may be nervous here, we talked. They're probably the team with the least nerves, and with that roster of Popo, I believe they've been the one in particular who has left the roster for the future. Maybe a bit of nerves coming through after their regional free performance, after how good it was, and now they are here with that potential to make the major. Things have started to come back into perspective for them, and they realise that they do need to play well to have these opportunities come to them. But it bounces off the backboard, they're not getting their shots off, and Azure, after that one easy goal foul, and I do mean easy because it was off of a pure error from Ganders, they are sitting pretty with a one-goal lead.
It's been Popo who has the one that's had those up and down performances. When the nerves are high, that's when he's falling short. And he thought that given yesterday and the pressure that was on them and the performance that he had, that he'd be coming in and performing well. But today, haven't seen the same Popo and Clawsy. He's going to find an opening. The second goal comes out for Azure.
And once again, it's a big overcommit in defense. The last man back dives on through, nowhere near the ball. Another free goal found for Azure. They're 2-0 up, a minute 40 on the clock. It's an ideal start for the APEX South side, but for Ganders, it is very surprising.
See, look at the goal number 3.
Oh, wow.
Azure Esports. I guess we shouldn't have doubted them. They are coming in hot here in game 1.
Well, coming in hot is one way to put it. 3 goals over Ganders, who went to a triple OT against Pulse. Is an incredible start. Game number 1 is almost certainly going to go in Azure's favour unless something incredible happens for Ganders. But now looking into the next few games, it's all about Ganders trying to find something more. They've had their chances, but they've just been lackluster. They've not done too much pressure on the defense. They've just a few pop shots towards net, a few touches off the backboard, but nothing entirely threatening, and the clock will tick on down, and the chances coming few and far between. It is all Azure at the moment.
You're even keeping as much possession as they possibly can. A double commit from Ganders isn't going to help them out, as Popo was looking for that double. Hasn't been able to generate the goals, as Namoto will also come in. A chance here for Ganders, but immediately shut down by Bunny Dummy on the path back. Namoto over to Popo. Hits the backboard. This should be it. Retro will score, and there is still a chance here for Ganders.
There is still hope, and it's something Azure need to be very, very cautious of. Squiggly cannot find a touch. It was Retro easily enough, tapping that one straight to the back of the net. 44 seconds on the clock. Lead for Azure, 3-1 the scoreline. Ganders have found their first of the series, and they're looking for number 2 to quickly make this comeback. Possible one comes Retro, but the ball bounces high. The follow-up from the Moto, off it to the side, it will bounce on centre. He takes his time, but pass through once more. It's Retro once again, and this game is not over. Ganders are still in it.
What a charge by Ganders, and the Moto setting this up perfectly for Retro. Great shot as well as Ganders. They're bringing this one back. Only 28 seconds left, but they're looking good.
To win the ball off the 50, bringing it through to centre. Funny, Tommy not the best of saves, it's on the post, bouncing centre. Clawsy going to bail out his teammates just in time, able to get the clear away, but the time's still ticking. There are still opportunities, but Azure on attack, they need to try and shut this game down. It was a very close effort from Ganders. But on the defensive half, they've got to go to length of the pitch and keep this ball high. Pass out. Squiggly. Up goal by Popo. Shot down by Bunny Dummy. Azure hold on and take game one. But it was incredibly close by the end of it.
Huge underdogs Azure, and they have taken game number one. They've caught Ganders completely off guard.
でこれ日本人たちの試合を海外の人と解析してる。
Work well together. Clausey and Squiggly were the ones to score a goal, but Bunny Dummy getting equally involved in that attacking half. I do worry though, Boyo, as Candace carrying those last two goals. It could have even been a third. It was off the side post. It was a little bit shaky at the end, but I think that's just a little bit of nerves from Azure.
Yeah, the last minute and a half of that game became all Ganders. It was in their favour. Unfortunately for them, a Rocket League game is 5 minutes, not a minute and a half, so they couldn't make enough goals in time to make the comeback. The question is now for game number 2, can they carry on that kind of winning ways for the latter half of the game into game number 2, or will we see Azure start off as strong as they did, because it was the overcommit that killed Ganders. 2 goals conceded off of simple misplays like that. That needs to be stopped for next game.
Same note, we finally see Ganders kind of pushing up into that passing position. They're 3 goals down, that's when you're going to be as confident, that's when you are playing aggressive, but it's also when they looked their best. That is what we're looking for with APAC teams. We want to see them in the attack, we want to see them looking confident. Ganders need to be pushing forward and finding spots where they can turn a pass into a backboard, into a goal. Team Ganders have to do it in this game too. They can't afford to once again lose those first 2 games.
Well, game number 2. It'll be Ganders looking to tie up the series. In comes a red shot off the ceiling. It will bounce quickly. Rises high. Popo shot wide. The follow-up attempt from the Moto. Saved on the line by Bunny Dummy. It was an explosive start. But the TNT seems to have failed.
Can't be giving any excuses to. Even though it was a tough ask for Popo to get that shot, he would have got it any day of the week. Outside of today, it could make a huge difference here as Ganders have been struggling to find the goals, not just in this series, but in the last as well. And Team Ganders getting challenged heavily by Azure Esports and by Squiggly in the midfield. Though a clear up chance here as it hits the corner. Clausey has to win the race. It is a nice skim down the other end.
めっちゃ良かったのにあれ。
Down off to the side. Nemoto's got a run to net. It will be saved by Clausey diving by. Retra. The pass into Popo. Pass into Nemoto as well. It will come centre, but not ready to receive it. Round off the side wall. Nemoto will try once again, bringing it centre, but no one there to receive the passes. Popo up high. Off the corner. Retra lurking around. Ready to pounce. It'll bounce on off the side. 90 seconds and gone. Still, no goals.
0-0. This is what we saw in game number 2. That Ganders versus Pulse series. Both teams went back into their own shell. Nemoto, he's given that away. Oh, he had so much open space there. Miscommunication coming out from Ganders. It may even lead to something. Clausey was inches away from that shot. And Azure Esports looking for the angle. Bunny Dummy! He's found the bins.
1-0 start for Azure Esports. They keep it up. Game number 1 is proving to not be a fluke. A 1-0 start for game number 2. Could they potentially head to match points?
APAC North versus APAC South. A lot of questions from us around who is the better region and who is the best of APAC. Historically, it's always been Japan. Is that just the realized factor? Azure Esports starting to make a huge fight here, though. That double commit's dangerous, and it's a long clear down. Nemoto waiting for a touch, and Bunny Dummy just does Bunny Dummy things and gets the bump.
That is an incredible bump, and now back up the other end. It could almost result in a goal as well. Squiggly looks for the pass in centre. Squiggly!
No way.
What? Okay, if that was a goal, it is almost curtains there for Ganders. 1-0 remains, half the game to go. It is an incredibly close affair. Ganders can't bring it back. And I think the red shot again off the net. The follow-up from Popo. He does find it. He gets the angle. We're tied.
Thank goodness. It was another open net miss. And it was just a
いや
beautiful
よう
thing
入れ
that
たわ
Popo
これは
was able to read that bounce and get such a phenomenal angle. This is where we hope that Team Ganders can step it up. They haven't looked so good just yet.
いやガンダーズが
At a
強すぎる
tied
わ
game, just takes them
マジで
putting their foot on the gas, finding some extra room for Popo to score some goals. Maybe able to find the game. They've got it opening again, but again it's off the post.
Oh, Ganders. They are not getting easy goals here. Azure Esports defense has picked up since the last series. They are saving everything that comes their way now. Squiggly can expect it past Retro. No, it's Retro up there. Red Cosy can't make the save. Missing on for Ganders off a big mistake. Azure Esports defense so solid for so long, but that one slips by.
And Squiggly made the mistouch in the first place. Clausy may have been able to get to it, but it was a surprising amount of power from Retro. We cannot talk him up enough. Let's shut up about Popo. This is all aboard the Retro train right now.
Retro having an incredible series. Here comes Bunny Dummy to try and turn things around for the Azure side. Retro has to make the save, and diving by he'll do exactly that. Off the corner with Bunny Dummy once again. Popo send the highlights for a big clear upfield. Squiggly denies. The attempt to clear once again by Nemoto. Denied. Finally, finding the opening. Ganders having the 2-1 lead at the moment. They're looking to try and make it free, looking to cement themselves as the winners for game 2. But Azure holding on tremendously well. It's an opening for a moment though. A bump on Bunny Dummy, it could be a goal. It comes in centre with Cosy for the save. Bunny Dummy back up the other end, but Nemoto denies. A big scramble from Azure. Looking for the clear to no success.
So much panic coming out from Azure too. We've seen 2 team bumps, a double commit, all in the last 20 seconds of defensive play from them. It's surprising that Ganders wasn't able to punish it. Azure Esports looking nervous. They are opening up far too many opportunities here for Team Ganders, and Popo actually has a chance to get this into center. He just goes for the shot himself. Nemoto waiting in the wings, but won't put too much in it. 30 seconds left. Azure Esports need to score soon.
Pass on the backboard, bouncing through the center. Big save there by Clausy, and Azure, their hope still alive for game number 2. Squiggly with a pass out to Bunny Dummy. He bent Clausy in center. Retro's up with the ball. A great challenge on it. Popo and the Stalfers on time trying to find a goal to cement it as a victory. It's a 1-goal game as the clock ticks on down. This time Azure with a deficit. The series will be tied if a goal is not found. It'll bounce onto centre. Squiggly. The side, Popo will find it. The clock hits 0. And the ball hits the ground. We'll see the series tied. It'll be exactly that. It's Ganders. Take game number 2.
They fight back, and they fight back hard. Retro as well. Major part of that Ganders victory. Popo finding that goal, the angle. Azure Esports, we start to see that foundation, that strong structure starting to break down in this game.
Wow. Things slipped on its head right there. And Ganders, they did not want to lose another game, and they did not. Retro and Popo, the meant to find the goals. It was 5 shots on target for Retro. Only 1 goal, but an exceptional performance in the shooting department. On the other hand, only 2 shots taken for Azure. It was 10 for Ganders. That was a great performance by Ganders. Azure kept things close. Now for game number 3, it could be make or break for either team.
Bunny Dummy as well, starting off strong. But I feel like for a team like Azure who act as a team, that was what broke down first. That was very, very surprising to me. I'm normally expecting them to be distant from each other, rotating really well. But anytime they were in defense, they seemed to really stack up on top of each other. It led to them bumping each other. It led to more opportunities and more space over to Ganders, which is something that Popo especially does well with. And now we're starting to see Retro use that space incredibly well. That makes this way, way, way more likely that Ganders are able to fight thoroughly through the rest of the series.
Things are getting interesting here because Retro is looking to have set things up massively. And really doing a great job for the whole Ganders team. As you mentioned, that we had the most criticism for on this roster, but today an exceptional job. And the most of the start things over to pass out to Retro. It was almost a goal as well. Azure barely avoids it, but now they need to find the clear, and not doing the best of jobs at that. It's in centre. Retro looking for the pass out to someone. Popo will receive,
Yeah,
sends
you
it
might.
high. No boost to follow. The pressure remains in Azure, have to be careful.
Always the sign of some of the best teams is that when one person is having a bad day, you'll see their teammates step up.
Nice.
And today, it's Ganders, and today, it's Retro the one stepping up. And we'll see if that does continue, or maybe we see Popo Namoto getting much more into the mix, but a chance here for Azure, and Squiggly off the post, a save out just on the line. That could have been the first goal for Azure.
A minute gone, 0-0. Both teams have had their chances, both teams have been denied their chances as well. Comes Popo, to send that ball long. Retro, ready to dive through, get the demo instead of the ball, but waiting back isn't the Moto able to receive. Popo tries to fight it past Squiggly, it's bouncing off the backboard, Retro cannot make it in time, Bunny Dummy will let it roll on past. Up high the ball will roll, 90 seconds just about gone by. It's a shot for Ganders to go for Popo. And there's the first. Ganders, 1-0.
いや、この飛びは勇気あるわ。
They're expecting something a lot softer, Azure, and he absolutely slammed it straight out into the midfield. And Team Ganders, something they have done well throughout the entire day, is position off each other, waiting for that first touch, not double committing on that play, and that allows Team Ganders to find an opening.
Ganders find the first, and Azure are going to have to be hunting hard for the bounce back goal.
いやー、いいパス、うますぎじゃないそれ。
Hard to replicate.
絶対取れ、絶対取れ。
Game number 2 was a much closer affair, and it could have went either way by the end of it. Bouncing off the post, though, it's another goal for Popo, and Azure's defense making some mistakes to allow that one to slip by.
You hate to see it from Squiggly. He's trying to make that read from the ground, and let's be honest, that is not the easiest read to make. He's missed that one, and Team Ganders may have just found the weakness here for Azure. They can hit that high backboard again. They might find a few more goals, but at this point, they don't even need any more. They're able to keep control of the ball, of the possession of the midfield, and keep so much chances for themselves that Azure Esports are going to have to struggle towards just finding that next goal.
Making a good idea to pass that ball upfield, Bunny Dummy. Looking for Claw Z, he looks for the demo as well. Neither will be found, and it's Ganders will clear back up the other end. Claw Z narrowly avoids that bump right there. Coming back off the corner. Claw Z with control of the ball for a moment. Bunny Dummy upfield, looks for the 50, he will win it. Brings it centre, and Moto tries to take control. Half the game gone. It claws the Bunny Dummy. The shot will travel wide. Claws trying to get a piece of that action, but still unable to find it. Azure trail by 2, hunting for their first of game 3. But Ganders keep on denying. Here's Bunny Dummy over the back for Claw Z, but still nothing.
Bunny Dummy's also much for Claw Z, almost finds the gap. That could have been the comeback train here for Azure Esports, but Team Ganders still circling, looking for that third goal. Chances coming through. Popo comes through. Choo-choo. Ganders up 3-0.
Ganders have got into form. Game 1 was a one where they can just throw away and ignore now. Game number 2 was a close affair. Game number 3 an absolute stomping ground. They have came through here with 2 minutes on the clock. 3 goals up. Azure have had their chances, but nothing has got past the Ganders defense just yet. It has not been good enough from Azure to find the goals necessary.
This is really showing the importance of a good warm-up. Team Ganders obviously cooled down in this series, this very start, and their long break off that first loss. Now they're just looking so much better, though. That's a huge miss. Not even punished, though. Azure Esports only have 90 seconds to score, and they're not pushing up on that.
This is where Azure Esports have got to put all the pressure in. Okay, they make more goals because of it if they make the mistake, and they are more prone to making them, but otherwise they've got no hope of winning. Who cares if it's a 3-0 or a 6-0 or a 5-0? At least try and get the goals. There's Bunny Dummy putting the effort in, and he will reap the benefits. Brings it to 3-1, and Azure keep themselves slightly alive.
Bunny Dummy is the player we have to keep our eyes on. He's been reading the play so well, and he read that play, arrived at the perfect time just to receive that touch a little further away from the defender. That opens it up. Good reaction time as well to get the angle. But it might well be for there was nobody left in defense there for Azure.
Pass it to Kazi. And a big save from Popo. Azure have been going for these passing plays. And once they see them connect a little bit more, we've seen their probably best goal, one of the only memorable goals that they scored against Verdi was that incredible passing play. Almost finding one right there. It will be to no avail, but still only win within 2. The clock will tick on down, 40-second approaching. Realistically, Azure got to find a goal on their next attack to have a chance in this game. And they might not even get a next attack because it is Ganders shutting them down, getting shot after shot after shot, and Azure just have to face it.
Nemoto looking steal as well. He's looking for the fake squiggly. He's got flying miles past that ball. That's disaster here for Azure. We can't be affording to lose one player to the play just like that because there's no time left. And Team Ganders, they've done incredibly in this last minute to hold on to those 2 goals. They've not let Azure have even a single chance here, and they're going to go on a match point.
This time our expectations were met. It is Popo with the hat-trick. Striking like a beast. 5 shots, 3 goals, of course, with the help of Nemoto and Retro, 2 assists, and 1 for Retro. That was a great game by Ganders. They picked up the pace massively, and they didn't need to worry about defense because they were almost never there. They consistently shut down Azure before any shots could really even be taken, and when they were just traveling wide.
I like this midfield play from Ganders. Keeping so much possession, we're not seeing them overcommit, they're not pushing too hard, and I think that's just the way you take on a team like Azure, who are much more structured. If you push too hard, then you're tending to overcommit, you get counterattacks, and you'll be opening yourself up to those demos we see from Squiggly. And once again, a call out Squiggly. He's getting a lot of demos, he's looking for them, but the timing's just so wrong. You need to be finding those demos just as the shot's about to come, so that you can predict what the defender's going to do, so that you can demo them before at the same time and not allow anyone to react. He's just going for them for the sake of demoing them right now.
Well, with 3-0 coming, well 3-1's already been the scoreline for that game. That's a hard loss to take for Azure. And game number 4 going to come in and get involved. They have work to be done. If they want to give us a game number 5, they have got to get a move on, got to find goals as early as possible because Ganders sit at match point. It is the last light in the tournament for both of these teams, and they're going to make it as far as they possibly can. Ganders on good track to make it to the lower bracket final, but Azure hunting for at least a game 5.
A true proving ground as well. Bragging rights between APAC North and APAC South, and in the moment, APAC North looking to take advantage. Ganders have had a strong season, not as good as we would have hoped. They came in as that number 2 seed, as the team that's meant to come second best, and they kept taking the L's through the first 2 events. It wasn't until just recently that they were able to perform, and it looks like they're going to do it again today.
Welcome backward, it will go coming in center, big clear up the other end. Sure. They have to be as careful as possible in defense, but they've got to take those risks to make the offensive chances occur well as well. Oh, it was a tight one. It was a great move. The ball will travel wide and up the other end. It's Clausy. The pass in centre. Not going to get past Popo with that kind of touch. Easy clear away for Ganders.
Popo almost using Azure Esports to support him in his counter-attack play, and here we see the typical Ganders attack. Look how wide they are rotating. They've backed each other up nicely, and this is going to allow them to keep a large amount of pressure here. If they can steal a couple of boost pads away, that'll be a good step. A huge win there by Clausy, and shot. The first goal on the board for Azure.
He just sends it long, and the defender of Nemoto inches away, cannot make it back in time. 90 seconds gone. It's a 1-0 start for Azure. They're pushing hard for this game 5, and they're on the right track to do so. But it's early days of this game. Work has to be done.
Team Ganders, they're the ones who have to put in that work. We've shown they can score 3 goals in a game very, very easily. Retra has been a major impact of that in this series as another shot from Nemoto. Almost finds the net. Team Gander's still in the corner, but a miss coming out from both teams. A flurry of misses. They cascade one onto the other, and Team Gander's, they're going to hold this midfield line. They love that midfield line and trying to pin Azure Esports in their defense. It has actually caused a couple of mistakes to come out from Azure, but no follow-up from Gander's, and all that pressure is released.
Lost for a moment, Clausy backing off towards net. Popo going to bring that ball in centre. Bunny Dummy has to avoid the bump. Clausy will pass in centre attempt. Retro bumps him off the ball. The demo as well on Bunny Dummy means he's out of the control. And there's Clausy and Squiggly trying to stall for some time. Get Azure Esports back into the attack. But Popo finds the opening. Off the corner, the ball will drop. 2 minutes approaching on the clock. 1-0 still remains for Azure.
Out of the defense, he's worked his magic as well. That was a difficult situation there for Team Ganders, and it's turned into a brilliant play, almost the goal. Potentially an own goal off of Clausy, but it's managed to come ricocheting off the post as well.
Nice!
Over all three!
I say go for Ganders, but surely that should have been saved right there. Squiggly just too slow, can't keep it out. 2 minutes now. One apiece. The lead from Azure has been quickly snatched away and made it back to even. Now, coming into things right here, Azure, they're going to find something fast because in comes Popo. He's the best one on the pitch, I would say. It's 2-1 Ganders.
Popo, my mans. Look at this. The double flip reset just before. This was all day, every day yesterday, but now it seems that he has finally woken up, and this is a problem not just for Azure, but maybe for everyone in the bracket, as they're even potentially looking for a third goal here. Team Ganders showing what they're worth.
It's unfair when you're against Popo, but Azure trying to win on team play alone, making his cut out again. Clausy up for it, but beaten by Popo on the approach. And the Moto back up the other end. Bunny Dummy takes a high look to the 50-50 out. A clear off to the side. Squiggly tried, but to no avail. It will roll on through. Clausy to Bunny Dummy. Out to Squiggly. The shot is on net, and it will be a goal. Azure Esports are not down just yet.
Squiggly just drilled that one. There's a defender there. It's from halfway down the pitch, and yet it's still unsavable. Well placed, good power. And Azure Esports showing what they can do with a little bit of room for passing.
2-2 Azure holding on to all they can for this game number 5. Ganders, Popo in particular, they want it over and done with. They want to move on. They know that they are better than Azure. They believe it wholeheartedly. They said earlier on, it was, I believe, in the Moto on Twitter, we're going to beat every team except Verdi. Of course, they lost the Pulse, but in incredibly close fashion. They're trying to beat they're trying to beat Azure and have that chance against Pulse potentially again later on to make that reality. Pushing the ball upfield, then comes Retro. Unable to find it in time, Bunny Dummy. Drops it down to centre, and Moto at the opening. Clausy, an easy save to make. Off the corner, Clausy. The pass one, Popo sends it high, going the distance, looking to try and find it through. It's got control, the pass down to Nemoto, cannot find the shot, but then comes Retro. It's under the crossbar, it's a goal for Ganders, and it is a lead for Ganders, 3-2.
Retro. He's continually stepped up throughout this series, throughout the day. He's got Team Ganders a 3-2 lead. And they just need to hold on for 17 seconds. It seems so unlikely for Azure to get this goal, especially with the bump. Team Ganders have done it. The Moto sinks it in, and Team Ganders go through the lower bracket final.
They keep themselves alive, and they head to the lower bracket final. Who they will face, we are yet to know, but it's going to be a tough run either way. Tokyo Verdi or Pulse will be a team that they will have to face, but Azure, the first team, unfortunately, eliminated from the APAC qualifiers. They put in a good effort in this series, but they're against Popo, they're against Nemoto, they're against Retro. It's so difficult to do. 5-2, it's a goal for the sake of it, but either way, Ganders, they move on.
Zero Esports probably helped that one out a little bit there with the team pinch in front of net, but that kind of sums up the end of their series. Team Ganders stepping it up. They looked rough. They looked shaky. They looked unpowerful at the start of the series. And this is how they can play. This is how Popo can play. This is a worrying sign for whoever
パルス
loses
クラン
the
なんか
upper
には負けねえ
bracket
だろう、リアライズは。
Well,
次また
Ganders
パ
are
ル
a
ス
team to watch. We've seen them against
ガンダーが
Pulse.
勝てれば
Although
ベルデ
it's
ィとの
kept
決
it
勝だ。
close. As you mentioned, whoever comes in that upper bracket final is not going to have the easy run that they were hoping for. Ganders are a
パルスクラ
contender.
ンそう。まあどうあがいても決勝に日本チームは行くわ、これで。
Zero are eliminated. But
次
you
ベル
know
ディが
what?
負けても
We're gonna have a chat with them. We still want to have a talk with them. So we're gonna go to a break. After we come back, we will be
いやー
interviewing
世界で戦うリアライズが見てんだ
Esports
よな、やっぱり。
as they are the first ones eliminated and we'll be heading into the upper bracket finals. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
レトラさんとポポさんがあった
よく頑張ってた。3分後か。早い。あ、これが事実上の決勝戦なんじゃないか、パルス対ベルディが。
もう始まってる。
ミナーズファイナルですね。
ついに降臨フォートナイト BAR
よし。
ダーツ10本発射できるこの電動ブラスターを手にしたらバトルフィールドは君のもの。タクティカルスコープで狙いを定めてバトルを制して伝説になろう。ヘビー SR にも気をつけろ。ナーフフォートナイト BAR ヘビー SR やっぱナーフでしょ。
いいインターバルだった。
お、4500になった。
Ganders strike back and strike pretty darn hard. It's got to be said, as you're taking game one, though, guys, there was a lot of hope, wasn't there, straight out the gates?
It looked good. I was actually very surprised. Azure Esports, they looked like they were going to go the distance as well, but it just seemed like Ganders needed some time to warm up.
Yeah, it took a game for Popo to be good, and then Popo was really good, and then he was really, really good, and then he just won the series for Ganders. Popo came in incredible. Retro started off an incredible job, really kept Ganders in it, game 1 and 2 specifically. Game 3 and 4, I can't remember seeing Retro and the Moto on the pitch. I just remember Popo scoring a lot of goals.
Yep. The Popo power. I mean, he's incredible when he is on, and it's only a shame that it took 4 games for him to do that. But if he is starting to get on for the rest of the tournament, then we are in for something special.
Some players need that switch to be flicked, don't they, where they can finally come online, and that's the beauty of having a double Olymp bracket. It's not like day 2 and 3 of the regionals previously, where it's just single Olymp, you got to do it in a best of 7. Having that little bit of a fallback can help a lot of players. I mean, flip side tactics of old, right? We're always known to make that lower bracket run. Could Ganders pick up that mental?
I think they can. I mean, they're coming in hot. The problem is that they had that series off and they looked cooled down, and now they're going to have another series off and potentially be cooled down once again. That's my worry about them, that the Popo power is just going to be disappearing.
It's a tough one here because of the break, but I do think they will be pretty solid, to be totally honest. I think we're going to have a very interesting lower final matchup with them looking this good, if they can just keep that rhythm going. But of course, that's all speculative. We've got the next match coming up, but we also had Azure, who did play a great game.
Yeah, and Yummy, as we look at that one, and this is the final time this split anyway, we'll be seeing Azure over in the winter split. If we could like put little final comments on the report cards, what would you put down?
I think it was a brilliant season for Azure. You look back, and we were maybe a little harsh going into this series, but you look back at the very beginning of the season, and we didn't expect anything of Azure. We didn't expect them second place. We didn't expect them to be the 3rd or 4th best team, realistically, in the region. And they did it off the back of incredibly hard work, scrimming more than any other team in the region, and they got into top 2, and it even looked like it may have paid off today. But I think they should be really, really proud of themselves.
I agree. They should be proud of themselves, and I think they will be proud of themselves. They made it this far, and they even get top 2 in APAC South as a result that maybe they came into it not expecting, and a lot of the top teams particularly didn't expect it. We heard Pulse, they thought it'd be 1 in 8 or disconnected, for example, talking so highly of them. Nobody ever mentioned Azure. So to get this far, it's credit to them.
So let's have a word with Squiggly line, because for the last time in the season we get a chat to him, and he's been fantastic in the interviews so far. So Squiggly, you there, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, dude. It's been an incredible split for you guys to come here to make it at the end 4th, but to show yourselves that this is what you can do. Are you excited to then head on into the winter split and propel even further, perhaps?
Oh yeah, for sure. We started off really well, obviously. We're getting 2nd place twice. Then the 3rd one we faltered a little bit. Hopefully we can work on it and improve it for winter split.
And what are your thoughts right now in terms of, I guess, the APAC North, APAC South divide? Obviously, Gander's looking really good, but APAC South are equally looking good.
Generally...
なんだまたこれネフライト出てくるんじゃないこれ
I'm excited for next split here, and I think you did the whole team defied expectations, because we mentioned that a lot of the top teams expected 1NE, disconnected, other sorts like that to be the top, but you came through, done a really good job at pushing through and putting the practice and putting the work in, and I'm expecting to see something similar for winter split for you as an individual and the rest of the team as well. Are you going to be grinding hard to try and be the top of winter split?
Oh yeah, for sure, but I'm going to probably take a break for a bit, yeah.
Oh, Christmas break doesn't hurt.
But with that said, final time this season. Squiggly, any shout-outs you want to make, buddy?
Okay, shout out to the whole Asian region. Finally getting to play LCS. Hopefully we'll get better and just show it eventually.
Enjoy your Christmas break, buddy. We can't wait to see you back in the winter split. But guys, on the desk, we've got to get ready for this next one because the day goes on. We've just got past the halfway mark. Let's head back up into that upper bracket. Let's have a look at the one everyone's been waiting for. It's Tokyo Verde versus Pulse Clan.
He Squiggly said it himself. I mean, he's looking to prove for the region. And I'm a big believer in APAC, especially over the course of the next 9 months. And these are the two teams leading each of APAC South and APAC North. This is the match we've all been leading up to, and it's happening early on today.
This is the matchup we've all been waiting for. Throughout from regional number 1's beginning, we've been waiting for this matchup. We tried to convince Maxu to, get Pulse Clan to play Verde the show match. He said, no, you're going to have to wait for the major. Or wait for the major qualifier, sorry. And well, here we are. Finally, after all this time waiting, we get the chance for Pulse Clan versus Verde. It is number 1 versus number 1.
And it's been a very long time since they played each other in competition. Pre-RLCS, they played in the Intel World Open against each other. They played in Nice Cactus, where it went to game number 5, all the way back in May, of course. They have a real history, but unfortunately, for the most part, Realize and Tokyo Verde have come out on top.
Well, they might have some real history between each other, but Twitch Chat also has a history of getting their predictions right. So let's throw it on over towards Twitch Chat and see what they're thinking today. Yeah, no problem. I try my best. Exclamation mark VE for Tokyo Verde. Exclamation mark PULS for Pulse. Pretty simple, you know the deal right now. Guys, on the desk, this is a difficult one because, as you said, Yummy, there, last time we saw him, went to that game 5. Super close. But for me, I hate to say it being the APAC Southcaster, but I've got to go for Tokyo Verde in this upper bracket one. Not for the whole day, but for now, I think Verde are looking strong today.
I think there's a beautiful thing about what Psyonix have done in RLCS and RLCS 21-22. NA had 3-4 good teams and nobody else, but now they've got a plethora of good teams. EU is wild. There's 16 teams, and Carmine Corp and Vitality are able to come dead last in the bracket. We're seeing, I think, the same thing in APAC South. They're getting through the grinder, and Pulse, I'm going to back them today. I'm going to back the region we've been casting and take down the villain, Realize. You guys don't know how evil he truly is, but somebody has to take him down.
I hate that I have to go against APAC South here. I really want to go for Pulse Clan. I can't do it. Realize it's so good. I do think it'll be an incredibly close match, but I do think that Tokyo Verde are just going to have to take it. And I'm sorry once again, APAC South, for voting against you. At least we have the extra life this time for Pulse Clan if they do head to the lower bracket. But I feel bad, but I can't vote against Realize.
It's funny because I love Realize, but you gotta have somebody at the top that everybody needs to take down.
And the thing is, I predict this because it's what I want as well. Because I think Pulse need to lose to Tokyo Verde now to learn from that defeat to then beat them at the end of the day. If Tokyo Verde don't get the win right now, they'll just go, okay, this is where we went wrong. This is how we fix it, because it is one best of 7 later. It's only a game advantage, so it's not a massive advantage. But I think with that, you can come in, instantly close it on up, and it's the best of 5 straight out of the gates. But I also think the guys at home are getting a bit anxious. They want to see the Twitch chat predictions, so let's bring them up in front of our screens right now. Ooh. What are we thinking, lads? Expected?
Every single time I've said to anyone about the odds between Verde and Pulse, I always say 60-40 in favour of Verde. It's a bit more extreme than what I said, 60-35, 65-ish, you know what I mean? So it's close enough to what I pretty much think.
I think this also kind of goes to show how good of a season Pulse has had. I mean, I went on to the Johnny Boy stream and did the prediction of 3 rats to be going to the major, kind of just to give them a shout out. And nobody knew who they were. And now they've been picked up by Pulse Clan. They have dominated APAC South, so they've gotten a lot more backing out of that.
Yeah, definitely that history propelling them in everyone's minds to be the strongest team in APAC. But now we can find out for this series anyway, because it's not the end of the day, of course. We haven't decided who's going to the major just yet, but this is for a spot in that final best of 7. It's myself and Yummy bringing you this one. Tokyo Verde versus Pulse Clan. It is the 2 titans of APAC, Yummy.
It doesn't get any bigger than these 2 teams when it comes to this region. And Pulse Clan, a huge org across Rocket League, but Tokyo Verde, a football club in Japan. 2 massive organization names, 2 massive teams, and there's going to be a lot of sweat on this pitch. Somebody bring out the mops.
I do love the football club sort of involvement coming into these new regions, because when we look to Sub-Saharan Africa, as well, we've got Orlando Pirates over there, so it's just really cool when merging on in. We've had Barcelona, we've had PSG, we got Wolves. Now getting Tokyo Verde, I love that involvement with the real world.
Yeah, it's great backing. They've always backed Realize as well. You know, Realize, no matter what team he picked up, they would have been Tokyo Verde, and that level of support is awesome. Same with the level of support from Pulse, bringing in OSM to coach Pulse Clan. And here we go. We're gonna begin the match between Verde and Pulse. And you gotta say, no matter how this goes, the winner is going to be in a situation where they are very close to Sweden. That 1 game advantage really does make a difference.
It does.
You're
Coming through in that upper bracket, a little bit less weight on your mind, knowing that I guess it's easy, but as I said, that loss to learn from the opponent can help. It's all about the mental today, because it is straight up. No more sets. 1 series. Quick.
We look towards earlier as well, realized had a pop-off moment, but the way that Pulse Clan took down Ganders was by challenging them, by getting in their face, not giving them any room, and playing more serious than I've ever seen them play before. Maybe that's what it takes, and Bolaris, he's gotten off the mark.
This passing play, actually the double touch to send it to the wall, and Bolaris to finish it off. That is a spectacle.
And doing it over the top of Realize at the same time, showing that the king can bleed. And well, Pulse Clan starting to make a statement here already in game 1. Again, we look at LCT as a player who's trying to be ruthlessly aggressive.
Nothing as well with Pulse. They just demo remove Realize from the equation, and how does Tokyo Verde react to that? Bolaris send it deep down. They're trying to push up Pulse right now into the blue half of the pitch. Struggling at times, but they're looking comfortable.
Both these teams have egos, we'll say, but in a good way. They both have so much confidence in themselves. Neither of them are going to be even remotely okay if they lose this series, if they don't make it to Sweden. Realize, I mean, he thinks he belongs there. And Pulse Clan, and Max Yu especially, has been talking about all season how that's the thing that's going to happen. Pulse Clan are going to go into these finals and take down Tokyo Verde and prove them the victors. Well, I mean, only one of them can take that win, obviously. So somebody's going to take a huge confidence blow right now.
I love how we have Ganders waiting in the shadows, ready to upset as well. Because we've seen that they can bring it close to Pulse. We've seen that they can bring it close to Verde as well. So they're still in with a shout here. This is for the advantageous position right now. Pulse still 1 up. Get closer towards that net. The ball in towards center. The drop down. The second touch. It is outstanding from Max Yu. I've been waiting for this all season, Max. Passed out for Bolaris, but it doesn't get cleaner than that double. And where's the defense? Nowhere to be found, because Max Yu's beaten them all. We haven't seen an Irishman on land since season 1. Max Yu picking up after Mike rules of Flipside then.
リアライズ
Take
い
the
やお前
nation.
がだけが
What a save.
なんで止めるんだよなんで止めるんだよ
I can't believe that happens, and it's once again
Yeah, but
Max
what?
Yu to be the one stepping up. He was quiet in the first series, even though we said he is probably the best mechanical player in this Pulse Clan roster. Polaris has also looked incredibly confident. How often do you see this Tokyo Verde being put on the back foot and not even giving the chance to score?
There was a point. I was a little bit upset with APAC getting split into north and south, understandable reasoning. But the build up to this moment of seeing the two Goliaths go against each other, you can't help but have a smile on your face right now, Yami.
Nice 50
Midfield battle as well. In this case, it just feels like Tokyo Verde are having to throw too much. But you saw right there, they go for a wild challenge where they're just throwing a player up, but you can't rely on that to be successful. So none of Tokyo Verde are able to follow up, are able to be close on that touch. And so even if you win that midfield challenge so wildly, it's not going to help them out. And Tokyo Verde look desperate at the moment to even gain some ground, let alone get their goal. Though a triple commit may actually help out, as they weren't able to follow up once again. Tokyo Verde left scoreless.
Why I brought it up earlier, no one challenges Realize.
いやライズがうまいい
や
ー角度
is
いやいいバンプ
50-50s, but yeah, that bump. I would argue uncharacteristic. I was not expecting Tano to go for it. They're such clean players.
Maru
Yeah, nice
has
bump.
really been a hidden gem throughout this season, and in that case, didn't get the touch he wanted, but does get the follow-up bump, has given Verde a chance here.
CT could bring things back. Realize though, getting the touch, Ballery's a bit too much power off that pinch, and it's going right into the other corner. Realize looking to dig it out. But Matchu, yeah, he don't like it. Goes to the demo.
Gotta be up to Tokyo.
焦るなよ
Any kind of attack here, but it's going to be Ballery's moving it forward. Pulse Clan
焦るなよ
putting down the clamps, and with only 16 seconds left to go, starts to get dire here for Tokyo Verde, and the bump from Tenhao not going to be enough to create an opening. The bump from Maru helps out Ballery's. 6 seconds left. Pulse Clan on the verge of taking game 1 against a team that hasn't lost a single series all split long, and Pulse Clan, they take the lead.
A lot of draws across the entire world, just dropped right there. Open mouth gasping at the sight of Tokyo Verde losing game 1. I mean, we saw the Twitch chat predictions there, Yami, and Tokyo Verde easily said are the favorites, aren't they?
I think it's fair though. I think it was fair that they predicted Verde, because this was a 2-1 game, but we've seen a step up here from Pulse Clan. They're playing better than they were in that first series. In particular, Max Yu has fired up the same way Popo did at the end of the last one. Max Yu could be the guy who wins it for Pulse Clan, because we already know that Balleries and LCT were playing well.
And it's funny, back against Ganders, Pulse for the first half played very nervous, almost scared of their opponents. Here, I see nothing but confidence in Pulse Clan against Tokyo Verde.
I've been talking all of APAC South about the team that's going to take down Pulse Clan is the team that's going to start challenging them and giving them little room. Well, Pulse Clan, they're the ones doing that to Tokyo Verde now. And it's up to Tokyo Verde to find those angles, to find the extra plays, to find the room, but they're still not being given an inch by LCT.
LCT there, seeing or getting the call perhaps that no one was ready to follow up onto that, just lingers the ball downfield even longer. He's making things awkward for Verde. Ball launched again, as always from Verde. They're just going for these long hits downfield to try and find space, but it's desperate. It's not working. LCT towards center, getting a touch that he wasn't expecting. It's not going to hurt too much. Ballery's
Realize was looking for a bit of a joint there, but able to find it, and you're seeing LCT go off the roof. Not sure about that play, but it is a very Pulse-esque play. We've seen it all season long, and it's a definite confidence booster for them at the same time. This one's going to hang out right in front. A miss there.
やばいな。こんな暴走行くのもある。
Sailing past, and this is the room that Realize wanted, but it gets away from him.
Pulse are just vibing right now. They're currently playing the playstyle they love. Constant aggression.
Yeah. That was so close to an own goal. Just comes off the corner.
いやー難しいだろそれは。ナイス。ナイスカバー。このボール絶対負けんな。ナイス。お願いお願い入れて。ナイス。
And now with the goals, Tenho getting his first one.
Two pushed up, Max U. Not able to
Yeah, you're
receive an
crazy.
LCT. I don't know what he was doing, out shopping perhaps, getting some groceries, but he weren't home, that's for sure. Verdi gifted a goal.
So odd as well to see Pulse Clan at times play this so seriously, so sweaty, and others taking a bit too light, and Maru off the kickoff is going to take advantage of that.
Done for one block, two blocks, goal. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Tokyo Verdi was probably a little bit shocked after game one, here in game two, realizing that Pulse. I don't know. Making these little slip ups. It's got to be peculiar for Tokyo Verdi.
We're seeing moments where, you know, Tokyo Verdi have looked a little bit rough, and then you know what happens? Maru ends up stepping up, and especially in that regional event one, when they were super nervous, that's when Maru had the performance of his lifetime. That's when he was the best player on the pitch for Tokyo Verdi, which is something not often said about anyone other than Realize. Maybe that's what we're seeing today. A simple play style, but effective. These 50s being solid. Pulse Clan have a very solid set of attack here. Not really found an opening, and yet they still get to continue taking shots, and they might be one here for Boris. Nicely saved out.
Passes from LCT, looking for players in the mid. Excellent LCT once again, but that is prone towards middle.
Oh my
It's a
god.
runaway goal. LCT just gets there in time, but look at this.
逆にチャンスになってる。
Follows from Tokyo Verdi. They've claimed that midfield line, and they'll look to just keep hammering away.
何言ってんだ何言ってんだ。
See a bit of frustration from them in that play because they're so close to scoring the goal. They spend so much time in attack, and yet Tokyo Verdi showing that they do have the defensive prowess and starting to counter the Pulse Clan gameplay. With the counter attacks coming out, we may see something extra coming out from Tokyo Verdi, but Max U looking for the play. Oh, unfortunate pinball all around everyone, and that's going to put Pulse Clan in defense.
絶対50取れテンホ。
But whereas wide net Boris can just slow things down, allows time for his teammates, and then back into the mix, and it's not hurt Pulse that much. It is winding down the clock though. 1 minute 30 left to go. Yummy. They've got to start charging right now. They need to start doing a little more in attack. Connect with each other. Defense is clutch. Is holding them at 2-0.
That looks very open, but a last-ditch dive keeps Pulse Clan in the game. Tenho doesn't want that to be the case, but there's still a chance. The shot gets beaten out by Realize, still pushed forward. Every single time now, Tokyo Verdi have intercepted the play in the midfield. No chances for Pulse Clan. Time starting to run out.
大事大事大事大事。時間かけろ。もう時間かけろ。いい時間かけ。ナイス。そうそうそうそうそう。100取れてる。
Pulse's attacks aren't linking up. Simple shot towards net, easy. But realize to clear away. And they're happy to just play defensive broccoli.
いやーいい。
They've got 2 goals.
切らして切らして。あーバカ飛ぶな。悪い。落ち着け落ち着け落ち着け落ち着け。よしよしよし。あ、やべ、最下のとこで。これ、ここ入ったら殺す。
Panicking a lot on their touches. Well, openings here for Tokyo Verdi, Pulse Clan. It's night and day from game one.
どうあがいてもリアライズ。
What is it that has changed? 22 seconds left to go, and quite frankly, I think game 2 is a write-off for Yummy. But game 3, 4, game 5 still well open to both these two teams. Tokyo Verdi feeling like they've cracked the code right now.
テイクリセット上手
Bit
だ
of
か
a
らな。
playbook here, and you've got to expect that from such experienced players.
あ
Even though everyone knows the name of Realize, Maru and Tenho have been around the block and then some.
いや、ナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。
They know how to adapt as the series goes on. Tokyo Verde take game 2.
いや、素晴らしい。
Look at that scoreline. The Devil Maru scoring the goals, intercepting everything. He could have had 3 or 4 just from pure plays where he cut the line in Pulse and had somewhat of an open net, but goal number 1 for him was to win the race to the ball and shut down Pulse Clan, and that's why they have 0 on the board.
It truly was a beast this game, but over on the opposite side, Pulse couldn't get any connections with each other. We saw them digging it on deep into opponent's half, but then when the passes did come across net, they're either a little bit too powerful, a little bit too weak, shot taken from too far on out, thus Tokyo Verde could quite easily get an interception because Tokyo Verde don't play to get up in your grill, really to force 50-50s, but they're good at predicting and seeing where that shot is going to be placed.
There was this real disconnect as well, kind of about a minute into that game where all of a sudden we see LCT Max U kind of going to their Pulse ways of jumping off the roof and taking it a little less seriously. And I think in that time, if you're Tokyo Verde, you get to relax a little bit, know that you've got in their heads, maybe not even in your own way, they've got it, Pulse have gotten into their own heads. Because Pulse looks so good when they are playing a standard game of Rocket League where you can then take advantage of those extra mechanics just when they come by, rather than trying to force them.
So moving on into this game 3, and this is going to be, most people say, the momentum start. This is the one where Tokyo Verde take it, we could be seeing the 3-1, but Pulse need to pull it back now. Simply put, they just didn't look themselves. We know Pulse can pull off some spectacular passing plays, and I want to see them building up their attacks from the midfield, not trying to drop it from the backboard. We need to see them push up it as a duo to really work their way around the defense of Tokyo Verde, because right now, too simple to predict.
Aerial game is strong for both of these teams, in fact. LCT, Realize, Max U have the 3 highest amount of times in the air across APEC South, and they dominate other teams, but it seems right now a real
Nice.
Really being in Maru's favor in particular. Pulse Clan figure something out, and I think that's changing out with a few more backboards, a few more passes, and being a little less predictable.
LCT scrambling does get it on back in time, but now that Pulse have bought themselves a little bit of safety, they can't do much. It's just straight on the ball once again by Tokyo Verde. Machu, what can you do here? Looking to follow up on the 50-50. Does get a block as well, but after that, it's lost. Tokyo Verde have found a way around the aggression of Pulse.
It feels almost like a battle between fundamentals of Rocket League. It's no longer who can be as fancy as possible, who has just the straight best aerial mechanics. It is who has the best challenges, who's positioning well in the midfield to shut down your opponent's play. And at the moment, Tokyo Verde seem to have the best fundamentals. They're the ones who've been pushed the most in APAC North by the teams just below them. And I think this is where Pulse Clan have potentially been hampered a little bit. Despite their skill, the teams just below them in APAC South haven't been able to push them just as far.
Towards some sort of strategy game, you know, with resource management being so vital, you've got to pick a moment when to strike. Realize does it. That was like a perfect angle. How has he slipped this one away?
Well, I thought it had to be a pass out. I mean, look how far away that is from the backboard. Look how little room he had. That's the magic we expected from Realize. He's delivered here in game number 3. Not just about fundamentals, it seems. Realize can always come into play.
Well, and there's Realize there's a way. 2 minutes already gone into this one. Pulse. Probably not feeling so comfortable once again. They need to find a goal, and preferably sooner rather than later. So much power put on that one. LCT get a reach on, but the tips of his fingers wasn't able to combat the Tokyo Verde player. Oh.
You are
kidding me.
You
I
are
can't believe
kidding
LCT
me.
misses this.
He's
He's never missed this in his life. He's misread, hasn't been able to jump far enough. And credit to Tenho. He just completely disrespects him, plays for the miss, and now Tokyo Verde, they've scored 5 goals in a row.
Gonna have to show they've got strong mental pulse right now to get back into this. Still half a game, still truly open and theirs to take. But they've got to look both inwards to themselves and then to each other to link up. To get that block there is phenomenal for Verde. Otherwise there'd been a goal.
This is the man that was so impactful in that first series. LCT set up everything. And it's not just up to Max Hughes stepping up like he did in game number 1. Maybe it's LCT that needs to get back to his own ways. Will he find some room here for Pulse Clan? A rough touch there off the backboard, but...
Oh,
now they're getting stuck in the defense as Tokyo Verde. And touch after touch, they're distancing themselves for these clears. The clears are coming out though. Maru's going to misread that one. A chance now for Pulse Clan. No one there to capitalize on, and it's still going to be realized. Getting a goal at the other end.
Tokyo Verde have been gifted so much space that a mistake they've got time to recover from it. And here, I mean, Pulse, you didn't have the time you thought you had. No one to challenge onto that one, and that was just a free long shot for Verde.
You can talk about Tokyo Verde mechanics
all
day.
Nice LCT.
You can talk about LCT as well. This is a bit of a rough kickoff there for Realize. You don't want it to go that way, but flip reset from LCT. He needed to get that in order to get it past 2.
And not just to get past 2 there, but to build up his teams. They'll have the belief right now that they can pull those off. They really have to be Pulse. Freestylers come out with something creative to beat Tokyo Verde. It worked so well in game 1. Pick up that pace, utilize your boost well. Pulse, you can truly do back into this one. The 50-50 picked up by Tenho. LCT, this little jump around. It's not looking confident, he just wants to get blocks.
I'm liking about Tokyo Verde. The distance they've been creating. Oh no, there's no one in defense. A great pass play, but surprising that there was no one there to make a save. The 1-2, and Bollorese finds bottom right.
Perhaps Tokyo Verde just got complacent. They'd seen Pulse not really passing to each other unless it was looking off the backboard, which Tokyo Verde was able to easily close down. So Pulse pulling that. Verde were just blinded. They did not have a clue that was coming.
Given a chance here to Pulse Clan. They've given them a pulse, if anything, as Tokyo Verde only need. Well, now when you have that one goal buffer and Pulse Clan are a team that can score from anywhere. Not from their own end of the pitch, but seconds, and Pulse score here, of course. We'll see a very quick turning of the tides. Chance for Tenho. He's looking for that flip reset. Realize another shot top. Oh, top corner, but not yet. This one will follow it up. Maru's going to secure it. Tokyo Verde 4-2.
Sloppy defense coming out. LCT on the recovery. Not able to get there in time. Punished. 10 seconds left to go. I mean, 2 kickoff goals. That's what you got to be hoping for now, Pulse.
Don't believe in it, but they had some of the best kickoffs of anyone. They got one already, but they won't get one now. Tokyo Verde going to match point. Again, getting one step closer to Sweden.
Take a moment to realize. I hate that. That is a pun, I guess, within this.
Nice one.
Pulse Clan came in hot, and I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting this to go a completely different way after game 1, but Tokyo Verde just changing things up, playing around with the pace, making the game more stretched out, utilizing the whole pitch instead of very quick 1-2 punches. And Pulse just have not really been able to figure out how to combat it. Truly, they're starting to think it out, utilizing that they're given little small pockets to work in pairs, but they haven't got their, I would argue, traditional gameplay open to them.
I've been really impressed by the spacing from Tokyo Verde and the respect at sometimes for the clears that come out from Pulse Clan. If you look at the two of them, they're both trying to set up a continual attack. They're both trying to gain pressure, gain boost advantage, rotate in the midfield. The thing is, Pulse Clan are, for the most part, getting really close to that Tokyo Verde backboard. If you actually look at how far back Tokyo Verde are rotating, they're getting to a position where they can intercept the clear and get that ball straight back into the attack. We'll see as well, because that actually does mean that Pulse Clan have some room out of their defense, but they need to find those defensive passes, those defensive counterattacks to take advantage.
I'd argue even a couple of dribbles here and there, but right now we're in game 4, potentially the last game of this upper bracket final. Tokyo Verde win this, they move into that best of 7, the grand finals, the qualification match for Sweden. Pulse, you have got to pull every trick out of the hat right now.
Looking at all three of them. We can't have a performance here from Pulse Clan where it's a two-man show like we've seen so many times. It has to be all three fired up, and this is how you start it. But LCT, he backed off.
Good visuals from Tenhao to come back and cover for it. 1 minute gone by, no goal scored just yet as Maru throws it downfield. Bolaroos putting out wide, looking for LCT. LCT looking for Matchu. They're a bit too hard. Able to reach it.
Far too far on that half volley clear. You get a surprising amount of power just after it bounces off the wall. And in that case, power is not what LCT wanted. Post Clan have managed to find some space in this attack, but Tenhao is going to build some of his own by going up the wall, get a solid 50 at the same time. But Max Yu, a counter dribble off the roof, gets the extra touch pass. Maru is realized able to stop the charge as well, as Bolaroos is going to be the one backing up. Pulse Clan may even have an opportunity to get this first goal, but it's instead Maru down the other end looking for the air dribble.
Bolaroos needs to get this out, but he can't. Tenhao to stop it. Tokyo Verde could once again start the chokehold in their opponent's half. Just keep whittling away. Shot on. It's high. LCT getting a brilliant touch to put it further downfield. Matchu with a powerful shot, but Tenhao, as always,
unfortunately been looking for just too many hits towards the net. Not hit sideways, a dribble or something to peek out the defenders. It's a sign of a little bit of nerves from Pulse Clan, and that's playing into Tokyo Verde's favor. Realize that Maru now over on that left wing. It hasn't left that side of the pitch for a very long time now. It doesn't even seem like it's going to get out anytime soon. It finally crosses, and Bolaroos trying to get back in time as Maru has support down from Tenhao. It's a shot, and it's nicely saved out from Bolaroos.
Back south, Pulse are in a low-scoring game. They're the favourites, but against Tokyo Verde, that matters for now. Tenhao to receive the ball. It's a great pass to Maru. Maru's there to finish it up. He might need the mop and bucket, but he gets the job done.
Maru, he's been performing so well at Tokyo Verde, getting those pass plays. You got to remember, Tokyo Verde have never lost a series in the APAC region, not in RLCS. And it looks like that's going to continue if it continues like this. Pulse Clan need to step it up, and that's what they need to do. A pass in, an LCT pre-flip shot.
As always, this LCT 2-step up. what a big player in the region. So tall on the pitch. 147 and, well, it might as well be 5 minutes up on the clock because we're back to even Stevens.
ここでフェイクファースト。
Oh, he hit that with the pre-flip too, but it just ended up being a flip to get him into position. Just show the accuracy there coming out from LCT. And that simple does it. They don't need to extend too far. They just need to make the right play as a team. That's their chance to get back into this series.
Blocked out by Realize. Still trying to keep a hold of the ball for Tokyo Verde. There's 10 out to step on in, get the second time. Thrown it towards net, but easy job for Pulse to keep those hits away. Their issue is they can't get the ball away from their net. Just continuously in this orange half.
Realize is going to slow that ball down as well. Verde are the ones controlling the pace. Interesting to see that Maru didn't go up for that pass, instead is going to go down the other end, and now Max has a chance, he's got the defense in shambles. He had that pass available to him in center, but Tokyo Verde, something that we've been impressed by all series long, very consistent in the defense right now.
You can see OT between these two squads. Nothing bring me more joy. That's you. Could potentially set something up. He's going for demo. He's leaving the ball alone and Realize gives so much space. Blocked out by LCT. Maru coming on in. LCT with a full match. Shoots and House coming in as well. Drop down towards the ground. BALLORANT with a shot. Maru to block it out.
Looks like Pulse going all-out attack at LCT. He's opened it up. That's got to be it. Oh no! It hits the ground. They had the game. They had game 5, and now they've got to do it all over again.
But Pulse know how to get goals now. That will build their confidence. They might feel cheated, but you've got to channel that anger, that frustration onto the pitch. They go hunting once again.
Oh, Max Yu was like a cruise missile towards Realize right there. It's opened up again, but this time Maru there to save the day. How the tides have turned towards Pulse Clan right now. Maybe that confidence coming through, but it doesn't matter how confident you are unless you can score another opening. The shot should be good. Top corner, Realize. What a recovery on the backboard.
Do you see Realize though continuously running in circles trying to cover everything? So again, that one-man army mentality starting to build inside of him. Who knows? But Pulse Clan are continuously looking to each other, looking for these passes as BALLORANT sets out wide. I want to pick it up. They fall back. Max Yu, down to the corner, LCT, and then behind him, waiting for this ball to come on out. 10 out couldn't get the hit. Back towards BALLORANT. Weak touch. LCT can't get on it, and 10 how he lives to fight another day.
Great to see the Pulse Clan passes coming out though, and now the pressure, the backboard is the place to go with low boost here for Tokyo Verde. There is so much room here for LCT. Hits it hard, it should bounce down just behind him. Oh, not the fortunate bounce that Pulse Clan were looking for, but now Max Yu right in front of the net. 60 boost on 10 how to get out here, and he will. Oh, the experience of 10 how comes to save the day.
Not go out this time. When massively overextended, LCT there with a pre-jump was quite hopeful, it's got to be said, but it won't hurt them. He's on that midfield line trying to beat 10 how. It's not 50-50 out wide.
Confidence from Pulse Clan too. They're not afraid to challenge right now. They're not afraid to play their game in that forward half where they've almost felt scared. In this series, LCT looking for that follow-up touch. He fakes it out instead. That's good. 10 how manages to dodge the bump and get the save at the same time. Pulse Clan have had a few good attacking opportunities. And if it continues like this, they will be able to score the next goal. This could be it.
So good when they're bold. And here it's BALLORANT to put his name in bold. We're going to game 5.
Pulse Clan in this overtime looked like the best team in APAC. They prove it there with BALLORANT finding the extra room. The 1v1 situation. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 5.
after game 2, I was a little bit worried. I'm not gonna lie, Yummy, but Pulse, welcome back. They went off to the break room, got a cup of tea, something like that. Came back and they're looking rejuvenated.
I was worried where they'd gone, to be honest, and I think that goal really epitomized for me what needed to be done. They needed to start keeping it simple. In this play, simple, just going up, trying to outpace Tokyo Verde and getting the goal. Another play about spacing, realized not sure whether he should be going for that ball or not, and simple goal for Ballerese. We've been watching Pulse try and be too fancy, and it's always worked in APAC South. Now that they are playing a very standard game, it seems to be working.
And it's interesting because they've been allowed to be fancy within their region because they're the top dogs. And to see them have this switch, like we said, go serious mode to really get the job done, speaks levels of the dedication to their craft these players have. You said earlier, Yummy, about, you know, the players having a bit of an ego. You need that because it's the belief in yourself that you are the best. Right now, these two teams are fighting to be the best of APAC.
Whoever comes out of this,
何も出てないけど
it's going to be scarring their opposition, but I feel like if it's
時間とかも何も出てないけど
then they know that they have really dealt a killer blow to the confidence
リアルなブスパクんな
Tokyo Verde, who haven't felt that sting of defeat yet this season. Not be expecting this one. They will be
ちょっとやばいんじゃないベルティさん
in a rough position in that final. That being said, Maru's been in such a good stead throughout this series. He's been the one getting solid 50s and maybe the one to lead Tokyo Verde to the win.
Double touch
into the corner. It's left for 10 out and LCT to cut in, get it away. Realize does get a block. Teammates. Some boost. Straight back on the attack. 10 out into the corner.
Realize looking for the goal too, and he's found an angle. That was deadly. He's not in the position. Now the counter-attack pass play. Pulse LCT fakes under one. Good backup there from Tokyo Verde. The defensive teamwork coming into play.
やべえ、もうイライラしちゃうよこれ。
Clearance from Maru, and it works out beautifully with Realize getting up for it. It was a simple clear, turned into progression downfield, but Pulse are playing with pace, they're playing with speed, and Maxu is feeling it.
Oh, what an angle! Ballerese smashes that into the corner. There's 3 defenders there, and Maxu puts it behind all 3 of them. A bit of panic here from Tokyo Verde as they start sensing the shift that's happening in this series.
Shots in water right now, Pulse.
完全にリアルな後ろもな。さすがもっと同じチーム。危なくて。
The drop of blood, and they will jump at it.
危ね。
LCT.
やばいやばいやばい。やりたい方だされてる。
You see that always between 2 opponents that are really respectful of each other. The 2 best teams in the region. They're so much more likely to go for that shot that is pitch perfect. We saw LCT was trying to get that at the top of the net where normally you probably go and aim for the middle and that ends up sending it too high. That could have been a sealer, that could have been a clincher as well for Pulse Clan. They're still been getting so many opportunities, not just in this game, but in the last as well. They are taking control as Realize is trying to wrest any form of attack for themselves.
絶対負けんな。
Off the backboard, next with Maru, and it is gold.
The corner has been the place to go for both the teams. Tenhao beating everyone up to that ball. Good follow-up from Maru. His positioning has been perfect throughout this series.
A case of deja vu today. I welcome it. Not bad at all. Some truly exciting Rocket League here.
Pulse Clan missed a couple of good opportunities early in this one too, and find themselves in a tied game where realistically they'd say that they should be in a 2-0, maybe even a 3-0. So they're going to be having that in the back of their mind, especially if they don't score this one, as Tenhao charging forward, finding the pass before it reaches that player pushing forward. Good demo coming out. Will provide some room here. Maybe a pass by Maxiu instead. Just looks for the 50.
That was a good bump onto the board. You can see set up the thought process working itself out. No simple goals. Yeah, I mean, you talked about them earlier. Simple goals aren't going to work anymore. They have to be those pinpoint precision plays now.
You go for the simple goal once again. It wasn't there. Double commit though from Tokyo Verde. LCT couldn't find the touch. He really wanted to score then and there. Instead, it's going to go right in. Maxiu finds it in the midfield. It pinched straight out to him.
Maxiu has been the difference maker in this series. Don't get me wrong, LCT is phenomenal, but he's consistently phenomenal. Maxiu, when he steps up, he can be at moments of magic doing millions.
As a player on Tokyo Verde, you hate to see it pinch straight out to your opponent, but it's always a chance. You saw in that play, realized was not expecting it. He was not in position. Another shot from Maru. As Tokyo Verde have to get desperate here. 45 seconds left. Well, they could be in the lower bracket.
No team in APAC North has been able to take down Tokyo Verde. Only looking good, but for how long? Realize doesn't like this story. He's changing it up.
どうあがいてもリアライズ。
このエアドリのダブルはもう、もう言うことないわ。これナンバーワンだわ。And realize you can still expect him to hit those. We're heading towards a potential overtime, maybe even a goal here. As it slowly moves towards the net. Pulse Clan from 2-1 up. Now 2 goals, a goal down.
いや、これは
31 seconds.
この1点はマジ
We
で
know
でけえ。
Rock League well enough. That's tons of time to get an
This is
equalizer.
realize.
But still, goals haven't come too easy for Pulse Clan. They go for the fake kickoff. They have the follow-up touch. It's a pass play across an LCT. Cannot get contact. Tenhao down the other end. 20 seconds. It's what Tokyo Verde have to maybe even get another goal. 15 seconds. For Pulse Clan to maybe find the equalizer. They have to go the distance here. It has to be right here, right now, and realize after that ball fast. Pulse Clan, they're feeling their chances die out. 1 second. It's got to be on the 0 second. But they miss it. Tokyo Verde go to the grand finals.
よし。
Big,
次
big
ガンダット
step up
パ
at
ルス
the
だ
end
ぞ。
from Tokyo Verde when it was looking grim. It was looking.
いやこれワンチャンあるぞ決勝。
We couldn't see the light at the end of the
決勝
tunnel.
ガン
They
ダット対リアライ
somehow
ズ。
find a torch and
ペーパーさん
away.
危ねえ。
Tokyo Verde,
危なすぎ。
the fan favorite squad, Yami, are going on
いやマ
through
ジである。
to the qualification match.
マジであるぞ。
What a back and
マジである。
between Tokyo Verde and Pulse Clan. You know, we talk about APAC North versus APAC South. You can see just how close this battle is. It could have gone the other way. Pulse Clan had a couple of opportunities.
無理だろ。いや無理とか
They're
言っ
going
ちゃ
to
い
be
けんけど
thinking
さ。
about that for the next
うまいのこのパル
50
ス
odd
クランとか
minutes
いうや
while
つ
they
ら。
wait for or have to play in their next match. They're going to be thinking about that maybe in the future if they do not qualify
東京ベルディよりうまいまであるよ。
But for now, the favorites are in the grand final. They're going to get a 1-game advantage.
危ねえし、
And
ありす
I
ぎだ
am
わ。
scared for anyone who has to come through against them from the lower bracket.
Don't worry. I've got a good answer to you being
リ
scared,
アライズ
Yami.
個人技とマルのごっちゃんシュートしかなかったもんな。
A little bit of a break because we need to go get the next match set on up. It's Pulse versus Team Ganders. We've got a rematch from earlier on today. It was a super close series as it was anyway. 3-0 in favor towards Pulse. What will it be this time? See you on the other side.
ペーパーさん、ベルギー戦続けられると弱い。
弱いね。攻め出したら強いんだけどね。いやまあ攻め続けられたらどのチームも弱いけどな。攻め続けられるパルスクランが強かったわ。さすがリアライズのお友達たち。5分後ですね。休憩です。ネクストアップ え、またベルディとパラスカないの？違うでしょ。
ペーパーさん、ニッムトが守備強すぎて感覚まひってた。
確かに。いや、でもさ、ニムとかさ、東京ベルディ側のにいなかったらさ、多分ニムとか出てたと思うけどね。またベルディとパルスくらいのやんないでしょ。次ガンダースですよ。間違えてる。そうであってる。ウーラーズの罪じゃないの？うわー、うまいなこれ。結構見てくれる人4時間も見てる。おやつ。今日のおやつは温泉卵。卵用のとろってかけて。
Yummy, buddy, you calm down now. Like you're not scared anymore. You okay?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. But wow, that series, I couldn't tell how it's going. It looked like after Game 3 that Verdi had it in the bag, but we still see more and more dimensions coming out from Pulse. We see more and more growth coming out from them as well.
It was a wild series from Verdi. I thought they were gonna crumble. I thought after that Game 1 it was over for Verdi, but honestly, Tokyo Verdi were always the best team. It was not even close. My predictions stay correct.
Twitch chat always right. They know that if Tokyo Verdi get a goal, then they're the best team, of course, in APAC. And they are. I mean, they've proven it right here. They still have to do it in the grand final, of course, but I have to reiterate, they have consistently gone very close in series. Now both against Ganders and Pulse Clan in the last 2 times they versed each other. That 1 game advantage is usually the difference between winning and losing.
And I'm sorry, I'm finding it crazy
I'll
that we
keep going.
could do...
Pulse Clan,
you keep going. Yeah.
Go on.
You tell us, Pulse Clan. You tell us. What with Pulse Clan? You tell us.
I want Max to perform for an entire series. I don't want to see him get 1 game and pop off that one. And same with LCT.
Like, you know what? Fair.
You're just going fair. I'm there like, LCT was a god for Pulse during that whole series. Valorant and Matchu took it in turns to be online, and I think that's the biggest issue. When they were working as a team, Pulse were the better squad, but just for the consistency's sake, Tokyo Verdi just don't miss. They're just constantly at that 9 out of 10 level, and Pulse had to go out of their way to come up with nuts plays, and that's got to be straining for them.
Especially because we saw kind of a back and forth in terms of the team play. But I think Tokyo Verdi, as a team, had better positioning, had better control of that midfield line when the ball became kind of a back and forth play, a clear play. And I guess a lot of that is due to them being able to respect their opponents and maybe even a little bit of their international experience at DreamHack.
Yeah, they are the team with the most international experience. We've realised going to DreamHack, it's not much international experience, but it's some. They went to Triple OT against TSM, if I memory serves me correctly, all the way back at DreamHack Montreal. So it is something, and it will be a good start for them in the grand finals with that 1 game advantage. And now on the other hand, though, we've got a rematch.
Oh yes, we do, boy. Let's bring up the screen. Pulse versus Team Ganders. Last time around, it was a 3-0 in favor of the Pulse. But guys at home, if you're just tuning in right now, there were 3 OTs throughout all of them, including the second one. 6 minutes and 56 seconds of OT. That's ludicrous.
And Ganders were missing 1 key factor. The Popo power meter was not up there. And once they got into that lower bracket, into that final game in the lower bracket, that's when we saw Popo pop off.
I really like the Popo power meter. I think we're gonna have to keep the Popo power meter.
Can we make it a graphic, please, Lionel?
Can we make a graphic? Yep, production. Production, get on it. No, but the triple we could do it like a thermometer, you know, like back in school where it starts out cold at the bottom, like little blue, and then we just rise up, and then you can blow the top of it. Oh, it'd be such a good graphic right there.
I mean, if you look at all throughout the day from the very beginning, it was like 10% until the last game in that lower bracket, and then all of a sudden it went up to 90, and we know that there could be a little bit more. There could be that blow off top, but the question is that going to continue? Was that just 1 game from Popo, or is that going to continue into this one?
Popo.
Yeah, Popo needs to play up to his standard we saw against Azure. If not, it will be a win for Pulse easily. I still think it's hard to say, but Popo is the defining factor.
Also, you guys might hate us for just chatting non-stop about Popo, but that's what the players do too.
I love Popo.
Popo is the player that a lot of the players are talking about, right? And came out of nowhere, and he is the guy we're looking at to maybe take over that Realize mantle of best in the region sometime in the future. At the moment, though, obviously not at that step, doesn't have that experience, doesn't have that consistency, so we still have to rely on the likes of Retro and Modo to have those good performances like we've seen from Retro today and Nomodo all throughout the split.
せっかくなら日本最強チーム
Whilst I
で
try and
どういうのが
consider about the scary four Popo and realize teaming up together and how that'd be a Japanese powerhouse. We've got Japanese powerhouse to talk about here. We've also got Twitch chat to invite on into that as well. Do we think Ganders is going to make a Japanese powerhouse of a grand finals, confirming a North APAC team going on through? Or are we going to get that rematch Pulse versus Tokyo Verde? Put your votes down below. You know what to do right now. Instructions below. Guys on the desk, when we got to predictions here, I didn't vote with which team I wanted, like which team I thought was the better team out of the two. I just want a rematch of what we just saw. Yummy. That was a phenomenal series. So I'm going with Pulse purely because I want Pulse beat Vardy again in the grand finals.
I want the rematch, and also I expect the rematch. Obviously, Pulse 3-0'd for a reason, and when they're playing like that kind of sweaty standard game, they actually look like a really, really good team, a better team than we've even seen, who dominating APAC South. So I feel like they have to win this.
Yeah, I'm being selfish here. I want another Pulse versus Verde match. I love Gander, I love Popo, I want them to do as well as they can, but I do think it's going to be Pulse taking it. They took it before, I think they'll take it again. I do think Ganders will take a game this time, but I do think I'll go for Pulse.
I think us across the board are all doing the like 55% in favor of Pulse thing, and that's more getting weighed by the
No, I'm 75%. Come on, man.
You think that hard? Ganders for me were impressive earlier, and I think they're coming through stronger now after that lower bracket match. But realistically, it doesn't matter what I think or what I want. It's what you guys at home want. We care more about Twitch chat. I care more about Twitch chat than you two anyway. 57% in favor of the Pulse. That's more like it. That's what I was expecting.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to have like a slight advantage to Pulse. I personally have a bigger one, but in the end, we've seen what Ganders can do. We know that Popo can have just a series that puts him in a spot to not just win against Pulse, but even they do have a chance against Tokyo Verde later in the day too.
Yeah, 55 to 45, I think 54 to 46. Okay. But I think Chad was talking about Popo enough that they've fallen on the Popo side now, and I don't blame them. I think Popo's got a lot of new fans. I think the whole of Ganders have got a lot of new fans as well, and the Moto and Retro as well. And Pulse, they were already some esteemed names, I guess, for the APAC South region. Now we're having to see the next dogs come through, and it seems to be Ganders.
We have to. We almost have to see Pulse win if they want to be able to, with APAC South, want to be able to consider themselves equal to APAC North here. I mean, if they're coming out 3rd and 4th, there is a real case here of the strength of APAC North beyond just Tokyo.
Well, we don't have to think about, we don't even have to speculate about it, because the match is ready to go, so let's throw it on over. It's going to be myself and Boy bringing you this one. Pulse versus Ganders. Boy, I casted this at the start of the day alongside Yummy. We brought you on for this one because you are the biggest Popo fan in the world, I hear.
Yeah, I know, I've got my chance now to Ganders against Pulse Clan. I mentioned it earlier. It was a great 3-0 for Pulse, but it was all overtime. They were all incredibly close. I'm hoping for just something similar in that level of closeness, but I guess something we didn't mention going into this series was just how good the match was. That Matsu got some incredible goals by the end of it. So I'm really most interested in Matsu and Popo in this series. Who can pop off the most and who can propel their team to victory?
And whilst I'm on the opposite end, they're going, my favourite player on the pitch probably for this one is Moto. I love that lad, what he's been about for so long. Nice whip in. The Pulse keep that one out. It's only been 25 seconds so far, and LCT, that's a banger.
Get back the other way and no one's back. Bobby's the last man. He'll get off the post, but not enough. It's a free goal for Retro because
そうやってる。
They were all in the Ganders.
いや俺とそれでミラーやろうと思ったけどさすがに一回それ悪すぎたけど取ったよなんかねいいよ一定先取るとねガンダム強いから
do this, right? They forget that someone's got to be a defender at some point.
Well, either way, a 1-0 start for Ganders, and now Pulse will be hunting to find one back of their own. In comes Balleries with a pass in centre. Over to Maxu, it will be met off the backward, bouncing down. Balleries tries. They cannot finish it off just yet. A clear back up the other end. The Moso sends it long, a bump as well from Retro. In comes Popo. Stealing a little bounce. To no avail. Easy clear from Pulse Class.
Got to be careful about that. They can't just softly put the ball in the box. They've got to go for quick counters. That's how you beat Pulse. We've seen it in the past. Demos don't always work on them. Pulse are a difficult squad to take, but what we saw from Tokyo Verde is just fundamentally be a better team. Those rotations on in. Don't falter, don't make mistakes. Look at pins. Maxu stepping up.
Very good bump right there. The defense. There is none. LCT's in control. Retro, the last man back, taken out of the post. 90 seconds gone by. This is one apiece for game number 1.
But that's something we didn't really see it against Verdi as well, with those follow-ups coming on through. They want to go for those bumps. I think it's just Pulse maybe giving, dare I say, too much respect on over towards Tokyo Verdi. Or that game play style just does not work against Tokyo Verdi.
Yeah, 切れてんは。
Big run shot field. Ganders once again looking for that leading goal. Paul will take his time and sets it past 1.
俺がちょっと下ぐらいした。
Off to the corner.
26とか5ぐらいした。
Quick
あ、
to
終わった。
receive.
おー、ナイス。
Defender can't find it, but in comes Nemoto off the post save. The shots continue, but it will not be a goal. It remains one apiece and back up the other end. Retro has to find something now, and when helping Nemoto and Popo, will it work out in Gander's favour?
That's why I big up Nemoto. He's just so darn clutch, it's crazy. Retro easy put off towards the side, even with Maxu getting the demo, the clearance out towards mid. And Pulse look once again a whiff from LCT.
やだボール。
To back it up, and Balleries has gone wide.
いやー、苦しいな。
A few cracks starting to
苦しい。全然攻められてないね。しかも、ミスないぞ俺ら。このボールいいんだけどな。このボール自体いける人が全然できてない。あー、ダブルコミット。終わった。あー。それはダメじゃないか。確かに。いやー、あの2人飛んで2人とも触れないのはさすがにゴミすぎるわ。ありえん。
That is from small little mistakes from Ganders, not really from Pulse working it out themselves.
Yeah, 50 取れたな、えらい。
Well, either way, mistakes or not, the lead is in Pulse's favour. And something that Ganders had to bounce back from, could have you the call as well anyway. The Ganders goal is also just from a mistake from Pulse. They were pushed up miles too far and the ball was easily going to be scored.
いや、パスが悪いよ。
Popo off the corner and he'll get a great angle on it. The dunk from Nemoto as well. Pulse clan, they could not find the save. It's a goal for Ganders.
Beautiful play, Popo.
よう触ったわこれ。
Forcing issues. LCT of course has got to get that way, but Nemoto Putty reads it so well. Bodies him. 2 or 120 left to go. This rematch is spicy.
What the fuck?
Have to go. Right. Right off the kick off.
笑ってんじゃねえよ。
And a free goal for LCT. Simple as that. 3-2 to Pulse Clan.
Allow just kickoff goals like that happen. Don't dwell on it. Ganders back to the drawing board. Easy peasy. Just get a third. Why not?
さっきのなんか東京ベルディとパルスクラの試合と比べるとなんかすごい申し訳ないけど見劣りするよ。いいバンプだな。
A touch off to the side, they're all bouncing it down from the ceiling. The back
そういう
wall
ことなん
of
だよ。
takes control, brings it center.
ここは枠に打つべきボールなんだ
Shot
って。
traveling off the corner, wide
それを枠に打てなきゃいけないんじゃないの。
Has to avoid the bump as Popo.
それを枠に打てるのがリアルでしかいないっていう事実。
Takes it long, still time left for Gander to one go in it with 30 seconds on the clock.
あー、微妙すぎるだろ、そのパスは。
In the center, but it travels too far back. Popo has to take control to his own corner. You'll find it there. The touch is bound by a pulse.
いや、そう、マジで苦手。
Can't bring control just yet, bouncing off the back. You'll get a small touch off to the side. But Pierre Popo with a shot on net. It is too weak to find the back. But a follow up from the Moto now. Bounce up high. In comes Retro. But still not to go.
このボール絶対落とすな。いや、雑魚くない？バカか。バカか。いや、よくないよ、本当に。
And Maxu, 1 goal, 2 assists, 4 saves and 3 shots. He was everywhere on the pitch, doing everything as well. Pulse Clan take game number 1, but it was only by a 1 goal margin. It was incredibly close, and on that 0-second mark, I feel like that should have been a goal, but it just wasn't enough from Ganders at the end.
I argue that a pattern started to show itself in Ganders. They really want to go, they do overextend, and that's where Poles can just have one player so quick. They generally do rotate out in defense to the midfield line to pick up one of those 100s, and then they can just respond quite quickly. Ganders, it recurred so often. That last time, Popo was just there because he was keeping a little bit further back on his rotation, and that's something Ganders need to clean up because that happened twice in that game.
That was a great done right there from the Moso, but there just was not enough for the rest of the game. It was straight off the kickoff as well. There was so little hope for Ganders because Pulse Clan, they just seem to excel in kickoffs so often. And again, they will win them. Now coming in for game number 2, Ganders start off the series on a deficit. It was only a 1 goal difference. They're coming in for game number 2. That'll be a similar story.
いや、うまいぞ、これ、パラスクランこういうの。終わった。やばいんじゃないそれはさすがに。
He is here to play today, and that is a great shot. Slips it under the crossbar off the pass from LCT. 1:07 seconds in. It's the start of Pulse Clan we're definitely looking for. We mentioned off the kickoffs they excel. That's a prime example of it. But now Retro back the other way. He cannot make the passes the Pulse Clan were making. And it is Baller and LCT pushing it long to try and find goal number 2.
いや、うまい。すごいいい50。ナイス。今のはいい50。いや、ポポうまいわ、本当に。ちゃんと狙って50するもんね。
You got to ask, LCT and Machu lingered downfield way too long.
Yeah, it's Pulse Clan overcommitting once again, maybe overconfident, which is a weird thing to see in a bracket like this. I guess the having the beating it down in the free sweep earlier maybe boosted the confidence of Pulse and making them a bit more prone to these simple mistakes. Push up too far and allow balls to slip on by, but either way, 1-1 the scoreline now, and Ganders are back into it, and Retro off the back, where can he get a follow-up touch? Not in time, and Ballaris is there, but it is Popo off the side, and looking to go all by himself. He gets a flip reset, can't find the touch. Nemoto will miss, but Retro holds strong. Nemoto will catch and sends it high off the corner. Retro just passed away.
結局日本代表決めるってなったらさ、リアライズの他2人誰にするかって話にならん。国別対抗みたいになってさ、試合がね、インテルオープンみたいに。
Having fun, I would argue, on the pitch, the way they want to play, and they don't mind giving up goals like that because they'll still outscore opponents. At the end of the day, that's all that matters.
センスが塊なんや。日本代表誰にする？リアライズと他2人。
But neither can find it. Up to Retro. That back line to avoid the challenge. Did a great job.
俺4人目は絶対俺ピックス入れるから。
But still,
絶対ピックス入れる。
have the opportunities to find something. With 2 minutes gone, still one apiece, but Postclan having the upper hand for sure at the moment.
彼のイカれたゲームセンスと意味のわからん立ち回りとイカれたバンプセンスはね、試合を変える。うまい。バンさんを入れたいわ。リアライズバンさん、オリンピックス、あ、セットリ。
ペーパーさん、エペマスターでなんかのゲームプロレベルとか。
Taking the ball long. Retro can find a pass out to Popo. Valoris will avoid. Up and off the side it will go. LCT rushing through. Good 50 by Namoto. Off the back. LCT tries it. The bump on the defender will not be found either. Valoris stands up strong. Retro once again going the distance to 50-50. No success. So many chances for Gander. So little goals. Off the back, but in comes Popo. Let's say by LCT this time.
いや、あ、100取れてない。あ、渡してるの。
Searching, keep on hunting.
マジで行かれた。めっちゃ好き、オリンピックスのプレースタイル。外事だもん、普通に。立ち回りがさ、もう意味わかんないところある。なんでそこにいんだ君みたいな。あ、でもみかんさんも欲しいな。
Ganders.
Oh,
to even have a tied up series. Or will Postclan just keep holding on in defense? Because they've not done anything in offense for the last 2 minutes now. It has been all Ganders, but every single time it is a Postclan save. Every defense is finally getting challenged. Popo narrowly avoids the bump from LCT. Off the back, it'll be in centre. And a big clear away once again. Gander surviving, doing all they can, but they are just not scoring.
Nice!
Rowendo for Retro.
そういうことないよ。ワンチャンの男。よく読んだ。オリンピックスのプレーってオリンピックスしかできないからね、あれね。
ペーパーさん、ボールチェイス走ないけど自分のプレーに転した思いが違う。
After so many attempts on net, they finally found number 2. Retro rises high, is seeing the moto in the midfield but cannot connect in the pass. Matchu, the ball reads to LCT, the connections have been made on the back where it will go, but Popo quick into action. 50 seconds now on the clock, 2-1 still for Gander. Getting their shots off.
Waiting on that midfield line, and you can see Postclan are trying to force attacks here. They're not comfortable. That's such a peculiar situation to be in for them. They're actively breaking their rotations.
There with time running out, it's Matchu under the crossbar, and he's done it! 2-2 for Postclan. They are not trying to drop a game against Gander. What a goal by Matchu!
I am sorry for panicking about breaking rotations, for standing on the boost. Postclan, please forgive me because what do I know compared to gods?
What a goal for Postclan to tie things up. But Gander's not out yet, but that might be the single. Valoris finds another in the Gander's defense. Where did they go?
Well, they went to the ball, and that's the issue. They weren't able to get back to net quick enough. 14 seconds. Gander's got to do this.
Gander's off the kickoff. This was their best chance to win a game this series. It's Namoto off the backboard to Popo, but he cannot make it in time. It's Valoris back up the other way. Looking to take game number 2 will be Postclan. And as that goal slips on by, that will be the second game going their favour. They hit the match point.
Yeah.
Gotta take a deep breath, boy. Not only because it sounds like you're running out of breath, but also just to reflect on this game. And well, LCT was just stood still in net. Let's go for boost. Yeah, but the job was already done. Looking to recreate, perhaps not in the same way, another 3-0 against Ganders, cement themselves into that grand final. Ganders, another crack at the reverse sweep. They were close last time around to getting it started, but Pulse just have their number.
いや、俺らが信じててどうすんだよ。
They done an incredible job of surviving there with a pretty much last second goal by Maxu himself, the man of the hour right now for Pulse Clan. Ganders, it was their game to lose, and they did lose it. Now heading for game number 3. They'd have to reverse sweep Pulse to make it to the finals. They've yet to take a game against Pulse, no matter every single one being only a 1-goal difference, except by the end of game number 2 just there. It's been incredibly close, but not enough from the Ganders.
いやー、やっぱな、でも根本さんとレトロさんがなんか
this series,
ついてこれてねえんだよ
first
な。
time round back in the upper bracket semis, and now in the lower bracket
そういう
final,
印象を持って
this
しまうわ。
matchup, it's just
このな
great
この
fun. You've got so much
RLCS を通じてね。
from each of the players that even though you do get a couple of stinkers,
ちょっと足
like
りない
goals run
足り
away
ない
like
感あるよ
this,
ね。
when it's in those final
いや
dying
それね
moments,
って
it
感
don't
じだけど
matter.
さ、
But
足りねえ
you
んだよ
can。see some
なんかが
absolute beauties coming out from both
チー
sides.
ムプレイ
And
意識しすぎなんじゃないかな。
Nomoto Putties, like
こんな綺麗
hitch
な。
up against the post back
泥
in
臭
game
く見な
1 was
くて、かぶったっていいんだよ。
spectacular.
ブリブリいけ
As a fan of
あ、
Rocket
終わ
League,
った。
I don't want this to end now. I don't want this to be a 3-0. Come on, Ganders. Come back. Send us to game 5. I don't want this to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I would not mind getting a few more games of this. It's been a good, fun series to watch. Matt
チームプレイ
Shu
意識して
doing some incredible work on
一瞬
Pulse
遅れちゃっ
Clan.
てるんだろう
It
な。
has been a retro
多分
doing
ポポさ
so
ん
much
は
for Ganders in
自
this
由にやっていい
series.
っていうふうに言われてるんだよね。
And the biggest question mark is,
Popo-san
can
だけ多分。
Ganders take a game? The ball
そんな気
will
がする。
linger into the centre. No one ready to
それに
pounce
合わ
on
せ
it.
てあの
This
二
is
人
the
が動い
last
てる。
chance for Ganders on their last
それ
light.
で
Can they
うま
do
うまいぞ。
anything?
それじゃダメな気がするんだけど
Even
な。
LCT did have a little bit of boost, and
なんか格下には
Kubo
絶対
passed
勝
it
てる
into
だろうけど、
center. Machu was there.
格上
They
には
instead
勝てねえような
just
立ち回りだよ
decided
な。あ、
to go for a weird flip, and
うーん。
they'll eventually get the goal. But where were Ganders in all of this? Where's coming on out? Popo's going up. He's nowhere near it. And Retro's back in net. I don't know. Counted sheep?
まだわからん。
That was a weird play there from Ganders. Everyone was there diving for the ball, not a single person getting it. Retro led in an impossible situation in net.
いいバンプ
So hard to make that save. Now off the backboard and Popo trying to go the other way, but LCT with control. The pass is in centre and Popo reads upfield. Met easily by Namoto, but Machu awaits, sends it high. No one to receive the pass.
見せろボボ
Popo go all by himself. He's got the flip reset. Can he go by himself? He's taking a high off the back. Teammate should be there to follow. In comes Retro.
ポポこれやばくね
Ganders
我慢しすぎ
literally
ろ
go
これ
from 0
どういう
to
こと
100 in the space of 15 seconds, and I am all here for that 100. A beautiful sequence, beautiful setup coming out from Popo, and then Retro to clean it up. That's what we want to see.
日本代表
from Ganders.
3人目違う4人目
Off to the side it will go. Ganders found one back, and they have made it even. They have got
ポポバー
to
ン
find the leading
Yeah,
goal
the
though.
fix it.
They had it in
Fix.
game 2 but lost it. But in comes Balaris off the
Yeah, yeah.
pass from Maxu to slot it in behind the defenders, and the tied
Yeah.
game is no more.
Full field air dribble coming out from Matthew to line it up from Balaris. All he's got to do is lick the stamp, put it on the letter,
Lady.
and send it. He does exactly that. Pulse back on top.
あれあれ
Ganders, this has got to be a lot of stress on Boyo to continuously
あ
play
やばい
from
くらい
behind.
眠いわさす
Have
が
to
に
play from behind is a skill in itself for sure. Not able to actually come back from playing in behind is more a part of that skill. In comes the Motos to try and bring Ganders back into it from behind. But it is being disallowed time and time again by Pulse Clan. And off to the corner, Retro will receive.
頼む
For that pass to no avail, it's Matthew to send that ball high, met by
こ
Popo.
のボール
Off to the side and centre it will go.
chance.
Balaris dives
絶
through
対
the
入れろ
best of save at the shot. Miles wide. The Moto, that should have been a goal.
You say miles wide, don't look at that and go millimeters. Sure, it was past the post, but in situations like this, such high pressure moments, it's so easy to just put the shot a teeny bit wide.
The point miss it either way. And upfield it will be taken. The Moto will try to no success. Half the game gone by. A 1-goal lead for Pulse Clan. Hunting for the second goal as Ganders. They need it to stay alive in the series, to stay alive in the tournament. Retro off the ceiling cannot make the touch. LCT at the backward, in comes Namoto. Popo. The pass one. 50-50, no success. LCT avoids the bump. Moto hunts for the 50, but in comes Maxu. Off it to the back wall. They get taken down low, but Reed can't control it. It's Namoto. The pass in centre. It could be a chance. It takes it low. The shot is great, but it will be saved. I love the idea of it, but still not a goal for Ganders.
Yeah, where it's going for is trying to pull in to here in a win of 50-50 against the defender. The idea was perfect. That's what we love to see. Beautiful demo. Easy follow-up from Namoto here, but it's team plays where Ganders are spectacular at it.
Game number 3, 1-2-3 in the clock and 2-2 the scoreline. Ganders fighting one back. They are yet to take a game against Pulse. They are hunting for it now. They've got the tied game, but will it work out for them? In comes Popo, but can't make it in time. The ball's high, but Maxu barely misses out. It might have been a goal, but he just got that touch. The ball falls back into centre, and off the side it will bounce. Falling down, the Moto can't find it. LCT misses control. Retro off the ceiling. Another touch would be sublime, but Popo waiting for it. Bumps the Moto out of the way, but he'll recover. Coming in now, a good 50-50, believe it, lingering in the Pulse Clan half. The back pass attempt is going to lose possession. Pulse Clan has another chance to go. It will bounce off the backboard and clear away. Possession has been lost as LCT's shot to the top corner. Rolling on down, another attempt, but also hitting off the corner of the net.
Well, Ganders not looking as crisp and clean as earlier. Pressure gets into them. Maxu towards the middle. And Namoto, he had no reason to jump at that. But Popo, brilliant reads from him.
Off to the bad ball, it will go LCT!
What the fuck?
How has that not been saved?
Either way, that was so weird. Look at this.
Just went right through the middle. It's a goal for Ganders. 15 seconds. They're about to win the game. Unless Pulse can find something off the kickoff, Ganders are going to take game 3 and get themselves one step closer to potentially taking down Pulse. It's LCT off to the side. He sends a higher pass in centre. Will it be received in time onto the bar? But it will go LCT, no boost, but he can catch it. Ball isn't ready. He's up high. Off the backward, pinched out to the side. LCT once again. The match with the catch on the corner. It will go, cannot be kept up. It's a game for Ganders.
Through the skin of their teeth, they hold on. Ganders going to game 4. I wouldn't say they didn't deserve it because they've been playing their hearts out on the pitch. Sometimes a little bit of luck, a little moment of hope.
疲れるんだって。
Get the edge and Ganders. That's one of 3 needed. Don't fall here.
They found one, but they do need to find 2 more. Pulse Clan still sitting at match point. It is in their favour still. They want to make it to the finals. They want the rematch against Verdi. They want to do APAC so proud, but Ganders trying their best to stop them.
Well, Ganders know they can go to game 7 against Verdi. They know they're still in contention for the majors. The unpredictable aspect, the one that was so hard to calculate, was Pulse, which they're having to face up against now as we head on over to Utopia Coliseum. These gladiators gotta fight on out, but Ganders.
いやね、ああいうプレーが流れを変えるんだって、ピックスみたいな。
Things be ended in game number 4, or will we get a game 5 on our hands? Pulse Clan have looked tremendous, but Ganders slowly but surely picking things up. We talked about the Popo meter. When it's there, the man is incredible. Retro and Namoto also doing an incredible job this series to keep Ganders alive. Now for game 4, they've got to keep the pace alive if they are going to take down Pulse Clan. And there's an early chance, it might be a goal, but saved on the line.
40 seconds gone and already seen
よし
some
絶対負けんな、その
extraordinary
50
build-ups.
負けんなって
But Max
絶対負けんな、その
blocked
50
that one out
負
with
けんなっ
another
て
50-50. Dangerous in the box, and Popo, I don't blame him for sending it back
絶対負けん
into
な、そ
the
の
corner,
50
just trying to close down any angles towards net there.
う
To the corner, Bolaris
ます
bouncing it through, will be saved in centre. The turnaround from the Moto, not enough. Bolaris off the side, while LCT has to go back. He's unable to make the save, but diving through, he just gets it in time. The Moto off the backboard, slicks it high. A teammate waiting to be found. In comes Retro, no pass to be connected upon. Popo up high. Axu unable to find the target. Popo all the way. LCT to save, but it's enough. Barely.
Yeah, what the?
Bolaris bailing out his teammates.
Actually trying to go for these goals to connect it. That's
Uma.
a weldy of a goal.
Uma.
Maxu is turning up today.
That's an incredible goal by Maxu. Absolute class. 1-0, 3:22 on the clock. Pulse take the lead, but Ganders will be hunting for one back of their own.
あれびっくり
Oh, good sending it down, but Pulse, they don't only just win, they do it with style on top. It's crazy. Maxu will play up to LCT, and that is something.
いやー、本当にね、君たち立ち直りが下手すぎる。
Another great goal.
メンタル
Maxu, that is an incredible pass.
結構メンヘラ
Retro tries, but can't make it in time. There's number 2 for Pulse Clan. They don't want a game 5. They're trying to cement themselves as the winner here. 3 minutes now on the clock. 2-0 for Pulse Clan. Ganders hunting hard. But will it be enough?
Moments like that are so crazy, purely because whilst they don't require the same incredible freestyling, you know, fancy tricks, it's the reaction time. Pulse Clan are so quick to react to everything because we know 0.05 seconds of just thinking about a play changes your possibilities, your options so much in Rocket League.
Centre Maxu! He didn't get a touch, it's fine, LCT. Okay, it's not a goal, but I thought Maxu got an incredible goal right there.
I did as well, right into the moment. It was off of the defender, but it looked like he had got it, and that was just crazy. It's more crazy. 3-0. Pulse are up, and well, they're like just ascending right now.
そうだろうが
Pulse Clan. With half the game to go, have an incredible lead. Ganders on the flip side, because there's still half the game left, do have the time to come back, and that's a good start for Retro to the top corner. The hope is not dead. They need moments like this, Ganders. Just give them a bit of confidence to get back into the game, and dare I say, series after that, of course.
Yeah, 疲れた。
2 goals, 2 minutes 11. So doable. The kickoffs, I mean, Pulse Clan, they're not fazed by those.
Maxu off to the backboard, Retro sends it long. Gander want to get a goal as quickly as possible to give him much time for the comeback. But when you've got Maxu on the other end of the pitch, he may not even have a chance at the goals because he's scoring one on his own. He comes on through with the flip reset and slips it just above the defender.
やっぱリアライズじゃん。パルスクランってだって全員リアライズだよ。言うなれば。
So many ups and downs, not over, of course, this season, but over the day
あの
as
ブ
well.
ルームの上位互換だからね。
His highs are incredible.
LCT went for an insane free jump right there. I was very curious if it would work out for them. Either way, it's a free goal lead.
Okay.
It looks like we're going to have the rematch, but it's the second rematch of the day. Happening very, very soon, Bacon, because I don't see Pulse Clan losing this now.
おお、達人の前。いるそれ。いや、いいバンプ入ってるよ。うわ、いや、フリップもすらもできなくなってるやん。
Right now it'd be 25 seconds. My maths is incredibly bad.
Don't worry about the maths.
Yeah.
I love Ganders that they're not making a free goal comeback in a minute. It's going to be Pulse Clan,
if they get a goal
surely.
in the next 10, I would believe it. It's possible. still is.
焦んな。
I'm
焦んな。
not.
お前、ブスねえだろうか。
You hold out your hope. I won't argue with you.
焦んな。
Postclan have looked amazing. No, I don't think they're gonna let Frigo slip on by. And if that is the case, we're gonna have the Postclan versus Verdi grand final rematch. It will be a best of 7. There will be a one-game advantage for Verdi of course, winning that upper final match. Maybe for good measure they find the 5th. It will be saved by Retra. But as the clock ticks on down, Gander have put in a tremendous effort today. Regional 3 for APAC North as well was a big highlight for them. This is a team of players who I am excited to see more of.
Yeah, 20 seconds left go. You can quite comfortably call it now. Ganders, we know the deal with them. Like I said, the rumors coming on through that they'll be looking to split up and go join other teams. Whoever gets to pick up any of these players.
決勝だ。
Definitely.
いや、日本人対日本人が見たかったけどな。やっぱパルスクラン対ベルディか。
for each other, and when it comes around to the winter split,
いや、よく頑張った。リジ。
decide to see where they do eventually
ちょ
turn
っと
up.
相手が悪かったね。
I think right now we should all be excited looking at that Tokyo Verdi versus Pulse
やばいね、パル
rematch.
スクラン。
It's going to be another banger, boy.
I
Where did
am
you go?
incredibly
Ikirika?
excited. Postclan put on an absolute show there. They may have dropped one game, but it was against Ganders. Ganders played an exceptional tournament all time long, so I cannot hold that against Pulse. Now, as we wait to get ready for that grand final, Postclan have a lot of work to do against an on-form Verdi. A Verdi who are, in their minds, already going to the major. They have already decided they're making it there. But before we get to that match, of course, we'll be having a quick interview, have a chat with some of the boys from Ganders, and just let them know how have a wee quick recap of the whole season with them. Have a chat with them and congratulate them on such a great run. And then, after a recap of the series, it'll be the grand finals to come underway. So we'll be heading into a quick break, and after that, it's going to be a great time. We'll see you then.
10分後な、休憩。いや、お疲れ。いい夢見させてもらったよ。チームガンダーズで。
ついに降臨。フォートナイト BAR。ダーツ10本発射できるこの電動ブラスターを手にしたら、バトルフィールドは君のもの。タクティカルスコープで狙いを定めてバトルを制して伝説になろう。ヘビー SR にも気をつけろ。ナーフフォートナイト BAR ヘビー SR。やっぱナーフでしょ。ナーフウルトラセレクト電動ブラスター。ダーツをセレクトして発射せよ。飛距離を求めるなら最長飛距離36メートルのウルトラダーツ。精度を求めるならウルトラアキュストライクダーツ。飛距離か精度の究極の選択。選べるのはどちらか一つ。ナーフウルトラセレクト。やっぱナーフでしょ。
やっぱな、今日。いや、疲れた。
クマさん、VLD 圧倒してくれ。
いや、それな。叩きを取ってくれ。奇跡の全勝優勝で。だいぶ有利だからね。 セット中1セットでも取ればいいでしょ。そうだよね、ちゃんと次ベルディ負けでももう一回チャンスあるよね。あるはずだよね。あれないのか。あるよね。そういうもんだよね。ユーザーズのブラケットってダブルエリミネーション装置だからあるよね。誰か言って安心させて、俺を次負けてもいいよって誰か言って。
クマさん、ウィンレアスなので1セット落としても大丈夫ですね。
大丈夫だよね。よかった。これでもし、負けるようなことだったらリアルでブロックよ。そう、マッチリも程があるわ。
クマさん、1セット ?1 勝負言い方わからないですけど。
いや、そう、次負けてもベルディがルーザーズに行って、で、ルーザーズのファイナルだよね。もう一回、パラスクラムと。から、一回負けれるんだよな。負けてもまだ次あるという有利な状況に立ってるはずだよな。いいんだよな、その考え方で。まあでも全勝優勝が当たり前よ、ベルディなら。だってリアライズがいるんだもん。リアライズがいるチームで負けは許されない。
クマさん、そうですね。
よかったよかった。リアライズがいるチームで負けは絶対に許されない。
クマさん、残機1です。
残機と残機1。いい表現だ。
ペーパーさん、風呂入ってたら負けてた。
あら。いやでもなんか正直あまりいい試合とは言えなかったな。本当に申し訳ないけど、ちょっとイライラしちゃった。不甲斐なさに。こんなこと言ったら怒られるんだろうな。出てねえくせにって。お前あの人たちにうまいプレーができんのかって。そういうことじゃねえんだよ。ちげえんだよ。
ペーパーさん、ガンダーズ絶対負けるのに飛び込むシーン多いなって思う。
いや、おいおいおい。いや、それ行くみたいな。それ行かないっていうのめっちゃ多い。逆にパルスプランはそういうのちゃんとしてんだよな。てか、飛び込んでもいいんだけどさ、50取ってよって感じ。せめてね。必要最低限でか。それしなきゃいけないんだけど、ちょっと遅いんだよね。特に根本さんとレトラさんが。ペコさんはめっちゃ良かったんだけど。今回根本さんがちょっと微妙だったんだ。ぶっちゃけ。大変申し訳ないけど。
ペーパーさん、スピード感が足りない。い
や、マジで足りない。多分ペコさんをすごい自由にさせてるのはすごい良かったけど、 気にしすぎ、なんかチームプレーみたいな。うわ、かぶっちゃいけねえからちょっと待って、決まりが出てねえから行くかみたいな感じすごい出てるわ。それじゃあせんだって思ったね。知らんけど知らんけどさ。もしかしたらあれだね、チームプレーというかはなんかランクマッチのプレーみたいな持ってんのかもね。根本さんが特にそうじゃないかな。ランクマスは次元だって。
クマさん、次回、根本精神崩壊、オリピックス2号誕生。
やばいや、それマジおもろいわ。鬼のように思いする俺。僕オリピックスになりますっつって。それいいね。
ペーパーさん、クソもろい、わらわら。
オリピックスになります。立ち回りいらねえんだよ。僕オリピックスになります。それいいな。鬼のように思いするわ。オリピックスコーチを迎えると。確かにポポさんにオルピックスに根本さんとかだと結構うまく回ると思うよ。
ペーパーさん、根本さんがなるってのがまたわらわら。
ぶっちゃけよ、ポポオルピックス根本さ結構強そうじゃない？わかる？根本さん結構さ、なんていうの、バランス取る役割うまいじゃん。ポポさんはさ、個人技でなんとかなるよ。オリンピックスはもう大好きだからロケットリーグが楽しくてしかないから。結構強いと思うんだけど、ワンチャンベルディに勝てそうじゃん。
確かにガンダーズに足りない部分を補ってくれそう。
いや、補ってくれるってマジで。
The grand final is confirmed. Tokyo Verdy versus Pulse is the rematch from the upper bracket finals. I'm Digital Bacon. Once again, of course, the whole of today I've been joined by these two. Yeah, and it's been good fun so far, guys, but we're right now getting into the cream of the crop, aren't we?
Well, I mean, cream of the crop is me and Boyle, I think, so we're all in good stead. But we look back at this last series, and we think of the Popo power meter. This was about max power. Over on the other side, we saw Max have his best performance, in my opinion, of the entire split.
Oh, 100%. Max was an absolute demon on the pitch. He was scoring some incredible goals. So many last second kind of goals to clutch things up as well. Slipping it under the crossbar. Some good passes as well. There was so much that Max was doing. He was the star player for Pulse Clan this time, which, as you mentioned, we expected to see a lot of. But it was often LCT who was the star of the show. Max finally living up to our expectations of him, though.
This kind of comes off the off-season too, because Max took somewhat of a break, and it felt like his extra-level mechanics disappeared. But I mean, he's getting a flip reset in the middle of an area. I mean, it's hard to actually get the flip reset instead of just smashing that one into the net. He gets the musty as well, the delayed musty of all things. He was playing like a freestyler in the middle of a competitive match. He's finding the space, finding incredible goals.
I mean, heck, that's why Pulse picked them up, right? They're a freestyling team and a competitive team. Like, they've got the whole package right here. We've got next match coming on up, so let's just do the formalities so you can see the players and the lovely graphic on our screen. Tokyo Verdy versus Pulse coming up. By now, you know these players, you know these names. Realize 10 out and Maru going up against Maxu, LCT, and Baller Rees. I mean, the script today has been pretty predictable, guys, I think.
It's sad to see Ganders go. They've had a great season and a real rise, but it couldn't have ended up any other way than the two biggest teams from the region. The two teams that broke RLCS history in terms of being the first teams getting a full Grand Slam 3 event wins. And now they've got a face up in the grand final for Sweden Major.
The triple region winners. We've seen them already, and it was in favour of Verdi just about an hour and a half ago. But this time around, it's a new attempt. It's a best of 7. Maybe this is where Pulse will finally shine in against Verdi, because it was such a close series. It could have went either way.
The problem is it's a best of 7 for Pulse, but it's only a best of 5 again for Verdi. That one game advantage is so huge in this matchup because historically they've gone so close every single time.
And that one game difference could really be the difference. It's as simple as that, but nothing that's super simple, but we love it even more. It's Twitch predictions. Come on, let's see what you guys are thinking. Is it going to be a Tokyo Verdi favored poll once again, or will Pulse come out on top? Exclamation mark VE for Verdi, exclamation mark PULS for Pulse. Guys on the desk, after that last series, it's hard. Pulse seemed to have got better in that lower bracket final, but realize he's been wanting this for so long. There was, the rumors pre-COVID, of course, that he was going to be going down, joining an OCE team, and working on through in RLCS.
大学受験をめっちゃ頑張ればいいんだよ。
ここなんか関係ねえぞほとんど。 I've got Tokyo Verdi winning this, and I realize with like the APAC South guys, I'm sort of betraying them, but it's just that passion really comes out.
I can't say it's betrayal. Even though we've been casting APAC South, we are the APAC region. The region as a whole are one region. It's not really split up, and it's just great to see it all come together right at the end. However, this is the match for Sweden. This is do or die. You have to win to be the first ever APAC team to go over to Sweden. And I think there's so much burden on Verdi, and I love the Pulse boys as well, so why not? Let's just give them a bit of a shout. We're going Pulse, baby, and seeing if they can make it over to Stockholm.
You know what, Yummy? Why not? I'll join you. I think Tokyo Verdi are an amazing team. I think they've got real. I know they'll get real. I know they'll get Mario. I know they'll get 10 hits. All excellent players. But I think the Pulse just have something hiding in the shadows, which will be enough to send them to Stockholm.
どうせめっちゃ楽しいから。
Bobby said Pulse is super excited on the pitch. If they win out, no one's going to bat an eye because they have phenomenal players. But let's see if we'll bat an eye at these Twitch predictions. Are they going to come out looking 50-50 in favor this time? Yes, they are.
Oh, wow.
Loving it. Loving how close it is for you guys at home.
I kind of expected as well, watching from the sideline in the last one. Pulse have a lot of fans. Max stepping up as well. This is going to be a real Max versus Realize show. The best player of APAC South mechanically versus the best player of APAC North. And there's just a lot of parallels between these two teams.
It is the match everyone's been waiting for. It's the match everyone's excited for. It's the match everyone pretty much knew was going to happen for the qualifying match. This is the qualifying tournament, but this in particular is the qualifying series for Stockholm. We had the tiebreakers in NA, we had other stuff in EU, SAM, OCE as well, all in very important games. This is on that same level. This is Sweden or bust.
Well, on the back of that, why wait any longer? You two go take it away. I can't wait for this series. Let's go.
Aru, who have absolutely dominated APAC North, or will it be Pulse Clan, Maxu, LCT, Bollaries, who have won against everyone in APAC South?
Team only one player, sorry, on this
上げて
pitch
こうぜ
has ever been to an international event. And that was realised back at DreamHack Montreal.
よし
Otherwise, it is a
そん
new
なくだらない
zone,
話をしてる間
a
に
new opportunity for every
終わらせ
single
ろ
player here.
あやっぱ最後は
And
ビヨンセなん
realise
だ
he's never been to the RLCS, man. That's
Realise
something to
it.
add on to the list.
そして
This is
日本
his
チー
first
ム
time
が青
in
が
the
似合
RLCS. He's been waiting for so long, but so
What
too
the
of the
fuck?
Postcard members of Belarus. What a start!
うますぎ
Belarus. I mean, speak of tenure, he's been playing the game since it came out. A little less known player, but he's been playing from Singapore down to the OCE region, and he's already coming out hot in the first game.
そんじょそこらのやつ
As we mentioned before, Tokyo Verde start off 1-0 in the series because of that one game advantage, because they came through uppers.
そんじょそこらのチームじゃね
will have to face,
えなぜなら
meaning that every
リアライズ
single
がいるから
game lost will
やば
sting
いこれ怪
even
しい
more than a usual best of 7. In comes Max should
Nice.
try and make it 2, but it will not be as easy as hoped.
Max Hughes, he's
いや
going
いい
for those
50
attempts, but
すっ
now
ごいチャンス
Tokyo Verde looking to shut those down. They're going to be getting in the face of Pulse Clan. They've had a bit of time to cool down. Will their mechanics be
あ
up
でもブース
enough
取られる
in game
あ向
one
こうの
to
100
take
も取ら
down
れそう
Pulse Clan?
あ
Oh, off the post!
あ危な
The player we talk about probably the least on the Pulse Clan roster is Belarus. He started off tremendously this game, and it's because he's the thinking man of the team. He's the man who knows what to do. He's the man who has got it all under control, and you
Right.
see it in his gameplay as well. Often, he's not the one to make the mistakes. He's the one to make the solid touches, allow the plays to happen, and even
なんで
sometimes
リ
score
セッ
some
トゼロ
incredible
ゼロ
goals.
ブーストでリセ
Like
ット
we
取った
saw
らいい
earlier on, it's a person that everyone should be looking out for. Belarus is incredible.
The biggest issue
それ
I've
な
had with Pulse in
シャオロン
their series against Verdi, and in the last one was their missed shots. And we've already seen one from Belarus, but over at the other end, Tokyo Verdi, they haven't
待
had
て
the
や
first
やめ
chance
ろ
yet.
リアライズのオリンピックスかだけは見たこと見たくないわ本当に見たくない本当に見たくない
LCT off the backboard. Oh, it was almost a bump by Belarus. Matcher will fall.
Oh.
And Going in.
やばい
That's
や
a
ばい
goal.
やば
He
い
doesn't need the touch.
He
It's
just
2-0.
お前ら
Just
モルティック
smashes
ス
it
を
off
バカ
the
にす
roof,
るな
and Max Yu, he's beaten out Maru, and it's a tough angle. Pulse Clan get the second goal.
名前を言ってはいけないあの人でしたっ
What
け
a start it is for Pulse Clan.
モルピックスがこの放送見たらどうすんだよ
2 minutes in. I was going to make a
Sanda.
whole spiel about how this game is actually incredibly important for Pulse
あ
to
でも俺の方が年上だから
realistically negate that one game advantage, but I don't need to make the whole spiel because they're already on their way to make that
そう
happen.
は相手もリア
Half
ライ
the
ズ
game is approaching. They're 2 goals
まあまあ
up,
まあまだ
and
大
they
丈夫
might
な
try
の
and make it free with the ball coming in centre. Belarus tries, but no success.
Realize still hasn't found his
うまいわ
first
このタッチ
chance.
は
He's been
出た
looking for some plays, including that air dribble right there. He's meant to be the best player. He's top of the stats across both regions, both
Kansu?
APAC North and both APAC South. He's got the second most goals per
Sauron
game.
さんも欲しい
He's
な
one of the highest assisters, the highest in points per game as assists plus goals. He is meant to be so
いやう
strong.
まいそう
And
本
yet
当
right
に
now, Pulse have been
シャオロンさんがうめえわ
Off to the corner, it will fall. Belarus holding that ball
Bang.
well. The one thing Verdi could do though is score at moment's
Aki
notice,
Kansu-
and it's
Aki
something
Kansu
that
も
Pulse
すごいいいや
need
つ
to be very
こ
wary
れがいいよ
of. That's a
いい
good
バンプ
demo. That's trickling in, and just as I mentioned it,
ナイス
there's
バン
the
プ
goal for Verdi.
Verdi, they don't go
Tokyo
for the
Verde.
demos often, but you can see when
ここで
they
しっかり
go
枠
from
に
its
入れる
class,
判断が素
and
晴
it
らし
was
い
realized, trusting his teammate to find that angle, and with 2 minutes left, they've brought themselves right back into contention.
いや俺多分ねニムツ相手だったらねワンチャンパルスクラム勝ってたと思うよ
Pulse Clan.
多分ニムツみたいな敵パルスクラム苦手だぜ
And Maru with a pass out over to 10 now.
わかる
Defended well by
シャオロンでも
LCT, he rises in.
あ
That's on net. It's a goal.
That's the
あ名
third
前がだってう
time
まいもん
that somebody's just been
Shaolin
caught off
って
guard. Realize attempted to go for the fake, but LCT's read him like
オ
a
ルピッ
book.
クスだやばいやばいやばい
Exactly where that ball was going.
リアルです
and
ねイライラすると若干
unfortunately
オルピックスにな
for
るから
Tokyo
ね
Verde, it ends up straight into their net.
And Yummy, you've been here since the
Ira
beginning.
Raiden.
You've been here since the beginning of OCE. You know how much it means to
Pixar
these
size.
teams
俺ピクサーサイ
to
ズ
make it to
危
their
ね
first land. Just think back at OCE and just how intense it was in that LAN battle to make it there to their first world championship. This is a major, but it's the same stage as that international experience. It is a chance to get better that these two teams are fighting for.
The worlds. It's not the majors where you get all the nerves. It is these matches here when the major is on the line. It's all about getting to that major, getting that experience. We've seen it time and time again. That it means so much that there's tears and there's joy at the end of this. And right now, it's looking like potential tears. Tokyo Verde starting off potential loss here, but it could be Tenho gets it.
Tenho, that was incredible off the steal when it would go.
やばくねこれ。
Realize the mechanics, but it gets the fake as well.
やばくね。なんで
50
までフリップ残してんの。
bouncing it off the ground. That
天才がい
was
た。
an incredible goal by Verde
や
to
ばす
bring
ぎ。
themselves only one goal in it.
And that's going to be what it
え、
needs
スクイー
for
シーじゃん。
Tokyo Verde to take the series. They're going to need all three to be involved. We've seen that so far. Realize with the demos, Tenho getting involved. Maru
リア
in
ル
the
なオ
shot.
リンピック
And
ス
it
が
may be
これ入るぞ。
Maru
いけるいけ
goes
る。
high. There's no follow-up. It gets cleared out.
So close for Verde, but it's
いやこれ
realized
全然ある
back
全
onto
然ある。
his corner. He
あ
takes
い
it
い
long.
いいす
He's
ごいい
got
いエ
the
ドレ
move.
それ。
He's going for the foot reset past the defender. Realize, of course he will score them. We cannot have a game with Verde on the
はい。
pitch.
いや
without the
オリ
goal
ンピッ
from
クスはこ
Realize
う。
himself.
いや
This
う
is
ま
what
すぎじゃ
happens
な
when
い。
he has any amount of space, and it was
やっ
the
ぱもう。
counter-attack that set him up. Realize wants to go
来た
all
わ
the
ー。来た
way.
来た来た来た来た来た。もう大好
And
き。
just like that, take a breather for a
お前
moment.
誰だ今
Because
さっ
the
き。
game, which
リアル
looks
にとオリン
set
ピ
to
ックス
go
かとか言ったや
Both
つ。
fans' way, has became all
完
tied up,
璧。
and that lead, which was so hard fought to found, has been destroyed.
怒られろお
This
前。
ball, he's going to pass and center, realize a clear
オリンピッ
upfield.
クスって言ったやつで。
There's to find the ball on the Tokyo Verde side.
あいいバンプ。
LCT sending it high
た
up
だ合わ
the
せる人
ceiling,
い
the
ない。
control down to Baller Reese. It's defended well by
これ
Realize.
ワンチャンあるワンチャンあるワンチャンあるワンチャンあるワンチャンある。
Chance and a big miss.
天才。好き。お金あげる丸。
He's found the
お
angle.
金あげる。
Backs
いくら欲しい
you. Couldn't get up to a
いや
baller.
天
He's
才。
desperate for the save,
天
but
才。
it's Maru to put
マル。
Tokyo Verde in the lead.
Oh, it's such a big mistake there from Matsu. And that will probably just be the game unless LCT can do something. And when a wins Realize sends it down, it'll be Ken's high for a moment, but the control is on Verde's side. It will touch the ground, and the game has been stolen from Pulse Clan. Verde goes 2-0 up in the series.
It's been 5 years.
やばす
Of
ぎ。
APAC trying to get into RLCS, rallying, putting on community tournaments, throwing their money and throwing their time in, and Realize has been there the entire way. He's the one pushing forward, and what a performance from Tokyo Verde to make the comeback, to stay grit, to keep the nerves at bay. And they've taken down Pulse Clan. They actually now have a 2-game advantage in this series.
いや
Oh, Pulse Clan, that
すごいわ。
that's a rough loss to take. They'll be feeling down about that
あ、
one, but
怒られ
they've
ろお
got to
前。
pick up the
怒られ
slack
ろ。
quickly. They don't have time to feel sorry for themselves because if they lose
すげえ
this next game,
すげえ
match
チーム
points
が好きなんだ
against
俺ら
them,
は。
and a best of 7 reverse sweep is almost impossible for
怒られ
almost
ろ。
every situation. So this next
シャオロンさんに
game
怒られろお
is
前。
vitally important.
空き缶に空き缶ぶつけられろ。
Baller is to step up at the beginning of that one for Pulse Clan. And he was able to.
いやでやっぱね、
Max Hughes being
テ
a
ン
little
ホー
bit
とさ、
quiet. And
テンホ
meanwhile,
ー
over on
もうどうでもいいからこ
Tokyo
こ。
Verde, we've had all three get involved. This is what we wanted from Tokyo Verde. This looks like Tokyo Verde at full power.
これ
Well,
これやばすぎじゃない？
game number 2 from Verde was
マスティ
something
になったのか
special.
知らないけど
That goal
さ。
from Tenyo, I can't get enough of
いや
that
ダ
goal.
メだ。
Off the ceiling,
Ah.
the flip, goes to the fake and gets the
え、
goal
50
from
ブース
it.
こう持ってた
And
の？
then they realised flip reset. The last minute of the game, Verde just done something different and it worked
これ
absolutely
も好き。
wonders.
Pulse Clan haven't been able to find those challenges. Every single one of these goals has been a Pulse Clan member sitting in defense, sitting on the backboards.
恋してる。
You can tell
多分
Pulse
東
Clan,
京ベルディに。
sorry, Tokyo Verde
変わりす
absolutely
ぎ。
eating up every single opportunity.
いやあれは
they
完全に
get.
離散。
Pulse Clan need to step up in this game, and they
伊
need
沢
to
タ
step
クシーっ
up
て
in
呼
a
ぼう。
way that they're challenging these balls, that they're shutting down the Tokyo Verde attack, not in ways where they can just
ああ
find
もう
flip
もう。
resets themselves.
はいはい。 もう分かった。勝ちパターン入ってベルディこれ。これこのセットは絶対勝てる。ほら。あ、これは怪しいけど、フィフスで。いや、フィフス取りに行ってるの。
They want to go as clean and quickly as possible. They don't want to have to face that worry of a game 6, game 7. They want it over and done with. In comes Max. Good chances off the backboard. LCT to hold it. Can he get anything through?
全然崩れないよね、東京ベルディ。本当にディフェンス本当にいいんだわ。
Was expected to be here for Tokyo Verde, but we're seeing some from Postclan throughout this as well. They're trying to find that goal, and they've got a good shot on, but once again saved by Tenno.
だいぶ。我らがリアライズ。ちゃんとブーストもそれなりにあるから。多分抜けることはないはず。
Singapore, Indonesia, India, Malaysia. So many nations in APAC South all rallying behind Postclan themselves.
158キロ。
It's a battle of APAC. Postclan find the first goal of game 3. But it's only a minute 10, just so much time left.
Pitch in front of net to 158 kilometers an hour, impossible to defend for Tokyo Verde. And it's those kind of sloppy goals that I actually think are great signs for Postclan. It shows that they're playing it simple, that they're relying on the fundamentals like they did earlier on when they were making that charge back against Tokyo Verde.
Off the corner it will go, bouncing on through. LCT cannot find it just yet. Clear away. Still finding off the backboard. Looks for a follow-up touch. The ball cleared. Back out to centre, but no one there for the shot. Postclan need to find as big of a lead as possible because they have been shown that 3-1. They thought that could have been safe. It wasn't. Their lead quickly taken away by Verde. They are so quick to turn things around. Post have got to find some more.
あ、やべリアルズがピックス化した今完全に。ほらピックスになってる。
Working out well for Tokyo Verde in the midfield, but it may not matter. Valoriz has stepped up to that next level in the attack. He's the one moving forward when usually he is playing that defensive role, and he's doing it well. Just needs that follow-up from one of his teammates. Once the net opens up, maybe a slight angle of difference. Could be it as Valoriz is actually just going to back off that one.
Pass down into centre, Maxu. Off to the ceiling it will fall, half of the game is gone. It falls on down to LCT, but caught barely in time by Maru. For the pass back, Valoriz.
俺らさ、何にも関係ないさ。
With the pass upfield to 10 now, could be sending that into the opposing net. It locks around the ball, Valoriz cannot find a touch quickly. And Postclan, they're going to be careful if the shots of Verde are coming out strong.
They haven't found that defensive clear position where they can get a pass upfield, so it hasn't worked for the quick counterattacks from Pulse, but you can still see Tokyo Verde having to dive for a lot of these saves. They are still being put into difficult positions.
Again, what is him on the back half for either team. Another goal for Postclan, 2 minutes on the clock would make it a little bit more comfortable. Verde a little bit as a different tail. His upfield goes 10 now with a pass out to Realize. That's off the sideball. Realize, can he find the touch on it? He'll bring it down. Maru jumping through, unable to connect. Maybe a bit of a double commit from Verde, a bit of communication issues. Issues are there, issues are going to be found, but a shot from Maru was saved by Maxu just in time on the line.
But it was a good shot, it was a powerful shot, and that made it difficult for Postclan to get an easy clear. Maru has to get the 50 on that one as the clock does tick down on Tokyo Verde's second game. A great pass from Maru, it doesn't get better than that. Realize just needed a good shot, but he hit it straight towards the defender.
Postclan trying to hold on to this lead as well as they can to realistically keep themselves alive in this series. They need this game. It's game number 3 to make it a 2-1 series rather than a 3-0. It's so important. They've got the 1-0 lead, but at a moment's notice, if a goal slips by, it could become a loss. They're going to be as careful as possible as LCT to Valoriz to try and cement that lead a bit more safely.
見せろ、マル。お、これあるあるあるある。いや、ない。
A miss in the midfield has actually opened up some space, but look how far back Tokyo Verde have pushed. Given up a bit of an attacking opportunity, though they do still have the 20 seconds. They have a chance here for Maru, but gets shut down by Pulse.
10 now off to the side. Time is running out for Verde to take game 3. It'll fall through. LCT Off the side he will go, trying to fake out, realising trying to stall for some time. Ball reads the last man back for a has to rush for the ball, but he cannot make it in time. Realise, but 4 seconds on the clock. Makes it one apiece.
Realising the challenge, up to Maru, they're gunning it forward, and they gun it into the net. Tokyo Verdy are never out of the game, and as you can see, they're going to go to overtime.
Pulse Clan had the lead. They had it in game number 2 as well, but both times taken away from them in the last second. Now, for game number 3, they're going to try and hold on. They're going to try and win this OT. It's not going to get any easier. It's a must-win game for both the belief in themselves and the possibility of a serious win. Because it's going to be so hard to come back 3-0 down. In comes 10 House Centre, LCT to save. It's not getting easy. Verdy are all over Pulse, and it could be the winner, but Ball reads an incredible save.
Fortunately for Pulse Clan, they've won most of their overtimes, especially today with the 3 right at the start against Ganders. This could be overtime number 5 of the day that they are able to take. But he almost found the goal. It was just a second away from an extra connection.
Maru comes on through, not enough. The ball drops down. Going to be challenged by LCT. They bounce it out off to the side. Realise looks at the ball up touch. Can't find it just yet. Maxu back up the other end. A minute of OT gone by. Bounces off the back ball. Ball reads to receive. And off the corner, LCT does get demoed. Big mistake right there. Ball reads misses the chance to realise 1-on-1 against Maxu. It's off the post. LCT misses the clear. But Ball reads is there to bail him out.
He does it with 0 boost. That's calmness under pressure to get them out. But now, realise, has the space, has the flip reset, it's not in. The Pulse, they've still got a while to go. 10 now with the shot. It's still not in, but there's another one coming very soon. Cleared out finally by Bolaries, but that was very dicey.
Realise back up the other end. Maxu rushing back. It's just LCT to defend for a moment. He'll send a high. And it's Maxu. Sees Bolaries. He's able to push this ball upfield. LCT lurks around, but no connection because the Tokyo Verdy defense is quick to spurt into action to get the clears away. And now a chance of their own, but Maxu, the sniper, takes out Realise.
Sweden on the line. The Pulse Clan desperate. Because if they lose this one, if Tokyo Verdy take it, they may as well book their tickets. And Tenno's already looking for these passes. Playing it slow up the pitch. Realise almost finding another. There's still a chance here for Tenno. It's the backboard. It's open. It's in. No. It's Bolaries.
Saved again, it will bounce up high, in comes Realise, but still nothing. Maru, defended well by LCT, Pulse Clan doing everything in the back line to not let a goal slip by. Tokyo Verdy shooting again and again, but still not a goal. LCT the other way, takes out Tenho, but demoed in the back corner. Realise, 50-50 with Maxu, you avoid. Bolaries, small touch on it, will stall for time. LCT is back, and he's on the backboard, waiting. Tenho, centre, clear. Maxu to LCT, can he find the shot on net? It will travel wide once again. 3 minutes of OT now.
And both teams defending with their lives. Just trying to stay alive in this overtime. We talk about how tense, how nerve-wracking it has to be playing in this match at all. But imagine in a defensive scenario. He found the goal. He takes him to match point.
They finally find it 3 minutes later, about 50 shots later. It's a goal for Verdy, and they head to match point 3-0.
We thought that this would be a close series. We thought that one game advantage would really matter. But now Tokyo Verdy, they don't want to go to Sweden. They want to go with a real statement to say that they're the best team in APAC, that they are unchallenged in this region, that they won't lose a single series and maybe even not a single game in the grand final. Tokyo Verdy are just going with so much momentum.
15 shots to 10. Verdy in that overtime went wild in the shooting department. Pulse Clan have had the lead in both game 2 and 3, but both times they have lost it. They cannot take the game either. Now match point is intense.
Maybe looking at the experience as well of Pulse Clan. You look back at their first series where they had multiple missed open nets in that game 5 that they really would have been looking at going, oh, what happened there? Then you look back at this last couple of games too. They've really given up their leads. They've had the game in the bag at certain points, and it's gone through their fingers. They have finally kind of called a timeout. So they are going to be relaxing, getting back in their heads, getting back in the zone. But from here, they have to reverse sweep.
そこで寝返ってんじゃねえか。
Timeout is the best call. Maybe after that first game they would have took it, but I feel like they have only had 2 losses in a row. It's fair to take it now. They've been incredibly close games. Coach OSM, can you bring the players back down to earth and give them a breather for a minute? Will it be enough to take down Verdi, who are in the last minute of a game a different team? They are something else. If it gets to the 1 minute mark, something happens and they evolve.
We saw Pulse evolve over the last series. That was incredible performance, especially from Max. Well, now we start seeing what Tokyo Verdi are truly capable of. Tenhao and Maru have had great series as well. It's been a real 3-man effort and a team that maybe can give us hope at the major to not just go there and get the experience, but to go there and start challenging the teams. All around the world, 4 new regions that have been added by Psyonix. In terms of as well, SRG going from the mid-MENA regions, Sub-Saharan Africa being added, all these new places, all these new teams, and I'm starting to believe in APAC.
APAC as a region is so exciting to watch. Yeah. My heart is pounding out my chest watching it, and now as we get ready to head to game number 4, realize we keep on mentioning it. He has been dreaming of making the RLCS for so long. He was almost moving to OCE to do it. Now, he's in RLCS. He's topping his region. And he is 1 game away from going to the major. The whole team 1 game away from going to the major. SRG, Vitality, BDS, Endpoint, Dignitas, G2, Renegades, Ground Zero, so many amazing teams.
そうmany amazing チームとお前らが戦うんだよ、ベルディ。リアライズが。
They just want the experience. They want to improve. They want the scrim time at LAN. They want the tournament matches, the high pressure situation. It's all about improvement for these players.
すごい興奮してる。
1 game away.
かぶりしてる。リアライズでいける。
Already 35 seconds into the game, a stalemate here, and what could essentially send Tokyo Verdi all the way. Is that timeout enough for Pulse?
Is it enough? It's a hard ask. They come off of 2 losses in heartbreaking fashion like that. It's rough, but now, if they have to make something work, it's gonna have to be now. Their backs are against the wall. They've lost 2 games in a row. They're gonna have to win 4 in a row. They want to move on to Sweden.
Looking for the bumps again. Tokyo Verdi getting aggressive. These guys, you gotta remember the Japanese guys, they've usually got jobs. They work just as hard as anyone else, and they do it from 9 PM to 1 AM, and then do it all again the next day. You can see how much is on the line for them and for Pulse Clan. They see that same effort starting to slip through their fingers.
So much passion in the APAC community. So many players who've been around for so long. We know, we've been here for so long, we've talked to the players. So many of them.
こういうとこじゃないリアルだと。いや、うまいよね。さ、不利な状況から50取られずにあそこに持ってくる。最終的に有利な50に持ってくるのがリアルだよ。
And now one of these 2 teams is going to get it. Tokyo Verdi, the Japanese powerhouse, are so close to making it there. But Pulse Clan, the APAC South Dream Team, are trying to fight their way through against all odds. They were always known as the second best APAC team. Never said to be number 1. Verdi might make that true, but Pulse Clan, if I know one thing about these 3 players, is it's all they care about is being the best in APAC.
They wouldn't want to even lose a single game, let alone a series. As Tokyo Verdy have had a few chances already. They've been getting some chance in that Pulse Clan defense and a miss. You can see the shakiness starting to come out from Pulse Clan. They won't get punished, but that is where we start seeing mistakes potentially just costing any chance for Pulse.
It is tense on both sides of the pitch. Verdy, it is sunk into them at this stage. They know that they are one game away from the major. They know how close they are to living out their dream. But Pulse Clan, they know they are good enough to make it to the major.
It's an advantage here to have the 3. Oh, that's going to make them so much more confident as Pulse Clan have been trying to get this out of the midfield, and they managed to do it. Ballery with the first touch, looking for the double, but the backboard defended by Tokyo Verdy.
Well, we'll follow the centre. A goal yet to be scored. We're now at the 92nd mark. It's LCT with a pass in centre to Makshu. Ballery rises high, looking for that pass. Tenho. Back up the other end. The first goal of this game could potentially be the last. In comes Realize! And to the side of the post. He'll slap it in. 1-0.
The man, the myth, the legend. And this might be the goal that gets you to the major. Realize scores 1-1-1 on the clock. Tokyo Verdy are so close.
That could be the major sending goal, but if Pulse Clan can say anything about it, it has got to be now. It will roll on out to the side. LCT stalling for time. And force it through. Realize holds it well in the midfield. The ball sent high. Rushing through. Makshu looks for the pass to Ballery to no success. Maru off the ceiling will go back the other way.
Pulse Clan. They don't have any lives on the line. 40 seconds. They've not felt from behind so far in the series. They keep fighting from ahead and losing that lead, but now they've got to have true grit to get this next goal and take him to OT.
Feet away, time's ticking on down. It's Ballery to try and send it long. A last-ditch effort starts to develop for Pulse, but Tenno shutting them down with that touch, trying to stall for as long as he can. It's all Verdy need to do. Stall, stall, and stall some more.
Pulse Clan, they have one last chance, but Tenho doesn't want to give it to him. Look at him slow the ball down. Tokyo Verdy, they can taste it. They're 1 second away. All they do is hit Tokyo Verdy after 5 long years. Blood, sweat, tears. They are off to the international. They're off to Sweden.
They have done it, Yummy. Tokyo Verdy are the final team to go to the Stockholm Major. They are joining the best of the best from NA, EU, OCE, SAM, the Middle East. So many great teams, and Verdy are one of them. They have done it.
Realize the face of Asia. And he gets to go. He's the only one here with any land experience, and it had to come off the back of passion and fire from the community. They sent him there. They had to spend the money to send him over to DreamHack Montreal to give him that first chance. And now it's thanks to Sonics that he gets this chance here. And Tenho and Maru, they've put in the work. They've stuck with Realize. They've stuck together for a long time now. I couldn't think of a team that deserves to go more.
I could not think of a more deserving team. There's a reason that every single person we knew, Yummy, said that it was going to be Tokyo Verdy at LAN. Everyone was so confident. They've got Realize in the team. Tenho, Maru, I do not want to keep ignoring them. They are so good. There is a reason they're on this roster. But it's not just me and you, Yummy. We've got someone else to bring back to the show. Bacon, what a series it was.
You said back on YouTube back posted that one. I was the only one that went Verdy on this guy. 3-0 sweep though. The OT, fair enough. And they're all 1-goal differentials. This is going to be a rivalry which is going to get better with time, isn't it? Like, that was epic.
we're looking at a long season here.
いや未来がすごいぞこれ。やるんだぞ。東京ヴェルディが、リアライズが、ジャスティンと、ウォンキー・ブーンと、スクイシーと。
From Pulse, of course, even though they go out today, throughout the rest of the season, we're going to see a lot of growth. And we already saw just how good they can be on an individual level. How absolutely amazing they all are mechanically.
We follow the same format as we have for each of these regionals going into the major. We've got Swiss, and that's where teams like Tokyo Verde and the new Wildcards and Sandrock and OC San can do damage because 8 teams have gone through from that day 1 into day 2. And Tokyo Verde, if they perform like they did in this grand finals where they stepped up over that with the bracket match, who knows? I wouldn't put them out of a shot to make it into the top 8 with this type of performance.
We also look at the
とりあえず丸は仕事やめろ。
surprised. Why OC surprised when JamesBot said they wouldn't win a single game at their first lane and they instantly took down Denial. It's because once you get overseas and you're playing the better competition and you're scrimming against NA and EU teams, the improvement is astronomical. There's a difference between playing the players in your region and playing against the best in the world.
It's a big thing that people neglect as well from these lands, be it the majors, be it worlds. It's not only you don't only have those matches that happen on stream. You don't only have the like season 7. Think about those 2 group stage matches. You also have all the scrims that go on during that week of LAN, during that time before it when they're preparing. These teams are going to be practicing non-stop for the best major performance. And if you look back at season 7, season 8, all I remember hearing, and Yummy, you can testify, was just how good the SAM teams were when they came in. Everyone was scrimming them and they were insane. This can happen for APAC. This is the practice.
リアライズだけだよね。そうできてるのね。ちゃんとバック捉えてシュート打ってる。
Everyone was scared of. They were the guys taking down even NRG in scrims. So you can see a team like Tokyo Verde and players with the mechanics backing them to be able to make those extra adjustments in those pre-stages. And even if they don't, you know what? They come back. They play that much better locally, and they bring up the entire region. Everybody gets better because one team gets better.
Let's just bring up the brackets and break down how today went, because this has been a fantastic... I can't help but just keep smiling throughout the whole of this. There's been so much fun. More sweeps than I was expecting, definitely, with Tokyo Verde and Pulse Clan kicking things off. To take down Major afterwards. What a game 5 that was between Verde and Pulse.
Yeah.
Pulse then taking down Ganders, and last but definitely not least, Pulse will go away licking their wounds. A 4-0 sweep there, but they need to keep their heads held high. This is a strong squad. Come winter, they'll probably still be the favorite within the region. They'll know that hot on their heels are all the other teams from APEC South, and they want to make a major, so they're going to go away with, you know, a little bit of break over winter to rebolster themselves, and next time around, it's going to be a completely different story. But for now, all eyes are on Tokyo Verde to represent a massive Asian region.
And, you know, you go back to Got Pulse Clan. They've shown again that they can go close with Tokyo Verde. They've shown that how good that they can be, and I'm sure we're going to see the improvement coming out from them. Team Ganders, even though they're splitting up, APAC North and APAC South consolidating their effort. For those who don't know, APAC North often consists of, you know, 1 or 2 players who are really at the top, and they just brought in a third. They were surprised by the announcement that APAC were in. They weren't expecting it. Now I think they're going to, you know, disband, come back together with all the best players on each team ready to take on Tokyo Verde.
It's exciting to see the consolidation of talent, even in APAC South.
そっち側で喋らせろ。
He's going on to different things. That's going to cause a shuffle there. We're going to see even more super teams made. These regions are going to get better, not only from the experience, but just from the better rosters. They now know what makes a good team.
We do, and then to still have these powerhouses on top to propel Tokyo Verde going away to LAM. I'm excited for purely because they're going to be on no pin, because over in Asian servers. Like I said, it's spaghetti junction there between the different sort of areas. Hence why North and South were divided on up. But they've been playing up against the OCE teams on quite significant LAN. It's the same over in MENA, right? When we got Samrock Gaming, and they're used to playing on those EU servers, but when they go on LAN, that's going to be a completely different story. So when the major does come around, it is anyone's game. It is open season throughout that Swiss stage. But for now, let's speak to the man himself. Let's get the interview on here. I'm so excited for this one. Realize, are you on the line there, my dude? How are you feeling? It's Maru! I got told wrong! But nonetheless...
お前英語喋れんのか
Listening as usual, too busy talking. How's it going, Maru?
クマさん、プエルで優勝したらフラン3000が8個前をタゲするって本当ですか
いいよ、全然。
Maru, buddy, fantastic performance today. Did you learn a lot from that initial series up against Pulse to then be able and go and take the sweep the second time around?
嬉しそう。嬉しそう。
早速質問なんですけれども、パルスと2回戦ったってことなんですけれども、やはり学ぶことが多かったのでしょうか？
はい、日本で戦ってきたチーム
誰これウェーブさん？グラスでかっ。
スピード速かったんで、ちょっと最初慣れるのに時間かかったんですけど、慣れてからは特にグランドファイナルはもう完璧に対処できました。
Yeah, so initially we had to get used to the team Pulse's game speed because it's very different from Japan team's game speed. But once we got used to it, we were able to really fight against it perfectly, like in the grand final.
Awesome, awesome, thank you. And listen, this is a huge moment. Congratulations, first off. How much does it mean for you guys to be going to Sweden? What are the plans? What are you most excited about in Sweden?
川崎フロンターレってのが気になるけどね。
はい、で改めて、おめでとうございます。スウェーデンに行くことになりましたが、
スウェーデンなんだ。
一番そうですね、ワクワクしていること、何かその予定などありますでしょうか？
何も決めてないですけど、とにかくずっと RLCS を見てきて、次のオフライン楽しみにしてたので、まさか自分がそこに出るとは思ってなかったので、もうプレイヤーの皆さんに会うのがとても楽しみです。
Right, so as of now, we don't have any plans because we didn't expect to win really. But we've been watching RLC for a while now and been excited for these offline tournaments. So I'm excited most to meet the players.
いや、したい。
Well, that is exciting to hear, and I'm excited to see you at Stockholm, but
いやだから多分これでストックホルム行くじゃんスウェーデンで東京ヴェルディが結構活躍したら多分アジア枠増えるぜ多分増える増えたらピックスが出る、
次のスプレッドでは APAC ノースまたそのいろんなまた違うチームと戦うことになると思いますが、こちら苦戦すると思いますでしょうか？
絶対そんなこと言ってないだろしないって言え
ここで油断せずにまた次のスプリットに向けて準備を続けていけばまたメジャーに出るとは思ってます。
これクリックしてボーナスを受け取りましょう。はい、すいません。
Right, so what I think is I don't want to cut any slacks for the next split and next upcoming tournaments, and as long as we prepare for them, we should be fine.
Sweet. And last question. What do you want the people in Twitch chat to be spamming to chant and cheer you on at LAN in Sweden?
柿の種612さん。
はい、最後の質問なんですけれども、Twitch チャットでファンの皆さんに応援してほしい、打ってほしいコメントなどありますでしょうか？スウィーデンの時になんですけども。
リアルで最強だ。
コメント？
リアルで最強。リアルで最強。リアルで最強。
いや、難しい。ちょっと日本語になっちゃうんですけど、それじゃダメですよね。
いいんだよ。リアルで最強。
でも日本語でも。
いいですか？
はい、大丈夫です。
ひらがなのやに、M で、や M でお願いします。
や M？
はい、ありがとうございます。
どういうこと？
Right, so this is gonna be in Japanese. But in the Japanese language,
That's fine.
if you could type ya in hiragana and an M after, I would greatly appreciate it.
Awesome stuff.
Okay, okay.
Thank you for coming on, Maru. Fantastic to talk to you, and having the translator is really cool. It's a unique opportunity. Good luck at LAN. Everyone from the Asian region is backing you. You've got our support and love. Good luck.
は？なんで禁止処理受けてんの？ What the fuck?
Finished out from the back lines. It's not watching. But fantastic. Yummy has literally just put it on in chat for us right now. And yeah, that's awesome to see. So make sure to, copy that to a little notepad file. Get ready to spam it on in to Twitch chat when the time comes. And I'm sure it's already spamming right now, to be honest.
It is. Yeah, I think there's also a lot to talk about, but you got to remember that even though there's teams that missed out on the major, we are still looking towards Worlds 6 months away, where APAC South and APAC North both get their own slot. So there's still a really tight competition. APAC South obviously very well held up by Pulse at the moment. APAC North are going to be really held up by Verdi because they get an extra minimum 80 points at that major.
So much on the line, and we're only at the first split of the season. We're going to the fall major. We've got winter and spring to go to after that as well. What an exciting season of RLCS we've got in our hand. This is only the beginning of APAC. Who knows where it'll be by the World Championships? It's so much to see. I'm so excited.
And as Maru said, we're all excited to go and meet him finally, meet Realize. For those who weren't at Montreal as well, of course, Tenmo, the model of APAC. We're all looking forward to meeting him and all the new players who have qualified. APAC, the final region to qualify their players. So we have all 16 teams now.
That we do, and we'll be seeing them on the 8th of December in Sweden at LAN. It's going to be phenomenal stuff. Look forward to seeing all you guys at home in Twitch chat as well. Tune in on in. But until then, we've got no more games. Massive shout out, of course, to everyone in behind the scenes in production here, putting it together at ESL. Massive shout out, of course, to Yummy Cheese Man and Boyo for helping me on this broadcast, and all the other commentators all season long, not only on our English stream but as well on the Japanese stream, for bringing it all together. But I'm Digital Bacon. Until next time, stay safe. We'll see you soon for more Rocket League.
Love you all. Bye.
Bye. Bye. 終わるかい。そしたら放送はお疲れ様です。さすがに今からロケットリーグやる近畿はちょっと残ってんだよね。ちょっと残ってる実際ね。やっちゃうやっちゃうやっちゃう、もしかしてやっちゃうやっちゃう、やんないやんないやんないわ、やりません。てててててん、無限。ファンファンヒヒさせせ よし。
ペーパーさん、アルクス見ると次が見たすぎてつらい。
それな。
クマーさん、燃え尽きとる。
燃え尽きたわ。真っ白な灰になった。というわけで皆さんお疲れ様です。一緒に見てくれてありがとう。楽しかった。次、メジャーの RLCS は全力で応援する。ギリギリゴリッゴリの著作権違反だと思うんだけど、これ。知らん。俺はやりたいように怒られるまでやる。というわけで、お疲れ様です。またの